Hello everyone, I'm the Creep's Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I was about 6 or 7 years old when this happened. My sister was around 14 or 15 at the time. We lived in a small town in Texas where everyone knew everyone. Our house was on the edge of town, just before the desert spread out for miles. It was one of those small single-story houses with an open yard in front and a backyard with nothing but dirt and patchy grass leading out into the dark open desert. Winters were cold there, the kind of cold that goes straight through your thin pajamas and makes you shiver under blankets. The nights were quiet except for coyotes far away or the wind blowing dry bushes around the fences. My sister and I got along pretty well despite the age gap. She was always babysitting me when mom and dad went out to meet friends or buy groceries or attend late meetings in town. That night they had gone to visit some family friends and wouldn't be back till after dinner. It was around 8 p.m. and already dark outside. The desert air was dry and cold, and there was no moon that night, just pitch black darkness past the porch light. I remember sitting on the carpet in the common room, close to the TV, because that's where the only heater vent was. My sister sat on the couch behind me, wrapped in a blanket, watching TV with me. We were watching one of those hour-long news shows. I don't remember if it was 60 minutes or 48 hours or hard copy, but it was one of those that showed real crime stories. That day's show was about a man who lived in a normal neighborhood, always quiet. Nobody thought anything bad about him, until one day he snapped. He went into his neighbor's house and killed the parents. Then he kidnapped their young daughter. They showed photos of the broken door, the blood on the kitchen floor, the small pink bicycle left outside. I didn't fully understand everything then, but I knew enough to feel scared. My sister kept telling me to look away, but I couldn't. I was frozen in place, hugging my knees to my chest. The heater kept blowing warm air against my legs. The smell of the old carpet mixed with the faint smell of dinner earlier. My sister had made us grilled cheese sandwiches with tomato soup. The plates were still in the kitchen sink. The TV light flickered against the walls and the large glass windows that lined one entire side of the room. The back wall was made entirely of floor-to-ceiling glass windows, with a sliding glass door in the middle that led out to the backyard. When the backyard light was off, it was just black out there. The glass looked like a giant mirror, reflecting everything inside. The only other door in that room was the front door on the opposite wall. It was a heavy wooden door with a glass storm door outside it. You couldn't see through the wooden door, only through the storm door if you opened it. I remember feeling uneasy as they talked about the manhunt for that killer on TV. They said he was still out there somewhere. They showed pictures of cops with flashlights walking through dark fields, shining lights into old sheds, combing through bushes. My sister leaned forward and said she didn't want to watch it anymore, but she never got up to change the channel. We just sat there, breathing quietly, the heater humming, the TV showing crime scene photos and interviews with crying neighbors. Suddenly, out of nowhere, there was a loud banging sound. Bam, bam, bam. The front door shook like someone was trying to break it down. We both jumped and screamed at the same time. My sister clutched the blanket against her chest, and I felt my whole body go numb. The bangs stopped as quickly as they had come. The house went silent again. The TV was still playing, but I couldn't focus on it. My ears were ringing. I looked at my sister. She looked back at me, her eyes wide, her face pale. Neither of us moved. We sat there listening. The only sound was the heater and the TV narrator's voice talking about police searching the killer's house. We tried to calm ourselves down. Maybe it was the wind. West Texas wind was strong enough to push heavy things around. We had some planters on the porch and a rocking chair. Maybe the wind had knocked something into the door. I wanted to believe that so bad. My sister whispered, "It's okay, just the wind," but her voice shook. We stayed frozen like that for a minute, maybe more. Time didn't feel real in that moment. I could hear my own heartbeat thumping in my ears, like drums. Just when I started thinking it was safe, we heard the storm door outside close with a creaking metallic sound. That's when the real fear kicked in. Someone had opened it. Someone had been standing at our door. My stomach dropped. My throat felt dry and tight at the same time. My sister and I didn't move. We didn't even breathe for a moment. I remember feeling like I was about to throw up from fear. The TV kept playing in the background, talking about blood spatter and the little girl's toys left behind. My sister crawled slowly over to the TV and turned it off. It was an old TV with a metal dial that clicked loudly when you turned it off. The sound echoed through the silent house. Now the only light in the room was from the kitchen down the hall. The hallway was empty, just the fridge humming and the clock ticking above the stove. The darkness in the room felt thicker without the TV. We stayed there, me kneeling on the carpet, my sister crouched by the TV, both of us staring at the front door. I don't know how long we sat there, but at some point I turned around to look at the back glass door. That wall of windows reflected the dim light from the kitchen, and in between the reflections I could see pure darkness outside. As I looked, I heard the back door knob move. It was locked, but not deadbolt. I watched as the knob turned slowly, rattling a little bit like someone was testing it gently. My whole body felt cold. I couldn't breathe. My sister stayed crouched by the TV, staring at me as I stared at the door. Then all at once, the door shook violently. Bam, 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 bam. Someone was trying to break it open, jerking it back and forth so hard that the glass wall vibrated. The windows shook with each pull. My own reflection blurred and cleared over and over. I could see my small body, my messy hair, my pajamas shaking in the fuzzy glass. I felt like my heart was going to explode out of my chest. I was frozen on the floor, unable to move. My sister screamed so loud it hurt my ears. She jumped up, grabbed me by the arm, and pulled me up to my feet. My legs felt numb as she dragged me down the hall to her bedroom. She shoved me inside and slammed the door shut behind us. Her room was small and smelled like hairspray and old blankets. She pushed her dresser against the door, then ripped the sheets off her bed and threw her mattress on top of it for extra weight. She grabbed everything she could and piled it against the door. I sat curled up on the floor by her closet, hugging my knees, shaking so hard my teeth were chattering. She grabbed the phone from her nightstand. It was one of those heavy beige portable phones with the long metal antenna. She was crying and breathing hard, trying to remember the sheriff's number. In her panic, she couldn't. She just hit redial. It rang and rang until someone picked up. It must have been her friend, because she started screaming into the phone that someone was trying to break into the house, and they needed to come right now. I just sat there, listening to her broken gasps and the words tumbling out of her mouth. I felt like I wasn't really there. My whole body was cold, and my mind was blank. After that, we sat there in silence. She held the phone to her chest, and I stayed curled up on the carpet, staring at the bottom of her dresser blocking the door. The only sound was our breathing. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I thought whoever was outside would break the glass and come in any second. I kept imagining the door bursting open, someone grabbing my sister, dragging her out. I couldn't stop shaking. I don't know how long we waited like that. At some point, we saw headlights flash through her curtains. We heard car doors slam and people running to the house. My sister let out a sob of relief. She moved the dresser and opened the door a crack. Her friend and her friend's parents were in the hallway, calling out for us. My sister ran to them and hugged them tight. I couldn't even stand up. Her friend's dad came and picked me up off the floor and carried me to the living room. They turned on all the lights in the house. The front porch was empty. The backyard was empty too. They checked every room, every closet, under every bed. The front door looked normal. The back door had some faint scuff marks near the bottom, but we couldn't remember if they had been there before or not. There were no footprints, no broken windows, nothing stolen. Just silence and cold winter air seeping in from the edges of the doors. My parents came home about an hour later. My sister's friend's parents stayed with us until they arrived. My dad went outside with a flashlight and walked around the house. He didn't find anything. He said it was probably kids playing pranks, but I didn't believe him. Neither did my sister. We knew what we heard. We knew how hard that door shook, how violently it was pulled back and forth. After that night, we never forgot to lock the doors again. Every door, every window, even the storm door stayed locked no matter what. My sister stopped watching crime shows for a long time. I started sleeping with the blankets pulled over my head, so I wouldn't have to see the shadows on the walls. We never found out who it was or why they came. Maybe it was someone drunk. Maybe it was someone trying to rob us. Maybe it was something worse. I don't know. All I know is that for the rest of my life, whenever I hear a doorknob rattle or a window shake in the wind, my stomach drops and I remember that night. I remember the cold desert darkness pressing against the glass walls. I remember the reflection of my own terrified face, blurry and clear, with each violent pull of the back door. And I remember sitting on my sister's bedroom floor, shaking so hard I couldn't even cry, thinking that maybe this was it. That maybe tonight, neither of us would see our parents come home ever again. I still remember that morning clearly, even though many years have passed. It was a normal workday, a Tuesday I think, and I was sitting at my desk half awake, sipping the same old burnt coffee from the break room, checking emails, and thinking about how many hours were left till lunch. The office was quiet, just the hum of computers and the faint sound of printers working in the distance. The sun was coming in through the blinds on my left, falling in stripes across my desk. The air smelled like dust, printer ink, and cheap coffee. My back hurt a little from sleeping wrong. I kept shifting in my chair, trying to get comfortable as I read through some updates for a project that was already boring me out of my mind. That morning my wife called me out of the blue. Back then, we were still married. She worked the night shift at the hospital and usually slept most of the day, so she never called me during work hours. When her name popped up on my phone screen, I remember feeling a jolt of worry shoot through my chest. For a moment, I thought something had happened to her or the kids. I picked up quickly and answered in a low voice, keeping my eyes on my boss's office door across the floor, making sure she wasn't around to catch me on a personal call. She didn't sound like herself. Her voice was quiet and heavy, like she had just woken up, but something was weighing down on her chest. She told me to call my friend Danny and make sure he and his family were okay. I remember sitting there with my pen frozen in my hand above my notepad, staring at the date I had just written down. I asked her why, feeling confused. There was a pause on the line, and she said she had a dream but couldn't remember it, only that I needed to call Danny and check on him. The line went silent for a second, and I could hear her breathing softly. I felt goosebumps rise on my arms for some reason. I looked out the window to the street below where cars were moving in slow lines, and people walked along the sidewalk holding coffee cups, backpacks, wearing their office clothes, looking alive and busy. She said it again, to just call him. Her voice sounded uneasy, like she was afraid or sad or both. I didn't understand it, but I said okay. After I hung up, I sat there for a few minutes. I remember feeling weird about it, because she was never the type to ask for random things like that. I picked up my phone again and scrolled through my contacts to find Danny's number. As I sat there waiting for the dial tone, I remembered the last time I had seen him. We had gone over to his place for a barbecue 2 weekends before. He lived on the other side of town, in a quiet neighborhood with wide streets lined with oak trees. His house was small but always smelled of fresh bread and coffee. His wife loved to bake, and they had 3 kids, 2 boys and a girl. The youngest was only 6. I remembered them playing in the yard that day, kicking a ball around barefoot while Danny grilled burgers and told me about work, laughing about his boss and how he wanted to quit someday and buy an old RV to drive around the country. He always talked like that, like life was an adventure waiting for him once he could break free. When he picked up, his voice sounded normal, the usual strong and calm tone he always had. I told him my wife had called me and wanted me to check in on him. He chuckled lightly, sounding a little amused, and asked why. I told him she had a dream but couldn't remember it, just felt that I should check on him. There was a short silence before he said they were all fine and thanked me for calling. I remember feeling relieved, even though I didn't know what I was relieved about. I told him to take care and ended the call. I called my wife back to let her know everything was fine. Her reaction was strange. She didn't sound convinced. She just went quiet for a bit, then said okay, and hung up. I sat there after the call, feeling an uneasy heaviness in my stomach, like I was missing something, or like something bad was in the air that I couldn't see. The rest of the day went by slowly. Meetings, emails, nodding along as people talked about deadlines. But every now and then, I'd think about that call with my wife, the way her voice sounded tired and unsettled, and how she never called me during the day unless it was important. Around 4:30, just before I was about to pack up my stuff and head home, my phone buzzed on my desk again. It was Danny. When I saw his name, my chest tightened. I remember the way the fluorescent lights flickered above me as I picked up. He didn't even say hello. His voice was broken, like someone had grabbed his throat and squeezed all the strength out of him. He told me that about half an hour after we spoke, he got a call from his uncle in Florida. His son had died. I sat there listening, unable to process what he was saying. My ears started ringing, drowning out the rest of the office noise. He said his son had hanged himself. The same boy who was at the barbecue 2 weeks ago, running around the yard barefoot, laughing with his sister and brother. I didn't know what to say. I remember staring at the crack in my desks with veneer as he spoke, feeling like my body wasn't connected to my brain anymore. My mouth felt dry, and my throat felt tight. I think I said I was sorry. I think I asked if there was anything I could do. I can't really remember the exact words, but I remember the pain in his voice, like something raw and jagged tearing out of him with every breath. When he hung up, I just sat there for a long time, staring at the wall in front of me. That evening, I drove home in silence. I didn't even turn on the radio. The sky was dull gray with streaks of darker clouds hanging low. The streets were busy with people heading home, headlights flicking on as it got darker. I kept seeing that boy's face in my mind, the way he smiled shyly when I complimented his soccer skills at the barbecue. I wondered what he had been thinking before he did it. I wondered if Danny's wife had been the one to find him. I wondered if my wife's dream was really just a dream, or if somehow she knew. Somehow she felt it happening before we all did. When I got home, my wife was sitting at the kitchen table in her scrubs, staring at her cup of tea, her hair tied up in a messy bun. She looked up at me with tired eyes, and I told her what had happened. She didn't look surprised, just sad, deeply sad, as if she already knew the ending before it was told. She got up and hugged me without a word. I could feel her heart beating fast through her thin scrubs. I closed my eyes and just stood there holding her for a long time, feeling her warmth and the cold tiles under my feet. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the sound of cars passing on the street outside, headlights sweeping through the blinds. I thought about Danny, about how he would survive this, about how broken he must feel. I thought about his son, about the loneliness or fear he must have felt in his final moments. I wondered what the dream was that my wife had, if it was a warning or a curse, or just her mind picking up on something hidden in the air. I never asked her again about it. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to open that door. Life moved on after that. Danny and his family moved away within a year. We lost touch over time. My wife and I eventually divorced for other reasons, the usual drifting apart that happens when two people start becoming strangers in the same house. But even now, years later, I still think about that day sometimes. I think about how normal everything felt that morning, how the sun came in stripes across my desk, how I thought about lunch and deadlines like those were the most important things. And then, within hours, someone's whole world was ripped apart forever. It reminds me every time that life is like that. We think we're in control, we think we know what's coming next, but really, we're just moving through each day hoping to get to the end without something tearing it all down. And sometimes there's no reason, no warning, except maybe a dream that you can't even remember, sitting heavy on your chest like the truth waiting to be spoken. I was home alone that night, a few years back, and I still remember every single detail of it because of how uneasy it made me feel. It was winter, probably early January, because I remember how cold it was in the living room, even with the heater on. The living room was dimly lit with just the TV screen flickering against the walls and a small lamp behind the couch casting a yellow circle onto the carpet. I had a blanket wrapped around me, sitting on the couch with my knees tucked under my chin. I wasn't even watching anything scary, just some old sitcom reruns, trying to pass the time until I felt sleepy enough to go to bed without overthinking things. Outside, it was pitch black. The curtains were closed but not tightly shut, so every now and then I could see a passing car's headlights sweep across the far wall. But my house was in a quiet neighborhood, not the kind of place where people are out and about at night. Most of my neighbors were older, families with kids who were already asleep by 9. The roads were silent and dark. I kept glancing at my phone to check the time, thinking about getting up to grab a snack from the kitchen, but feeling too lazy and too comfortable to move. Then the doorbell rang. It was a short, sharp ding-dong that echoed unnaturally loud in the quiet house. For a few seconds, I just sat there frozen. My chest tightened immediately. I remember gripping the blanket tighter around me. The first thought in my head was, why would anyone ring my doorbell at this time? I felt a little electric jolt run through my body as my heart rate picked up. I reached for the remote and paused the TV, and suddenly the living room felt so quiet that I could hear the heater humming softly. I always get cautious when the doorbell rings, even during daytime, but at night it's worse. My parents had always told me to never answer the door if I wasn't expecting someone, especially when I was alone. I sat there listening for any other sounds, like footsteps outside the windows or the sound of a car pulling away. But it was completely silent after the bell rang. I stood up slowly, letting the blanket fall to the couch. I tiptoed to the entryway, trying to avoid the one squeaky board on the floor so that whoever was outside wouldn't hear me. The porch light was off. I didn't want to turn it on because I didn't want whoever was out there to know that someone was home. My house has a tall front door with a narrow vertical peephole set high up. I stood on my toes and pressed my eye against the peephole, blinking a few times to adjust to the darkness outside. At first, I thought I was just seeing shadows because of how dark it was. There was a street lamp a few houses down, but it didn't reach my porch very well. I squinted harder, pressing my forehead against the cold door, trying to see better. That's when I noticed something right in front of my door. It was small, probably around 3 or 4 feet tall, and it was moving. I couldn't tell its exact shape because it was like looking at a dark blob against a dark background, but I could see the movement clearly. It was doing something strange. Its arms, or whatever they were swinging out slowly, then coming back in, then swinging out again in a smooth, graceful motion. Almost like wings flapping, but very controlled and elegant. Not like a bird flapping to take off, but more like someone slowly waving 2 big fans outward. I remember my eyes started to water because I was forcing them to stay open and focused on it, trying to understand what I was seeing. The figure dipped down low, like it was bending its knees, then rose up again, arms spreading outward, then back to its sides over and over. I couldn't see a face or clothes or anything, just a solid shadowy figure with moving limbs, blacker than the darkness around it. My breath felt stuck in my throat. I remember my chest feeling heavy, and my fingers pressed so hard against the door that they started to hurt. I don't know how long I stood there watching it. Maybe a few seconds, maybe a full minute. But at some point, it got too much. The way it was moving was so unnatural, but also strangely human, and it made something deep inside me panic. My stomach was clenched so tight that I felt like I was going to throw up. I pulled back from the peephole quickly and stepped back into the hallway, my knees feeling weak. I stood there staring at the door, listening. Everything was silent except for the heater humming in the living room. I tried to calm myself down, thinking maybe it was a trick of the light or a shadow from a tree or something, anything that could explain what I saw. But I knew there was no tree or bush in front of the door. It was just a concrete porch and 2 small steps down to the walkway. I waited there, holding my breath. I don't know how long I stood frozen before I gathered enough courage to look again. I stepped forward slowly, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it was shaking my whole chest. I pressed my eye against the peephole, terrified of what I'd see. But there was nothing there, just darkness. I scanned the small visible area back and forth, looking for any shape or movement. There was nothing. It was like it had never been there at all. I backed away from the door, feeling my legs shaking under me. I turned and walked back to the couch, picked up my blanket, and sat down. I turned the TV back on but kept the volume low, just loud enough so I wasn't sitting in complete silence. I remember I kept glancing at the front door, half expecting to hear the bell ring again or hear knocking, but there was nothing. The rest of the night passed slowly. I didn't even get up to go to the bathroom until the sun started coming up. Every few minutes I checked the door again, standing at the hallway entrance and staring at it, feeling like I was waiting for something to happen. When morning finally came, and the gray light started to seep through the curtains, I felt a small bit of relief. I walked to the front door and opened it, half scared of what I'd see out there. But there was nothing. The porch was empty, the cold morning air brushing against my face. The small welcome mat was still in place, no footprints or marks, nothing disturbed. I stepped out onto the porch and looked around. The street was empty like always in the mornings, the air still and silent except for a bird chirping somewhere far away. I even walked down to the sidewalk and looked back at my house, trying to see if there was anything that could have cast a shadow or tricked my eyes, but there was nothing there. For days after that night, I kept thinking about what I saw. I would replay it in my head over and over again. The shape, the size, the way it moved its arms so smoothly outward like it was stretching wings or doing some kind of slow dance. It didn't feel like a person, but it also didn't feel like an animal. It was the way it moved that scared me the most. There was no hesitation, No normal human fidgeting or shifting weight from one foot to the other. It just moved in that same repeated motion, dipping down low, rising back up, arms moving outward then back to its sides again and again. I tried to tell myself it could have been a child playing a prank, but what child would be out there alone at that hour doing such a strange, silent dance in the dark? And even if it was a prank, it didn't explain why I couldn't see any details at all. Just a solid black shape moving gracefully like it didn't care who was watching. I thought about asking my neighbors if they saw anything on their cameras, but then I felt stupid. What would I even say? That I saw a black blob dancing on my porch at midnight? After that night, I became even more cautious about answering the door. If the doorbell rang and I wasn't expecting anyone, I didn't even go near it. Sometimes late at night, I would think about that shape and feel my skin crawl. The memory of it standing there, moving so slowly and gracefully, still makes my chest tighten. I never saw it again. The doorbell never rang in the middle of the night again. But every time I think about that night, it leaves me with the same uneasy feeling. A feeling of knowing that something was there, something I couldn't explain, and I would never get an answer for what it really was. In the end, nothing happened to me physically. I wasn't attacked, and my house wasn't broken into. But mentally, that moment stayed with me like a stain I couldn't wash out. Sometimes when I'm walking to my front door at night after work, I remember that figure, and I feel my stomach twist again. I stand there for a moment before unlocking the door, looking around me, making sure the porch is empty. Then I go inside, lock the door behind me, and remind myself that I'm safe. But deep down, there's always a small part of me that wonders what it was doing there. Why it rang my doorbell. Why it moved the way it did. And most importantly, what would have happened if I had turned on the porch light, opened the door, and stepped outside to see it face to face. That question sits in the back of my mind every time I hear the doorbell ring late at night. And honestly, I never want to find out the answer. I had always known about the house next to mine. Ever since I was a kid, my parents told me to stay away from it. They said the man who lived there moved out to California 25 years ago and never came back, never sold it, never let anyone else live in it. Over the years, the paint peeled off its walls, the yard became overgrown with waist-high weeds, and the windows turned dusty and brown with dirt. But deep down, I always wondered what was inside. It felt wrong to have an entire house, full of someone's life, just sitting there untouched like a sealed tomb. I don't know why I finally decided to go in that night. Maybe it was boredom, maybe it was curiosity that had built up since childhood. I put on gloves so I wouldn't cut myself on the glass, grabbed my big flashlight, and walked around the side of the house to the small basement window. The wooden frame was cracked and rotting. I wedged my gloved fingers under it and pushed upward, feeling it creak, and then give way with a snap of old paint flakes falling onto my arms. A gust of cold, damp air came from inside and hit my face like I'd opened a freezer door. I dropped my backpack onto the dirt and crawled inside, feet first, lowering myself down until my boots hit the concrete floor. The smell was strong. Mold, damp wood, and the sour smell of rotting carpet or old cloth. I stood up, brushed dirt off my jeans, and shined my flashlight around. The first thing I saw was the piano. It sat in the corner, almost like someone had placed it there carefully, waiting for their next practice session. It was covered in a thin layer of gray dust, with spider webs stretching from the back legs to the wall. I stepped closer and pressed one of the keys. It made a sound, a long, flat, metallic thud that didn't even sound like music anymore. I pressed another key, then another. Each note was dull, out of tune, warped by time and moisture. I swept my light across the room. Along the far wall were old crates stacked up, some of them open. I walked over and crouched down. Inside one was a German helmet, with a big dent in the side, and next to it were metal canisters with faded labels I couldn't read, a folded flag with a swastika on it, and stacks of worn leather boots. Another crate had medals pinned to a board, badges with eagles, and ration tins rusted shut. It felt strange to see it all sitting there, like a private museum that no one was ever meant to see. On top of the crates was a thin cardboard tube, the lid half open. I pulled it out and tilted it under my flashlight beam. I could see a rolled-up poster inside, so I slid it out slowly. The paper was dry and brittle. When I unrolled it, I saw Elvis's face looking back at me, bright and smooth, with a dark signature across his white jacket. I stood there for a while, just staring at it. It felt wrong that something like this was hidden down here, rotting away with the mildew and spiders. I laid the poster back in its tube and kept looking. There were guitars leaned up against the piano, their strings loose and warped, some missing tuning pegs. A small wooden violin case lay on top of one of the crates, the velvet inside eaten away by insects. Beside it was a cracked picture frame with two people in it, a bride and a groom. The glass was shattered, and a long crack split the woman's face. The frame itself was broken in the corner, as if it had been thrown or dropped. I picked it up and turned it over. The back was burned in one spot, blackened and warped, like someone had held it too close to a candle flame. I spent a long time in the basement, just walking from one thing to another, feeling like I was looking at someone's whole life left behind in boxes and piles. There were old letters, stacks of newspapers from the 70s and 80s, a heavy green army jacket with a name patch I couldn't read in the dim light, and even a folded American flag with a triangle of stars showing through the glass frame that held it. When I finally climbed out of the basement, I felt lightheaded. The air upstairs was even worse. I walked through the living room first. The carpet was stained black in some places, and the ceiling had brown water damage spots spreading out in wide circles like dead flowers. There was an old couch covered with a sheet that had turned from white to gray. Next to it was a small TV with dials instead of buttons, and an ashtray filled with half-burned cigarettes, yellowed and stuck together by moisture. I turned toward the kitchen and shined my flashlight across the counter. Dishes sat in the sink, the water long evaporated, leaving thick brown crusts in the bowls. On the stove was a pot with a lid. I lifted it off, and the smell hit me so hard I gagged. Inside was a thick green sludge with black patches. Flies were dead and stuck along the rim, their bodies thin and dried out. I set the lid back down slowly and turned to open the fridge. The rubber seal cracked as I pulled the door open. Inside were plastic containers with the lids popped open from gas pressure, full of molded lumps and rotten meat that had turned dark brown and purple. The light inside the fridge still worked, flickering on and off as the motor hummed for a second and then went silent again. On the door shelf were half-empty beer bottles. The liquid turned solid and brown at the bottom like frozen molasses. The labels were peeling off from the damp. I closed the fridge and stepped back, wiping my nose with my sleeve to block the smell. I moved into the small dining area. A table was set up with 3 chairs. On the table was a bowl of plastic fruit, covered in a thick layer of dust, and beside it a ceramic ashtray full of cigarette butts, some still burned down to the filters. There was a small brown bottle with an eyedropper top, and a white label so faded I couldn't read it. My boots crunched on pieces of glass as I walked to the stairs. The carpeted steps were sagging in the middle, stained dark gray. I felt uneasy as I started climbing, my flashlight beam shaking a little as my hand tightened around it. Halfway up I could see down the hallway. The door at the end cracked open. I reached the top step and paused. The hallway was narrow, lined with old picture frames. Most of the pictures were family photos, some black and white, others in faded color with wide collars and bell-bottom jeans. There was one photo of a man holding a baby, both of them smiling at the camera. The frame had fallen sideways on the hook, hanging at an angle. I started walking down the hall, passing one closed door, then another. The carpet here felt damp under my boots, squishing slightly as I stepped. I reached the last door, the one that was cracked open. I was about to push it when I heard it. Crying. It was soft at first, like a muffled sob, then it grew louder for a moment and turned into a slow, quiet wail. My chest went tight. Every part of me wanted to turn around and run back down the stairs, out the basement window, back into my yard and into my house where I'd locked the door behind me. But I couldn't move. I just stood there with my flashlight pointed at the crack in the door, listening to that crying. I don't know how long I stood there. It could have been 5 seconds or a full minute. My breathing was loud in my ears, and I could feel my pulse in my fingers gripping the flashlight. The crying kept going, like someone sitting alone in a dark room trying to hold it in but failing. Finally, I stepped back slowly, turned around, and walked as quickly and quietly as I could back down the hallway. I didn't want to hear it anymore. I went down the stairs, almost slipping on the last step as the carpet folded under my boot. I moved through the living room and into the kitchen, toward the basement door. I climbed down and crawled out the window into the cool night air, my chest heaving as I landed on the dirt outside. I stood up and wiped my gloves on my jeans. I didn't look back at the house. I walked back to my own yard, climbed over the low chain-link fence, and went inside my house. I locked the back door, then the front, then checked all the windows. My hands were shaking as I pulled off the gloves and set the flashlight on the counter. That night, I didn't sleep much. I laid in bed thinking about all those things in that house. The piano, the old war stuff, the instruments, the broken wedding frame, the food still in the fridge, the lights still on upstairs after 25 years. And the crying. It sounded so human. But I knew there was no one living there, no power company bill being paid, no family visiting. The place was rotting away, silent and untouched. For weeks after, every time I walked past that house to get to my car, I looked up at the dark windows, half expecting to see someone looking back at me. But the windows stayed empty, just reflecting the sky or the yellow porch light from my house. I never went back inside, and I never told anyone about what I heard. I didn't want them to think I was making it up, or worse, that I'd imagined it out of fear. But in my mind, that crying is still there, waiting behind that door at the end of the hallway, echoing through the empty rooms of a house no one ever truly left behind. I remember that morning so clearly, even though it was years ago. I was around 10 years old, still small enough to feel like the world was too big for me, but old enough to think I could handle it all. It was early in the morning, way before the sun had really come up, and I was so tired that I could barely keep my eyes open in the truck. My dad woke me up when we pulled off the main road and parked near the frozen lake. It was silent out there, not even the sound of birds yet. Just the crunch of his boots on the snow and the way his breath came out in big white puffs in the cold air. I remember getting out of the truck and the cold just biting through my jeans. My dad handed me my gloves, and I pulled them on quickly before my fingers froze. I could see the lake just past the line of trees, a big white sheet stretching out under the dark blue sky. There was fresh snow everywhere. It had fallen the night before and covered everything in a clean layer. It looked beautiful, like untouched cake frosting, perfectly smooth, hiding every hole or crack in the ice underneath. My dad grabbed his sled with all the gear loaded on it and started dragging it towards the ice house. I followed him closely, trying to step exactly where he stepped because I knew that was safer. The snow squeaked under my boots with every step, that high-pitched crunching sound that always made my teeth feel weird. The cold air made my nose sting, and my eyelashes felt heavy with frost forming on them. We walked for what felt like forever. My dad was strong, dragging that heavy sled with the auger and the little propane heater and the foldable chairs. I just kept walking behind him, breathing hard, feeling the cold air scrape down into my chest with every breath. The sun was finally starting to come up, just a faint gray light at the edge of the world, lighting up the snow enough that you could see everything clearly. The ice house was set up already out on the lake. My dad had put it there the weekend before, a little square box sitting on top of the frozen lake, looking small and alone in the middle of all that white emptiness. As we got closer, I felt a little excited because I always liked being inside it, sitting with him, eating the snacks he packed, listening to the little radio playing quiet country songs while we waited for a fish to bite. But then everything changed in 1 second. One step I was fine, and the next the ground under me just disappeared. There was no warning at all. The snow gave way beneath my feet, and I felt myself drop straight down. My whole body tensed up in shock as the freezing water rushed over me. I didn't even scream because the cold hit me so hard it felt like my chest locked up. The water swallowed me instantly, and I sank without even thinking about it. It was the coldest thing I had ever felt in my life. It was so cold that it felt hot for a split second, burning against my skin before it turned into a deep, painful cold that made my arms and legs feel heavy. The water felt black around me, even though it wasn't that deep, but I couldn't see anything except for the light above where I had fallen in. My arms floated out away from me, and I couldn't feel my fingers anymore. My boots felt so heavy. I just sank under the surface, and I couldn't even think straight. My brain felt like it shut off. All I could think was how cold it was, and how I couldn't move. I opened my eyes and saw the hole above me, just a blurry bright spot in the dark water. It felt so far away. My arms wouldn't work. My legs wouldn't kick. My chest burned because I needed to breathe, but I knew I couldn't. I felt my heart hammering in my chest like it was trying to jump out. I remember feeling so tired suddenly, like if I just closed my eyes and stopped thinking about it, it wouldn't hurt as much. The water pressed in around me from all sides, and I just felt so small and so weak. But then, somewhere deep in me, something screamed at me to move. It was like my brain woke up for a second. I looked up at the hole again and tried to kick my feet, but they felt like stone. I forced my arms to move, pulling at the water around me. It felt so thick, like trying to swim through mud. My jacket felt heavy, and my boots felt like they were chained to the bottom. But I kept kicking, kept moving my arms, fighting against that painful cold that was making me so tired so quickly. I reached the surface and slammed into the bottom of the ice next to the hole. I panicked for a second because I thought I was trapped, but I twisted my head and saw the edge of the hole right beside me. I reached for it, but my hand didn't grab anything. I tried again, forcing my numb fingers to curl around the edge of the ice. It was sharp and hard, and so cold it felt like it burned my skin, even through my wet glove. I pulled myself up just enough to get my mouth out of the water and sucked in a deep breath that felt like fire in my chest. The air was so cold it hurt my lungs, but I didn't care. I tried to pull myself up more, but my arms felt too weak. My chest was heaving. My heart was slamming so hard I thought it would explode. The cold air on my wet face made me feel even colder, like it sucked out any remaining warmth from my skin. Then I felt hands grab under my arms and yank me upwards. My dad pulled me up onto the ice like I weighed nothing. My body flopped onto the snow and I just lay there, gasping, shaking so hard my teeth felt like they would break. I couldn't feel my legs. My boots were full of freezing water, and my jeans were stuck to my skin like ice. The snow under me felt warm for a second because the air was colder than the ice. I lay there staring up at the sky. It was pale blue now with faint pink at the edges as the sun came up, and little flakes of snow drifted down onto my face. I felt so cold that I couldn't even shiver properly anymore. My dad bent down over me, blocking out the sky for a moment as he checked me. I could feel him moving my arms and legs, checking if I was hurt, but I couldn't really feel anything. He picked me up and carried me back to the truck. I remember hearing his boots crunch on the snow faster than I had ever heard him walk before. The world bounced around me, my face pressed against his thick jacket, breathing in the smell of cold air and gasoline and his aftershave. I felt my wet hair freezing against my forehead as the wind hit it. He set me down on the tailgate and peeled off my wet gloves, then my jacket, then my boots. My socks were soaked and turning stiff in the freezing air. He wrapped me up in a thick wool blanket he kept in the truck and turned on the heater full blast. I sat there on the passenger seat, wrapped in that blanket, my teeth chattering so hard my jaw hurt. My dad sat beside me, rubbing my arms and legs to get the blood flowing again. The heat from the truck started to sink into me slowly, painfully, like little needles pricking my skin as it warmed up. I stared out the windshield at the ice house in the distance. The sun was up now, lighting up the lake in bright gold light, making everything look beautiful and peaceful. But I couldn't stop thinking about that hole in the ice, how it had just swallowed me without warning. The fresh snow had hidden it so well, like it wasn't even there. I thought about how easy it was to fall through and how hard it was to climb back out. My arms still felt weak, my chest still burned, and I knew that if I hadn't forced myself to move, if my dad hadn't been there to pull me out, I might still be under that ice, floating in the dark, never seeing the sun come up. After a while, my dad started the truck and drove us home. I just sat there, wrapped up tight, staring out the window at the trees flying past. My hair was still wet, and my skin felt raw from the cold, but I felt warmer inside the truck. I didn't say anything the whole drive. I just kept thinking about the way the cold water felt as it wrapped around me, pulling me down, the way my body stopped working, the way I almost gave up. When we got home, my mom was waiting at the door, and she helped me out of the truck and into the warm house. She made me take off my wet clothes right away and wrapped me up in towels, then sat me down in front of the heater with a mug of hot chocolate. I remember holding that mug with both hands, feeling the heat seep into my numb fingers, watching the steam rise up into my face. It smelled like cocoa powder and warm milk, comforting and familiar. That night, I lay in my bed under 3 thick blankets, listening to the wind outside the window. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the ice breaking under me, felt the cold water swallowing me, felt my arms stop working. It took me a long time to fall asleep because I couldn't stop thinking about how close I came to not making it back out. After that day, I never stepped on the ice again without checking it myself first. My dad always drilled test holes as we walked and taught me how to read the ice, how to look for thin spots, how to stay away from old holes covered with snow. I learned that day how dangerous something so simple could be, how easy it was to fall through, and how hard it was to save yourself once you were in. Even now, years later, I still think about that day every winter when I see lakes freeze over. I remember that feeling of sinking down into the dark water, the cold stealing my breath and my strength, and I remember how close it was to being the last thing I ever felt. And every time I think about it, I think about how important it is to cover your ice holes when you're done with them, because you never know who might come walking along, thinking it's safe, only to have the world drop out from under their feet in an instant, just like it did for me. I got home from work around 6 that day. I was tired. My back hurt from bending over boxes all day, and my head was buzzing from the noise at work, forklifts beeping, people shouting, the radio playing the same 5 songs on repeat. I dropped my bag by the door as soon as I came in, kicked off my boots, and headed straight upstairs to my room. It was that usual quiet time in the evening where the sun outside was still bright, but it felt dull inside the house. My little brother was downstairs in the living room, watching TV like he always did after school. He liked those old cartoons that played on the free channels. The house smelled like dust and dog fur and leftover cooking from the morning. I remember noticing it that day, how stale it felt. I walked past the dog on my way up. Her name was Daisy. She was lying in the hallway upstairs, right outside my bedroom door, snoring lightly with her paws stretched out in front. She always waited there for me. When I stepped over her, she lifted her head just to check it was me before dropping it back down and letting out a sigh. I went inside, shut the door softly so it wouldn't rattle against its loose frame, and dropped onto my bed fully dressed. I didn't even turn on the lights or take off my jeans. I just lay there on my side, staring at the glow coming in through the blinds, listening to the house creak and settle. My room was simple. Just a bed shoved against the corner, a dresser with a scratched mirror on top, my work clothes thrown over the chair by my little fold-out desk. The carpet had stains from years of spills. There was a damp patch near the window from where the rain leaked in last winter. The air always smelled faintly like old laundry no matter how much I cleaned. I didn't plan to nap, but my eyes got heavy. I lay there listening to Daisy snoring outside my door, the TV rumbling faintly from downstairs, and the sound of cars passing by on the street outside. At some point, I must have dozed off. It wasn't deep sleep, just that thin, drifting, half-awake feeling where your mind wanders in strange directions and you feel your body sinking heavy into the mattress. Then I heard it, the dog. At first, it was just her nails clacking fast on the wooden hallway floor. I thought she was readjusting herself, scratching an itch or turning around. But the sounds kept going. They got faster and heavier. I heard her jumping around, her collar tags jingling wildly. Then the barking started, loud, sharp, echoing down the hallway, bouncing off my closed door and into my room. She howled once, a deep, chesty howl, like when she sees another dog from the window and wants it to know she's there. I sat up on my bed, blinking, trying to clear the sleep fog from my brain. I swung my legs off the edge of the bed and rubbed my eyes. That's when I heard it. A man's voice. Calm, friendly. It said, "Ah, that's a good girl." I froze. It sounded so clear. Not muffled like it was coming from downstairs, but right there, in the hallway. My first thought was our roommate was home early. He worked construction, left before sunrise, and usually didn't get home till dark. But sometimes if a job wrapped up quick, he'd come home mid-afternoon, tired, covered in dust, and Daisy loved him. She'd jump all over him when he walked in. Still half asleep, I called out as I reached for my door handle. I said something like, "Oh, you're home early." My voice cracked because my throat was dry. I pulled open the door expecting to see him kneeling down petting Daisy, maybe with his work boots still on and his hands rough and dirty. But there was no one. I stepped out into the hallway. Daisy was standing now, tail wagging hard, looking straight down the hallway towards the stairs. Her ears were perked up, her mouth open in a happy dog smile, tongue lolling out. She looked excited. But there was nobody. No roommate, no dad, no shadows moving at the stairs. Just empty hallway stretching to the landing where the carpet ended and the wooden steps went down. My heart thumped hard in my chest. I walked down the hallway slow, feeling every step creak under my feet. Daisy followed right beside me, prancing like she was waiting for me to join in her excitement. I looked down the stairs expecting to see him coming up or hear his heavy work boots clomping around downstairs, but it was silent. The TV was still playing, some cartoon voices rising up, and then my little brother's footsteps on the stairs. He came up looking annoyed. He was wearing his old gym shorts and a faded t-shirt with stains on the front. His hair was messed up from lying on the couch. He looked at me and frowned. "Why'd you get Daisy all riled up?" he asked. I didn't say anything right away. My mouth felt dry and sticky. I swallowed hard and looked back down the hallway, then back at him. I asked him what he meant. He said he heard me or the roommate talking to her upstairs, said he heard the voice clear as day. But there was no one here. Our roommate's truck wasn't outside. Dad was working a late shift. It was just me, him, and Daisy. We searched the house top to bottom. I grabbed my butterfly knife from the nightstand, flicked it open, feeling its small weight in my hand, giving me some kind of courage. My brother grabbed his BB gun from his closet, pumped it a couple times just in case. We went room by room, opening every closet, checking under every bed, pulling back the shower curtains, checking behind the couch and under the kitchen table. Daisy followed us the whole time, tail still wagging, sniffing at every doorway like she was expecting someone to appear. But there was nobody. We checked the locks. The front door was bolted. Back door was locked too, chain still hanging across. Windows were closed. The house felt dead quiet except for the sound of the TV still playing in the background and our breathing. After we finished, we just stood in the living room looking at each other. My brother looked pale. He was trying to act tough, cocking his BB gun again for no reason, but I could tell he was shaken. I felt this cold, crawling feeling in my stomach, like when you realize you've left your keys somewhere far away and can't get back in. I couldn't explain what I heard. Neither could he. Daisy just lay down in the corner, panting happily, like everything was normal. That night, I couldn't sleep properly. I lay in my bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the house creak and shift as it cooled down. Every sound felt louder in the dark. Every tick of the walls, every rustle of Daisy moving in the hallway, every sigh from the vents. I kept thinking about that voice, how calm it sounded, how it said, "Ah, that's a good girl," in such a friendly way. I wondered if I'd dreamt it, but my brother heard it too. I remember lying there thinking about all the people who'd lived in this house before us. It was old, built back in the 70s, with thin walls and dodgy wiring. The carpets were replaced before we moved in, but the stains came back over time. I thought about how many families had walked these halls, how many dogs had laid their heads down here, how many voices had spoken in these rooms. Sometimes sounds carry through pipes and walls in ways you can't understand. Maybe it was the TV echoing weird. Maybe it was someone outside, and the acoustics made it sound like they were inside. I tried to come up with any explanation that would let me sleep. I don't know what it really was. All I know is it felt so real. That voice didn't sound like a TV voice or a muffled echo. It sounded like a man standing right outside my door, calm and casual, talking to Daisy like he'd known her all his life. And Daisy, she acted like someone was really there. The next morning, everything looked normal again. Sunlight came in through the blinds, warming the carpet patches and lighting up the dust floating in the air. My brother was already awake, eating cereal at the table, scrolling through his phone. Daisy was lying at his feet, chewing on her toy bone. I made coffee and stood by the sink, staring out the window at the neighbor's peeling garage door. The world felt normal again, but my chest still felt tight. Even now, when I come home from work and walk past Daisy lying in the hallway, sometimes I catch myself glancing down to the end of the hallway, expecting to see someone standing there. I always see nothing, just the blank wall and the old family photos hung crooked along it. It still gives me chills thinking about it. The way that voice sounded so close, so real, and the way Daisy looked so happy, wagging her tail at absolutely nothing at all. I never heard that voice again. Nothing like that ever happened again in the house. But every once in a while, when the house is quiet and the sun's going down, I remember it. And I wonder what would have happened if I'd opened the door just a few seconds earlier. If I would have seen whoever or whatever was talking to her. That thought alone is enough to keep me awake some nights, lying there with the blanket pulled up to my chin, listening to Daisy breathing softly just outside my door, hoping I never hear that voice again. When I think back to that winter, it's like a cold steel weight settles into my chest. I was only 12 at the time. I had moved in with my dad when I was 10, and everything about that town felt different. The houses seemed smaller and older. The trees looked bare even when they were full of leaves. and the streets curved around in ways that always left me feeling a little lost, even after 2 years. My dad knew a family down the road. It was a single mom with 3 kids. I think that's what made my dad feel comfortable letting me spend time there, because there was always someone around. The mom worked a lot, though, and even though I didn't know them well, I would see them almost every day at school or when I walked to the small market near our houses. The oldest was a girl who was 2 years older than me. She was 12 when I moved there, and by the time this happened, she was 14 and I was 12. I never felt super close to her, not like a best friend, but we hung around the same people. She was quiet, but had this small smile that made you feel like she was listening to you, really listening, even if you were just rambling about school or cartoons. Her little brother was maybe 8 or 9. He was always running around outside, swinging sticks like swords, making those little boy fighting noises. Their youngest sibling was still a baby, and I didn't see him much because he was always inside with their mom or napping. That December felt cold in a way that I can't describe. The sky always seemed gray, even during the day, and the cold settled deep into your fingers and toes no matter how many layers you wore. But the town tried its best to look happy. Everyone strung lights up early that year. Some people had little inflatable Santas or reindeer in their yards, and you could smell pine needles and would smoke walking home from school. The week before Christmas break, everything felt busy and loud at school. People were handing out cheap little cards, teachers were playing quiet Christmas music in the classrooms, and kids were showing off the candy or small toys they were getting from classmates. But even with that, I felt heavy, like something was wrong, but I didn't know what. I remember on the Thursday of that week, my friend Rob was talking about going over to her house that night. Rob was the type of kid who never stayed still. He always wore these black sweatpants and carried a pack of gum in his pocket. He said he was going to hang out with her and her brother while their mom was working late. It didn't sound like anything strange. Lots of kids' parents worked late around there, and the older siblings just watched the younger ones. That night, I was sitting in my room after dinner, looking out the window. I could see down the road to where their house was, just the edge of their front porch light peeking between the bare branches of the trees lining the street. I remember thinking I should text her to see if she wanted to come over the next day, but I didn't. I don't know why. Maybe I just figured I'd see her at school the next morning. The next day was Friday, the last day before Christmas break. I woke up early, excited to get it over with so the holiday could start. But when I got to school, something felt off. Kids were whispering, teachers looked serious, and when the bell rang for class to start, our teacher didn't even smile like she usually did. Her eyes were red. She sat on her stool in the front of the class and told us that there was going to be an assembly in the gym. She didn't say why. When we got to the gym, the principal was standing there with 2 police officers. All the teachers were lined up against the bleachers, their faces tight and pale. I remember feeling this cold sweat on my back, like I had done something wrong even though I hadn't. The principal started talking, saying there had been a tragedy. He kept using the word tragedy. At first I thought maybe there had been a car accident, or maybe someone's parent had died. But then he said her name. My ears rang so loud I couldn't hear anything else he said after that. I just stared at his mouth moving, my stomach twisting up like someone was wringing it out. Some kids started crying right there. Some didn't understand. I think I just felt frozen, staring at the floor, trying to hear what the police were saying, but it was like my brain refused to process it. Later, I found out what really happened. That night, while Rob was at her house, they heard a knock at the door. Her mom always knocked a certain way before coming in, and I guess that's what it sounded like. Rob wasn't supposed to be there because her mom didn't like boys in the house when she wasn't home. So when they heard the knock, he panicked. He slipped out the back window and ran down the road to his house. He didn't think anything of it. He didn't even look back. But it wasn't her mom. There was this woman, a stranger to them. She was the sister of a lady that their mom was helping through her job. Their mom worked with troubled people, trying to get them support and services. I guess she had mentioned her kids before, or maybe the lady talked about it with her sister. I don't know exactly how it happened, but somehow this woman, who had been in a mental institution before, found out where they lived and what the mom's work schedule was like. When she knocked on that door, it wasn't random. She knew exactly who lived there and exactly when their mom would be gone. I don't know what she was thinking when she went inside. I don't want to know. All I know is that the little brother somehow got away. Maybe she told him to leave. Maybe he ran when she wasn't looking. He went to the neighbors, banging on their door in the dark winter night, screaming until they answered and called the police. When the police came, it was too late. They found her body in the bathtub. She had been decapitated, her body naked and left there like she didn't matter. They searched the house for her head and couldn't find it. Eventually, they had to search through the wrapped Christmas presents under the tree. I don't know which one it was in, and I never asked. I didn't want to know. I still don't. I remember sitting in my room that evening, looking out at the street lights turning on one by one. The world felt so quiet that night, like even the cars driving past were softer, like the earth itself was holding its breath. My dad came in and told me I wasn't allowed to go to the funeral. He didn't say why, but I knew. I think he didn't want me to see her like that, or to see her family crying. I think he didn't want me to realize that someone could come into your home and take your life like it was nothing. Christmas that year felt wrong. I opened my presents and said thank you, but everything felt gray. Every time I looked at the tree with the lights blinking softly, I thought about her. I thought about her mom coming home to find the police there. I thought about her little brother sitting in a police car, waiting in the cold, his world cracked open forever. I thought about Rob, about how he probably blamed himself for slipping out the window and leaving her there alone. When I went back to school after break, they had a counselor there to talk to anyone who needed it. I didn't go. I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to think about her lying there in that bathtub. I just sat in class, staring out the window at the trees, wondering if the world would ever feel safe again. Years later, when I was older and moved away, I drove past that street once when I was visiting my dad. The house was still there. The porch light was on. There were toys in the yard, probably new kids living there who had no idea what happened before. I wondered if their parents knew. I wondered if they felt anything when they walked up those front steps for the first time. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I think about how easy it is for someone to hurt you. You can lock your doors, you can keep your phone near you, you can know all your neighbors and live in a quiet street, and it can still happen. Someone can still come in and take away everything you thought was safe. That winter changed me. It made me realize that safety is just something we pretend exists to sleep at night. And even now, every Christmas when I see a pile of wrapped gifts, I feel my stomach twist a little. I see her face in my mind, the way she used to smile at me in the hallway, quiet and kind, and I wonder what she would have grown up to be. I wonder if she would have moved away too, or stayed and built a life there. But I'll never know, because someone took that from her, and from everyone who ever loved her. And that's the part one can't shake. How a knock on the door can be the end of everything, and you won't even see it coming. I woke up early that morning, way before my alarm. My eyes felt heavy, but my body felt restless. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling fan turning slowly, making that light ticking sound as it moved. I didn't really have anything planned for the day, so I just stayed there for a while, thinking about nothing. The sun was barely coming up, so my room still felt cold. Eventually, I got up, grabbed my hoodie, and walked out to the kitchen. I made myself some tea instead of coffee that day, because my stomach felt a little off. As I sipped it standing near the kitchen window, I watched the street outside. It was empty. Not a single car passed by in the 20 minutes I stood there. I finished my tea and rinsed the cup. I didn't want to waste the day even if I didn't feel great. So I put on my shoes and decided to go out for a walk. There was a trail near my house that went down into a small valley and then up into a set of low hills. I had walked that trail hundreds of times. I knew every turn, every tree, every small ditch along the way. I thought maybe the fresh air would clear up whatever was making me feel off. I left my house around 6:30 a.m. The street was still quiet, only a few porch lights were on. I walked past the small empty park, crossed the road, and reached the start of the trail. The sky was starting to turn blue now, but the sun still hadn't come up over the hills. The air felt cool and damp, and every breath smelled like wet grass and dirt. I stuffed my hands into my hoodie pockets and walked at a slow pace. About half a mile in, the trail goes down into a dip where there's a wooden bridge over a dry creek. I walked over it, listening to my footsteps echo on the boards. On the other side, the trail curves to the left and starts climbing up towards the hills. As I walked, I noticed something strange. There were shoe prints in the dirt going the same direction as me. That wasn't unusual, but these prints were fresh, like someone had just passed through minutes before. I didn't see anyone ahead, so I wondered if they had taken one of the smaller side trails. I kept walking. Birds were starting to wake up, chirping from the bushes and trees around me. I heard a woodpecker somewhere close, hammering on a dead tree trunk. My stomach was still feeling weird, like a dull tightness near my ribs. I ignored it and walked on. About a mile up, the trail splits. One side goes to the main lookout point, and the other goes deeper into the hills towards an old abandoned water tank. I normally went to the lookout and turned back, but that morning, without really thinking about it, I took the trail towards the water tank. It was narrower, overgrown in places. Few people used it now. As I walked, spiderwebs brushed against my face, and I wiped them away with the back of my hand. I reached the old water tank after 20 minutes. It was a big rusty cylinder sitting on a concrete base, covered in graffiti. Broken beer bottles and cigarette butts were scattered around. Some old chairs with torn seats were set in a rough circle near it. I stood there for a while listening. It was quiet, too quiet. No wind, no birds on this side, just the distant faint hum of traffic far away. My stomach was hurting more now. I felt like I needed to sit down for a bit. I sat on one of the chairs. Its plastic seat sagged under my weight. I closed my eyes, took slow breaths, and tried to calm down the nausea creeping up my chest. When I opened my eyes, I saw something moving at the edge of the clearing. At first I thought it was a deer because it was brown and low to the ground, but when it moved again, I realized it was a person crouching. My heart jumped into my throat. I sat there frozen, staring at them. They were wearing a brown hoodie and dark jeans. Their hood was pulled up, hiding their face. I don't know how long I sat there staring. It felt like forever. They weren't moving much, just staying crouched, looking at the ground like they were searching for something. My stomach pain mixed with fear and made me feel like I was about to throw up. I slowly stood up. The chair made a small scraping sound against the dirt. The person turned their head slightly towards me. I still couldn't see their face. My legs felt shaky as I stepped away from the chair and started walking back to the trail. I didn't run. I didn't want to. Running felt like it would turn everything into a chase, and I didn't want that. I just walked at a steady pace, forcing my arms to stay at my sides even though my hands were shaking. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. As I reached the trail, I glanced back. The person was standing now, still watching me. I turned away and kept walking. The trail felt much longer going back. Every step felt heavy. My stomach pain was getting worse, and it felt like something was squeezing my insides. I thought about calling someone, but I didn't know what I'd say. I didn't even know if that person was dangerous or just someone hiding from whoever they didn't want to see. My mind was racing with so many thoughts that I didn't hear the footsteps behind me at first. When I did, I almost collapsed from fear. The steps were quiet but fast, coming up behind me. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My feet felt rooted to the dirt. I kept walking. The footsteps slowed down until they matched my pace. My chest felt tight. I could feel sweat running down my back under my hoodie, even though the air was still cold. I kept walking, trying to focus on the sound of gravel crunching under my shoes, pretending I was alone. The trail curved ahead, leading to the bridge. As I walked onto it, I heard the footsteps stop behind me. I didn't want to turn, but I forced myself to look back. The person was standing at the edge of the bridge, just watching. I could see their hands now, tucked into the front pocket of their hoodie. They weren't moving, just standing there, head tilted slightly down like they were thinking. My mouth felt dry and I swallowed hard. I turned away and crossed the bridge quickly. On the other side, the trail goes up a small incline before leading back to the street. I walked up that slope faster than I thought I could with the pain in my stomach. When I reached the end of the trail, I stopped and turned around again. The bridge was empty. The person was gone. My knees felt weak, and I had to lean against the metal fence near the trail entrance. I took deep breaths, trying to calm down, but my chest was tight, and my stomach pain was so bad now that it felt like I was being stabbed from the inside. I walked home as fast as I could. Every block felt longer than it ever did. When I reached my house, I locked the door behind me and went straight to the bathroom. I threw up into the sink. My legs were shaking so bad I had to sit down on the cold tile floor. I sat there for a long time, staring at the pattern on the tiles, trying to understand what had just happened. My mind felt blank. Only one thought stayed with me. That person had no reason to be there, crouching behind the water tank at dawn. After I felt strong enough to stand, I washed my face and went to my room. I sat on the bed, looking out the window. The sun was up fully now. Cars were driving by, people walking their dogs, kids riding bikes to school. Everything looked so normal from my window, but inside, I felt like something in me had cracked open. For the rest of that day, I stayed inside. Every time I thought about what happened, I felt sick again. My stomach pain faded by late afternoon, but the fear stayed. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every noise outside my window made me jump. The sound of the wind rustling the bushes, a dog barking down the street, a car door slamming shut. Every single sound made me feel like that person was right outside, standing in the dark, watching my house. In the days after, I didn't go back to that trail. I tried to act normal, going to work, buying groceries, but I couldn't shake that feeling of being watched. One evening, about a week later, I was sitting at my kitchen table eating dinner when I heard footsteps outside my front door. Slow, heavy steps on the porch. My heart stopped. I sat there holding my fork, listening. The steps stopped right outside the door. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. After what felt like forever, I heard the steps move away. I got up and locked every window and door again, even though they were already locked. After that, I installed cameras outside my house. I checked the footage every night before bed, scanning every shadow and movement. I never saw anything unusual, but that didn't stop the fear. I still don't know who that person was or what they were doing out there that morning. Sometimes I wonder if they were just someone camping out, maybe homeless, maybe hiding from someone else. But other times, when it's late and the world feels silent, I think about how they followed me, how they stopped at the bridge and just watched me walk away. And I wonder if they've ever been inside my house without me knowing. It's been months now. I still haven't gone back to that trail. My stomach pain comes and goes, mostly when I think about that morning. I walk different routes now, busy streets with people and cars. I keep my head up, I watch every shadow, and I listen to every footstep behind me. I know I'll never forget that feeling. The fear of someone who is close enough to touch you but chooses not to. Someone who follows you for no reason you can understand. Someone who wants you to know they are there, but doesn't want you to know anything else. And that's what scares me the most, not knowing what they wanted. Because not knowing means it could happen again, any day, any morning, any empty trail where no one will hear you if you scream. I woke up early that morning because the sun was already heating up my tent. I didn't even check the time. I just felt sweat on my neck and decided to unzip the flap to let in some fresh air. Outside, everything was quiet. The grass was damp with dew, and the smell of pine and dirt filled my nose. I stretched my back and walked barefoot onto the packed dirt where I had set up my small two-person tent. My car was parked a few feet away under the trees. It was an old hatchback, dusty from the rough road I had driven to get here. I liked camping alone. I didn't like talking to people much. I just wanted to feel away from everything. I grabbed my water bottle and took a big drink. The sun wasn't fully over the tree line yet, but the light was bright. I stood there listening. There were birds calling in the distance and insects buzzing close to the ground. I could hear something moving through the bushes maybe 50 feet away, but it didn't sound heavy, probably a rabbit or a small deer. My stomach growled, so I dug out a granola bar from my bag and ate it standing up. I didn't want to light my stove yet. I wanted to go for a short walk before breakfast. I put on my old sneakers and grabbed my phone to use the camera. There was no signal out here, but I liked taking pictures. I walked along a narrow path that cut through the trees. Dry pine needles crunched under my shoes and dust floated up with every step. The trees were tall and thin, spaced far apart, and there were small hills everywhere covered in wild grass. The place felt completely empty. I couldn't hear cars or people, only the wind moving the branches high above me. I walked for about 15 minutes until I reached a ridge. From there I could see down into a wide valley. The grass below was golden, and there were dark green trees lining the small river that ran through it. I stood there breathing slowly. The wind was strong at the ridge, and it whipped my shirt against my chest. I took some pictures of the valley, and then turned around to head back to camp. Halfway back, I stopped when I saw something lying in the dirt. It was a pile of clothes. I stepped closer to look. There was a dirty old hoodie, a pair of jeans, and a torn black t-shirt. They looked damp, as if they had been left out in the night dew. The weird thing was that they were arranged in a neat pile. The jeans were folded once, the hoodie was placed on top, and the t-shirt was folded next to it. I just stood there staring at them. There were no backpacks, no shoes, no sign of a person. I felt uneasy looking at them. I walked around the pile to see if anyone was nearby, but I saw nothing but trees, dust, and pine needles. I kept walking back to my tent. My chest felt tight, like I was being watched. I tried to tell myself maybe someone changed clothes for a swim in the river and left them there, but they looked old and dirty, not like fresh clothes swapped out for swimming. When I reached my camp, I zipped into my tent and sat on my sleeping bag for a while. I didn't hear anything outside, just the wind and the distant chirping of birds. I boiled water and made some instant noodles. I ate them slowly, staring at the ground, thinking about the pile of clothes. Something about it felt wrong. I packed up my trash and put it in my car. I didn't want to leave food out to attract animals. I sat for a long time listening. Then I heard something again, a rustle in the bushes behind my tent. I stood up slowly and turned. There was a shape moving behind the trees about 30 feet away. I couldn't see it clearly, but it looked like a person hunched over, moving slowly between the tree trunks. My mouth went dry. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there frozen. The shape moved behind another tree and disappeared. I waited for a long time, but it didn't come out again. I quickly grabbed my phone and my car keys. I got into my car, locked the doors, and sat there breathing hard. I told myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was a deer or a hiker bending down to pick something up. But it didn't look like that. It looked like a person hiding. I turned on the car and sat there with the engine running for a while. I wanted to leave, but I had planned to camp for 2 nights. I kept thinking about how far I had driven to get here and how peaceful it was. Maybe I was overreacting. After a while, I turned off the engine. I got out and checked around my tent, looking for footprints, but the ground was too hard and covered with pine needles. I couldn't see anything clear. I walked around the trees nearby, trying to convince myself I was brave, but deep down I felt sick with worry. I went back to my tent and sat inside with the flap zipped open so I could watch outside. Hours passed like that. I didn't go for another walk. I didn't cook anything. I just sat watching, listening to every small sound. The sun started going down and the air became cooler. I put on my jacket and moved to the car again, sitting inside with the windows cracked. The shadows grew long and the trees turned dark. I couldn't see anything moving anymore, but I felt something watching me. Every small rustle made my heart jump. Finally, it was almost fully dark. I turned on my flashlight and walked quickly to the bushes to pee, scanning the trees with my light the entire time. I zipped myself into my tent and lay down on top of my sleeping bag. I didn't even take off my shoes. I kept the flashlight in my hand and lay there staring at the ceiling of the tent. I couldn't hear anything except the occasional insect chirping outside. I must have fallen asleep for a while because when I opened my eyes, it was completely dark. My neck hurt from lying in the same position for too long. The flashlight had rolled out of my hand, but I grabbed it and turned it on. I listened carefully. I heard something outside my tent. A soft scraping sound like someone dragging their feet slowly through the dirt and pine needles. My chest felt tight, and I couldn't breathe properly. I turned off the flashlight so no light showed through the tent fabric. I lay there in the dark listening. The scraping sound moved closer, then stopped. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. I waited and waited. Then I heard it again, moving slowly past the side of my tent. It sounded like a person shuffling barefoot. I didn't know what to do. I stayed as still as I could, barely breathing. The sound moved around to the back of the tent and stopped again. I lay there for what felt like forever. My entire body was stiff with fear. Then I heard it again, moving away towards the trees. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When the sky started to turn light in the early morning, I packed my sleeping bag and everything else as fast as I could. I didn't even make breakfast. I shoved everything into the trunk of my car without folding it properly. The air was cold and my hands were shaking. I kept looking around at the trees, feeling like any moment I would see someone standing there watching me. When I was done, I got into my car and locked the doors. I sat there for a few seconds breathing hard before starting the engine. As I pulled away, I saw something in my rearview mirror. Near the spot where I had seen the pile of clothes yesterday, there was a person standing there watching my car leave. I didn't stop to look closely. I just kept driving down the dirt road until I reached the main highway. I drove straight back home without stopping. My legs were shaking the entire time. When I got home, I didn't unpack the car. I just went inside, locked the door, and sat on the floor of my room for a long time. I kept thinking about the pile of clothes, about the shape I saw in the bushes, about the scraping sounds around my tent. I thought about how whoever was out there never tried to speak, never made a sound like a normal person would. They just watched me and moved around me silently. That night, I couldn't sleep properly in my own bed. Every sound outside my window made my body tense up. I kept thinking, what if they had followed me? What if they were outside my house now, watching me from the shadows? I kept my phone next to me and checked all the doors and windows twice before I finally fell asleep near sunrise. The next day, I decided I would never camp alone again. It wasn't worth it. The feeling of being watched, of not knowing who was out there, was too much. Even now, when I think about that morning, driving away and seeing that person standing there in the dirt, my chest feels tight, and I have to remind myself I'm safe here in my room, far away from that forest. I woke up before the sun that morning. The light outside was just starting to turn gray, but the air inside my room felt warm and stuffy. I rolled out of bed and stretched my back, feeling my spine crack a little. My room smelled like old blankets and the sweat from last night's sleep. I stood by my window for a while, looking at the row of trees behind our house. The branches were still. There wasn't even a breeze. I felt the way the silence pressed into my ears, making everything feel heavier somehow. I decided I'd go for a run to shake off the sleep. I pulled on my shorts and an old gray shirt that clung to my chest. My running shoes were at the door. They still had dry mud on them from the last time I went out, but I didn't care. I grabbed a small bottle of water and stepped outside. The sun wasn't up yet, but there was enough dim light to see. The concrete driveway felt cold under my soles through the thin shoes. I walked down it, feeling my calf muscles tighten with each step until I got to the road. The street was empty. No cars, no people, just rows of houses with curtains closed and lights off. I started to jog, breathing out slow, steady puffs of air, feeling my chest open up. I ran past the houses, past the small local shop with metal shutters pulled down, past the single broken street lamp that buzzed whenever it rained. I ran until I reached the edge of town. There was a long road leading out towards the farms and fields. On the left side, an old chain-link fence marked the beginning of what used to be a dairy farm. The buildings were abandoned now, collapsing under their own weight. Most people avoided that place. They said teenagers went there at night to drink or do drugs. I never cared about rumors, but I never bothered to check the place out either. I stopped running for a second, leaning forward with my hands on my knees to catch my breath. Sweat dripped off my forehead onto the dusty road. I took a sip from my water bottle, feeling the coldness slide down my throat and settle in my chest. When I stood up straight again, I looked over at the dairy farm. There was something about it in the early morning light that looked different. Not creepy exactly, just silent in a way that made me feel uneasy. Like even the birds didn't want to sit on the rusted roof. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I was bored of my usual route, or maybe I wanted to prove to myself that the place didn't scare me. I walked up to the broken gate. It was hanging off its hinges, and the chain used to lock it was snapped in half, lying in the dirt like an old snake. I stepped over it and entered the yard. The ground was covered in old straw, dry grass, and small mounds of dirt where weeds had grown tall and died back down. The main barn was straight ahead. Its roof had collapsed on one side, and I could see a row of metal cattle stalls inside, all rusted and falling apart. I walked slowly, feeling each crunch of gravel under my shoes. My heart felt louder than usual. There were flies buzzing around the doorway, even though there was nothing left for them to eat. I stepped inside the barn. It smelled like old wood and rust. The air was damp and warm, like inside a closed closet on a humid day. I walked past the stalls, looking at the empty chains that once held cows in place. There were dark stains on the floor, probably from old animal waste or spilled feed that soaked in over the years. I felt my skin crawl thinking about how many animals lived and died here before it was abandoned. As I got to the back of the barn, I noticed a wooden door half hidden behind a stack of broken plastic crates. The door was closed, but the top half was cracked open just a little. I reached for it and pushed it gently. It swung inward with a long creaking sound that made my stomach tighten. Inside was a small storage room. Bags of old feed leaned against the walls, ripped open by rats. Their tiny footprints were all over the dusty floor. The smell of rotting grains filled my nose and made me cough. I stepped in carefully, looking around. There were metal tools hanging on one wall, rusted and dark. Hammers, wrenches, something that looked like bolt cutters. Next to them, on a splintered wooden shelf, was a yellow plastic flashlight. I picked it up and shook it. It felt heavy. I pressed the switch. It flickered once, then turned on, casting a narrow beam of light against the opposite wall. I turned it off and tucked it into my waistband, figuring it might come in handy if the sun hadn't risen by the time I left. I backed out of the storage room and walked out of the barn. The sky was still dark gray, though I could tell dawn was coming soon. I felt an urge to keep exploring. The silence was starting to feel normal now, almost like a blanket over everything. I walked towards another building, this one smaller with metal siding that was rusted through in patches. I stepped inside and realized it was the old milking room. Pipes lined the walls, and broken hoses hung down from metal arms attached to the ceiling. The floor was covered in cracked tiles, stained brown and yellow. A small metal stool sat overturned in the corner. I walked around it, feeling the flashlight bump against my hip. Suddenly I heard a sound outside, a crunch on gravel. My chest tightened so hard it hurt. I turned quickly towards the door, but didn't see anyone. My ears were ringing from the sudden silence. I held my breath, listening as hard as I could. Nothing, just the flies buzzing again, and the distant echo of birds waking up somewhere far away. I walked out of the milking room, my shoes scraping on the tiles. When I stepped outside, I looked left and right quickly. No one was there, but the feeling in my gut didn't go away. It felt like there was something close by, watching me. I hated that feeling. I shook my head and told myself I was being stupid. I started walking back towards the gate. As I walked past the barn again, I saw something near the back fence. At first I thought it was a pile of wood, but then it moved slightly. I froze where I stood, staring at it. It was a person. They were crouched down, facing away from me. Their clothes looked dark, almost the same color as the dirt, and their hair was short. They weren't moving much, just shifting a little side to side like they were trying to balance. My heart started to pound hard. My first thought was to call out, but then something stopped me. I realized this person didn't come here to explore like me. They didn't look like a teenager or a runner or anyone who belonged here. They looked like they were hiding. I took a step back quietly, my shoes crunching softly on the gravel. The person didn't turn around. They just kept shifting slightly. I turned and walked towards the gate, trying not to run, trying to keep my breathing steady. My hands were shaking so hard I thought I might drop the water bottle, so I tucked it under my arm. When I reached the gate, I stepped over the broken chain and back onto the road. I didn't turn around until I was at least 50 feet away. When I did, the person was gone. The whole yard looked empty again. I started jogging back towards town, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. The sky was turning pale blue now, the sun still hidden behind the trees. I kept running until I reached the first row of houses. My lungs burned, but I didn't stop until I was standing at my driveway. I bent over, breathing hard, sweat dripping off my nose onto the concrete. I felt sick to my stomach, like I might throw up. I stood there for a while, staring down the road. The image of that person crouched by the fence wouldn't leave my mind. I kept thinking about how still they were, and how they didn't react when I made noise. It felt wrong, like they weren't just sitting there but waiting for something, waiting for someone. Later that day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I tried to distract myself with breakfast, scrolling on my phone, washing my clothes, but it didn't work. Around noon, I grabbed my bike and rode back to the dairy farm. The sun was high now, and the place didn't look as scary in daylight. I stood by the gate and looked inside. There were fresh footprints in the dirt near where I saw the person crouching. They led towards the back fence, and then into a patch of weeds. I left my bike by the gate and stepped inside again. My chest felt tight, but I forced myself to keep walking. I followed the footprints through the weeds until they stopped at a wooden board that had been propped up against the fence. It was covering a hole. I moved it aside with my foot and saw that someone had dug under the fence, making a small tunnel just big enough for a person to crawl through. I crouched down and looked through it. On the other side was a narrow path leading into a thick patch of trees. I couldn't see where it went, but I could smell something rotting from that direction. The stink was so strong it made my eyes water. I stood up quickly, wiping my face with my shirt. My whole body felt cold, even though the sun was beating down on my neck. I didn't want to know what was on the other side of that fence. I put the board back over the hole and turned around. As I walked out of the dairy farm, I felt like the silence was following me. It was heavier now, thicker, like it was sticking to my clothes and hair. I got on my bike and rode home as fast as I could, feeling the wind sting my face. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed with my eyes open, staring at the dark ceiling. Every time a car drove by outside, the headlights flashed through my window, and I saw that crouching figure in my mind. I didn't know who they were. I didn't know why they were there. But the way they moved, shifting slightly from side to side, felt like something I wasn't supposed to see. I never went back to the dairy farm after that. I changed my running route. I stopped waking up before dawn. Even now, months later, I still see them in my head sometimes. When I'm walking alone at night, or when the house is too quiet. I think about how they didn't move when I saw them, how they were hiding, or waiting, and I wonder what would have happened if they turned around and saw me too. I woke up before the sun came up. I don't really know why. Maybe it was the way my back hurt from the hard mattress, or the way my nose felt cold in the air inside the room. I stayed there for a minute, listening to the quiet. The window was open a crack, and I could hear the trees outside moving with the early breeze. I didn't feel sleepy anymore, so I got up, pulled on a thick sweater, and went into the kitchen. The floor felt cold under my feet as I walked to the sink and filled a glass of water. The old pipes made that rattling noise like they always did. I drank slowly, leaning on the counter and looking at the dim shapes of trees outside. The sky was turning lighter, but it was still that bluish gray that makes everything look flat. I finished the water and placed the glass down. My phone was charging on the table, so I unplugged it and checked the time. It was just past 5. Too early for breakfast, too late to go back to sleep. I decided to take a walk down the road before the sun came up fully. It was something I used to do every morning when I lived out here years ago. I put on socks and shoes, grabbed my small flashlight from the drawer, and went outside. The cold air hit my face and woke me up properly. I could see my breath in front of me as I walked down the gravel driveway to the road. The gravel crunched under my shoes with every step. At the end of the drive, I turned right onto the road. It was an old country road, just cracked gray pavement with thin grass growing out of the edges and dirt ditches on each side. Trees lined both sides, tall pines mixed with thin bare ones, their branches almost touching above me in some places. I turned off my flashlight because there was enough early light to see the road. As I walked, I felt that calm feeling you get when no one else is awake yet. The air smelled like pine and wet dirt. There were birds beginning to wake up, making soft chirping sounds high above. I walked for maybe 10 minutes before I noticed something ahead. At first, it looked like a black shape in the road. I thought maybe it was a tree branch that fell. As I got closer, I saw it was a dead raccoon. Its body was flattened on one side, and flies were starting to gather even in the cold. I stepped around it and kept walking. My shoes scuffed the gravel as I avoided the carcass. I remember thinking about how many cars might have driven over it in the night. I kept going, my breath coming out in quick white clouds as I picked up the pace a little to warm up. My fingers were cold, even inside my sweater sleeves. About another 5 minutes down the road, I heard a noise behind me. It sounded like a car coming, but there were no headlights. I stopped and turned around. There was nothing. The road was empty all the way back to the curve near my driveway. I stood there for a moment, listening. The wind had stopped, so everything felt extra quiet. Then I heard it again, a faint crunching sound like someone stepping on gravel. I felt my heart beat faster as I scanned the trees on both sides. I couldn't see anything. I told myself maybe it was a deer moving through the brush, or an old branch falling and shifting gravel near the edge. I turned back around and kept walking. My ears felt hot, even though the rest of me was cold. After a few steps, I heard it again. Crunch, crunch, slow and steady behind me, matching my steps. I stopped suddenly, and it stopped too. I stood completely still. My eyes were open wide, scanning the trees and shadows on both sides. I couldn't see anyone. I waited there, listening to my own breathing, feeling the tightness in my chest. Then, very quietly, I took a step forward. As my foot touched down on the gravel, I heard it again behind me. Crunch. I turned around fast and flicked on my flashlight. The beam cut through the dim morning light and lit up the gray road behind me. Empty. The thin grass on the edges moved slightly in a breeze that I couldn't feel. I pointed the light into the trees, but all I saw were rough pine trunks and dark spaces between them. The branches above rustled softly, nothing more. I felt a deep sense of fear in my stomach. I wasn't imagining the sounds. They were too clear, too close. I turned back around and started walking again, faster this time. The cold air made my eyes water, but I didn't wipe them. I just kept looking straight ahead at the curve in the road far in the distance. The noise started again, this time faster. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I could hear it gaining on me. I broke into a jog, my flashlight bouncing in my hand. The sound got louder, like heavy boots on loose gravel. My breathing became sharp and quick as I pushed myself to run faster. I wasn't a runner, and the cold air burned my lungs, but I didn't stop. I could see a driveway ahead that led to an old gate. I didn't know who owned the property now, but I turned into it anyway, feeling my feet slip slightly on the gravel as I ran. I stopped a few feet in, turned around, and aimed my flashlight back at the road. My heart was pounding in my ears so loud I almost couldn't hear anything else. Nothing. The road was empty. I was bent over, hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. My legs felt shaky. I stood there for a while, scanning the trees and the road with my flashlight. After what felt like a long time, I didn't hear anything else. No crunching, no footsteps, just the sound of my breathing and the distant birds waking up. I stood up straight and turned off my flashlight to save the battery. The sky was getting brighter now, turning a light purple near the treetops. I looked down the road in both directions. It was empty. Part of me wanted to keep going with my walk, but my gut told me to go home. I turned around and walked back down the driveway to the road. I forced myself to walk at a normal pace, even though every part of me wanted to run. My ears were listening so hard that every sound seemed louder. A bird landing on a branch, a twig falling to the ground, the distant rush of water in the creek far away. When I reached the dead raccoon again, I stepped around it quickly without looking down. My driveway came into view, and I felt a tiny bit better. I turned and walked up the gravel drive, the small rocks slipping under my shoes. When I reached the front porch, I stopped and turned around one last time to look down the driveway to the road. The trees were lit up by the weak morning sun now, casting long shadows across the gravel. Nothing moved. I went inside and locked the door behind me. My hands were shaking as I took off my shoes. I went to the kitchen sink and poured myself another glass of water, my fingers leaving wet prints on the glass. I drank it slowly, my throat dry from breathing so hard. I stood there by the window, looking out at the trees that now looked calm and quiet in the early sun. I never saw anyone that morning. I never saw what made those footsteps behind me. I thought about calling someone to come over, or even calling the police to check the road. But what would I say? That I heard footsteps behind me and saw nothing? They would think I imagined it. Maybe I did. But even now, when I think about that morning, I still hear those footsteps in my head. Slow and heavy. Crunch, 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 matching my own steps in the cold quiet of that early dawn. After that day, I stopped going for walks before sunrise. I waited until the sun was up high enough to light the road completely. Even then, every time I stepped onto that old cracked pavement, I felt my chest tighten. I never heard the footsteps again, but the memory stayed with me like a shadow just out of sight. It changed the way I felt about the quiet of early morning walks. I realized that sometimes it's not peace you feel in the silence. Sometimes it's a warning. I still live in that house. Years have gone by, seasons have changed, but every time I look down that long tree-lined road, I remember that morning. I remember the sound of those footsteps getting closer and closer. I remember how small and alone I felt, out there in the cold air, with nothing but a flashlight and my own fear. And even though I never saw anyone, never saw anything at all, the fear felt as real as the ground under my feet that day. It taught me that sometimes the scariest things are not what you see, but what you hear following you, when you know deep down that you're supposed to be alone. I never thought I would be the kind of person who'd get so scared that I would just freeze, but that's exactly what happened that night. I've always liked living here, in this big old house. It's a 2-story place with chipped white paint on the outside, vines climbing up near the kitchen window, and uneven brick steps leading up to the front door. The house has this old smell to it, like dust and damp would mix together, but it feels lived in and safe. 5 Navy guys live here with me. They're all older than me by a few years, but they treat me like a little sister. They keep the place loud and busy, always joking around or yelling at the TV during football games. My room isn't actually in the house, though. It's out back in the detached garage. The garage is a little rough. It's got cement floors that get cold in winter, a ceiling that's stained in one corner from when the roof leaked a couple of years back, and exposed insulation in parts. But it's mine. My dad helped me build a raised wooden platform for my bed, so I didn't have to sleep directly on the concrete. I have an old brown shag rug that I found at a thrift store, and my bed is pushed into the far corner, away from the drafty roll-up door. I covered the windows with blackout blinds because the motion light outside would flicker on every time a cat or raccoon passed by, and it was too bright to sleep with. I always felt pretty safe back there. The house was only about 15 feet away, and with 6 cars parked in the driveway, it felt like no one would ever dare try anything. Besides, it was a quiet neighborhood. Most people were retired, and the worst thing that ever happened was someone's dog getting out and pooping on someone else's lawn. So, I used to forget to lock the door to my room all the time. I'd just go to bed, curled up under my big feather blanket with my lab snoring next to me. But about a week before this happened, I had started locking it every night. I don't even remember why I started doing it, probably because I read something online about break-ins, and it got stuck in my head. That night, I had gone to bed pretty late. It was a Friday, and I could hear the guys in the house laughing and clinking beer bottles together around 10 or 11. They often went out on Fridays, either downtown or to a friend's place. I didn't keep track anymore. I just watched Netflix on my laptop and drifted off with my dog pressed against my feet for warmth. I don't know what time I fell asleep. I remember my phone buzzing on the pillow next to me around midnight, but I ignored it and rolled over. At some point, I started hearing this loud rattling noise in my dream. In the dream, it was coming from my closet, like someone was shaking a metal hanger back and forth. It was so loud that it felt like my head was buzzing with it. I felt myself drifting up from the dream, like floating up through water, but I was groggy. My eyelids were heavy, and I didn't want to open them. But the noise kept going, and I started to realize it wasn't in my dream at all. I forced my eyes open. My room was dark except for the tiny bit of orange glow coming from the alarm clock on my plastic bedside table. The noise was still happening, rattling and pounding at the same time. I blinked hard, trying to focus, and then I saw it. The doorknob was shaking like crazy. My door is only about 3 feet from the end of my bed, close enough that if I stretched my legs, I could probably touch it with my feet. The handle was jiggling so violently that the metal was clinking against the wood. It almost sounded like someone was pounding on it too, but I couldn't tell. My heart started hammering against my ribs so hard it hurt. At first, I just lay there staring at it, my mind trying to find any explanation that would make sense. Maybe the guys were messing with me. Maybe the wind somehow got in through the cracks and was shaking the door. But then I saw my lab. He was up, had lifted off his paws, ears pricked forward, staring at the door without making a sound. My dog never wakes up at night. He usually sleeps so deep I have to shake him awake in the mornings. Seeing him like that, silent and tense, made everything so much worse. That's when it hit me that I was really awake. This wasn't a dream. My mouth went dry. I tried to swallow, but it felt like my throat had closed up. I couldn't move. I just lay there under my blanket, staring at the door knob rattling and shaking. The noise seemed to echo in the small room. I thought about screaming, but my chest felt locked up, like I couldn't take a deep enough breath to make a sound. The motion light outside was on. I could see it glowing through the tiny gap where my blinds didn't cover the window fully. That meant whoever it was definitely still there, moving around right outside my door. I started imagining the worst things possible. That someone had already killed all my roommates inside, and now they were coming for me. That they'd break down the door, and I'd be trapped here with nothing to defend myself. I grabbed my flashlight. It's a heavy metal one, the kind you keep for emergencies. I clenched it so tightly that later my hand hurt from how hard I was squeezing. I pulled the blanket up over my head and curled up into a ball, pressing the flashlight against my chest like a shield. I stayed like that for what felt like forever. My ears were ringing from the fear. I kept thinking about my parents, about how stupid it was that I used to leave the door unlocked, about how I always thought I'd be brave if something like this happened. But I wasn't brave. I just lay there, waiting to die. After a minute or two, the noise stopped. The silence felt deafening. My heartbeat was so loud in my ears that I thought whoever was outside could hear it. My whole body felt cold, like all the blood had drained out of me. Slowly, I lowered the blanket from my head. The doorknob was still now, not moving at all. I waited, holding my breath, listening for any sounds outside. I couldn't hear anything except my own breathing and my dog's quiet whine. I crawled out of bed as quietly as I could. My legs were shaking so badly that I had to grab the edge of the mattress to keep from falling over. I have this weird closet in my room. It's built into the garage wall and has a window up high near the ceiling with a wooden bench built under it. I crawled into the closet on my hands and knees, climbed up on the bench, and poked my head up to look out the window. I couldn't see anything except the glare from the motion light on the ground outside. My hands were sweating so much that the window felt slippery under my fingers as I held onto the ledge. A few seconds later, the motion light flicked off. Darkness fell back over the backyard. My chest felt tight. I climbed down from the bench, crawled out of the closet, and ran back to my bed. I sat there with my dog pressed against my side, thinking about what to do. I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe one of the guys had gotten home and was drunk and confused about where their room was. I looked at my watch. It was 2:30. That was about the time they usually got home from the bar's closing. That had to be it. It made sense. I didn't want to sound dramatic or stupid, so I grabbed my phone and texted them all. I typed out, my hands shaking so much I kept making typos. "Hey guys, are you up? Do you have people over?" Someone was just outside my door trying to get in. I assumed someone must be drunk or something. Kinda creepy. I sat there staring at the phone screen, waiting for the little dots to pop up showing someone was typing back. Less than 2 minutes later, I heard the back door of the main house swing open. It slammed against the siding, and then I heard loud footsteps, thuds, and the sound of someone whistling sharply. My dog's ears perked up, and he started whining again, his tail thumping against the bed. I could hear at least 2 or 3 people running around out there, their shoes crunching on the gravel, then the soft swish of the grass. I heard banging sounds, like they were hitting the fences or the metal trash cans with something. My chest loosened just a little when I realized it was my roommates. They must have read my text and come out to check. I heard one of them yell something, but I couldn't make out the words. Another one was whistling again and calling the dog's name, trying to get him to come out. I threw off my blanket, grabbed my dog's collar, and opened the door. The air outside was so cold that it burned my nose. I ran across the gravel and up the porch steps into the house. One of the guys was standing in the kitchen with a baseball bat in his hands, his eyes wide. Another one was by the sliding glass door, looking out into the backyard with a flashlight beam sweeping across the grass. I stood there in the kitchen, shaking so badly I almost dropped the flashlight. My dog was pressed against my leg, his head down, tail tucked under him. They didn't find anyone that night. They spent the next couple of hours walking around the yard with flashlights, checking every corner, looking under the cars, making sure all the doors and windows were locked. I sat in the living room with my dog, curled up on the old brown couch, wrapped in one of the guy's hoodies because I was freezing. My mind kept replaying the noise of the doorknob rattling, the image of it shaking so hard it looked like it would break off. I couldn't stop thinking about what would have happened if I hadn't locked it that night. That door has a flimsy handle lock, but I had put the deadbolt on, and that probably saved me from something I don't even want to imagine. They never saw anyone, but in the morning, when it was finally light out, they went back out to check again. Near the side fence, in the dirt by the tall weeds, they found a pack of cigarettes lying on the ground. Next to it was a crumpled brown paper bag with a burger wrapper sticking out, like someone had been sitting there eating it. That spot is hidden from the street by the row of cars, and from the house by the garage. Whoever it was must have been sitting there, watching the house for who knows how long. My stomach twisted when I saw it. The burger bag was still greasy, and there were fresh footprints in the dirt. One of the guys took pictures of it all just in case. We figured it was probably someone trying to rob us. They must have seen 6 cars in the driveway and decided to go for the garage instead of the house, thinking no one was in there. Maybe when they realized the door was locked. About 5 years ago, my mom started dating a guy she met online. Back then, I didn't think too much about it. I had just started dating the woman who would later become my wife, and we had met online too. My mom had been single for a while, and I guess she was lonely. She was the kind of person who needed people around her, who needed someone to talk to share breakfast with, to sit next to her on the couch in the evenings. When she first told me about him, I remember thinking it was probably good for her. Someone to take care of her, to take her out to dinner, to make her laugh maybe. But that's not how it turned out. The first time I met him, he didn't say much. He was tall and thin, with shoulders that seemed to slouch inward. He had long fingers with neatly trimmed nails. He wore clean clothes, ironed button-up shirts and jeans with no frays or loose threads. His hair was always combed neatly to the side, but he kept his eyes closed a lot, like he was tired of seeing the world, or maybe like he wanted to keep everyone else out. I couldn't tell if he was asleep sitting up, or if he was listening to us with his eyes closed. Sometimes he would smile with his lips tight together, but it never reached his eyes, and it never lasted long. When he did open his eyes, he'd blink slowly as if it hurt to look around. My wife and I felt uncomfortable around him. He wasn't rude, he wasn't aggressive, he just gave off an uneasy feeling, like there was something ticking quietly behind his calm face. There were small moments that built up over time. One evening, when my wife and I were visiting my mom for dinner, he offered my wife a chocolate from a box he brought. She smiled politely and declined, and then he just popped one in his own mouth and closed his eyes. He didn't chew it. He just let it melt, and he let out this low moan, like he was in pain or something was being released from deep inside him. It was only a moment, but it made my wife grip my hand under the table. He never noticed. He just sat there with his eyes closed, his face completely still, except for his lips gently parting as the chocolate melted away. Another time, my wife and I were waiting for my mom at her house. She had been called into work unexpectedly, and since we were already halfway there when she called, we told her we'd wait at her place until she got back. He was there too, sitting on the couch when we arrived. He didn't say anything when we walked in, just gave a small nod with his eyes half open. Then he got up and went into my mom's bedroom and closed the door. We thought maybe he was on a call or needed to rest, but hours passed and he never came out. My wife and I sat in the living room, watched TV quietly, drank the coffee my mom always kept brewed in a thermal pot, and we kept glancing at her closed bedroom door. At one point, I walked down the hall, pretending to look for the bathroom, and I paused outside the door. I didn't hear anything. No voice, no snoring, no movement. It was just silent behind that door. I walked back to my wife and sat down, feeling a strange heaviness in my chest. Just before Christmas that year, my mom told us they were having problems. She didn't go into too much detail, but she said he was getting quiet, spending long hours just sitting and not responding to her questions, staring at his phone without touching it, or sitting with his eyes closed for hours. She said it made her feel lonely, even with him there. She cried a little when she told us. My wife and I listened carefully. We told her we thought it was for the best if she ended it. We didn't want to say too much because she loved him at some point, or thought she did, and we didn't want to make her feel stupid for that. But honestly, we both felt relieved that she was planning to leave him. She decided to break up with him on Christmas Eve. She told us over the phone after we left her house one evening. She said she didn't want to start the new year feeling trapped. My wife and I supported her decision completely. We spent the night at my mom's house on Christmas Eve, mostly to be there for her. That evening passed quietly. He wasn't there. She said he would come by to pick up some of his stuff after Christmas. We spent the evening wrapping gifts with her, helping her bake cookies, drinking tea with cinnamon sticks, and watching an old movie with the volume low because she said she didn't want too much noise in the house that night. In the morning, we woke up early, opened a few gifts with her, hugged her tight, and then left to go visit my dad. It started snowing when we were on our way to my dad's house. At first, it was light, just small flakes drifting down onto the road and melting as they touched the asphalt. But within an hour, it got heavy. Thick sheets of snow fell sideways in the wind, covering everything. By the time we reached my dad's place, it was clear we wouldn't be going back to my mom's that day. The roads were covered, and driving in that snow would have been dangerous. My dad lived further away, in a more rural area, so the plows didn't reach him quickly. We ended up spending the night there, sleeping in my old room with the smell of dust and old books filling my nose. It was actually nice to be snowed in. We hadn't planned on it, but it gave us an excuse to rest. My wife and I spent the evening sitting by the window, watching the snow build up outside, the yard lights glowing dimly under the blanket of white. The next morning, we got up early. The sky was clear and bright blue. The snowplows had been out before dawn, scraping the roads clean, leaving tall banks of snow on either side. My wife turned to me while we were brushing our teeth and said, "I think we should stop by your mom's on the way home." I asked why, and she just shook her head, her eyes worried. "I just have a really bad feeling," she said quietly. I rinsed my mouth and didn't say anything, but I knew what she meant. Something about her ex-boyfriend, something about his silence, the way he moved so quietly, the way he never looked anyone in the eye for long. It made both of us uneasy. We drove slowly through town. The sun made the snow on the rooftops shine so bright it hurt my eyes. When we pulled into my mom's driveway, I felt my stomach tighten. Her car was parked there, which didn't mean much since she walked to work often, but it still made me feel nervous. My mom never locked her door. It drove me crazy. I'd told her 100 times to lock it, especially since she lived alone now. But she said she never needed to, that no one would come in without knocking. We got out of the car and crunched through the snow to her front door. I pushed it open slowly. The house was quiet, too quiet. Even the small ticking clock on the kitchen wall felt loud in that silence. My wife stepped in behind me, and I could hear her breathing quicken. I called out for my mom softly, but no one answered. The living room was tidy, the curtains open to let in the pale winter sun. The couch blanket was folded neatly. Her slippers were placed by the coffee table. Everything looked normal. But then I turned to look at the kitchen. That's when I saw it. Dark red liquid was oozing out of the refrigerator's water dispenser. It had filled up the spill container and was leaking down onto the floor, making a sticky, dark puddle on the linoleum tiles. For a moment, my mind went blank. Then it filled with the worst possible thoughts. I saw her face, her hair matted with blood, her head stuffed into the freezer like in those crime documentaries. My chest started to tighten, and I felt like I couldn't get enough air in my lungs. My wife let out a small, sharp scream behind me. I felt her hand clutch my arm, her nails digging into my sleeve. My legs felt weak as I walked slowly to the fridge. I could feel my heart beating so hard it hurt. I reached out and pulled the freezer door open with shaking fingers, half expecting to see her there, her eyes open and frozen, staring back at me. But there was nothing like that. Just food stacked neatly. Frozen vegetables, a tub of ice cream, bags of frozen fruit. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. I reached in and saw a bag of cherries that had been opened, probably when she was making those cookies on Christmas Eve. The bag had fallen against the ice dispenser. Some of the cherries were crushed under the weight of other frozen things, and juice had leaked out and dripped down through the ice dispenser into the water tray. I stood there, staring at that bag of cherries for a long time. My knees felt weak, and my stomach was in knots. I turned to look at my wife. Her eyes were wet with tears, but she let out a shaky laugh when she saw the cherries. We stood there for a long time, holding each other in that small kitchen, the smell of cold air and faint cherry sweetness filling the space between us. I wiped up the juice with some paper towels, cleaned out the tray, and threw the dripping paper into the trash. My wife poured us each a glass of water, and we sat down at the kitchen table. My hands were still trembling, and my chest still hurt from the panic. But I felt relief so strong that I almost started crying. My mom came home half an hour later. She had walked to work like she always did. She was surprised to see us there, but happy. She made us tea and told us about her morning at work, about her plans to take down the Christmas tree later that day. She seemed calm, lighter than she had in weeks. As we sat there listening to her talk, I couldn't help but glance at the freezer a few times, thinking about how easily fear can take over, how a mind can spin stories that feel so real, so vivid, that your body believes them completely. It made me realize how close fear and love sit inside us, both strong enough to make your knees weak, both strong enough to make you drive through heavy snow just to check if someone you love is safe. When we left that day, my mom hugged us at the door. The sun was already starting to set, casting a soft pink light on the snow-covered street. My wife and I walked to the car holding hands. We didn't talk much on the drive home. We didn't need to. I kept thinking about that feeling when I opened the freezer door, that moment of raw fear, how it drained out of me like warm water when I saw those frozen cherries instead of what my mind imagined. It reminded me that sometimes the scariest moments in life come from the things we build up in our own heads. But at the same time, I was glad I was about 4 or 5 years old back then. It was the middle of the summer, and the air was hot and heavy even at night. My parents had just separated, and everything felt strange. I remember feeling like the world was bigger than I thought because suddenly I was being moved back and forth between two different places, my dad's house and my mom's apartment. My mom's apartment was on the first floor. It was a two-bedroom place with cream-colored carpets and walls that felt a bit too bare, like she hadn't fully settled in yet. She tried to make my room feel like home. She had put up little glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling above my bed. I still remember how some of them had fallen off because the adhesive was weak, and I'd find them stuck to my hair or on my pillow when I woke up. I liked my room, but I preferred sleeping in her bed. Her bed felt safer. It smelled like her shampoo and her lotion. At that age, you want to be close to your mom, especially when everything feels like it's changing around you. Our bedrooms were at the end of the hallway, directly across from each other. My door was always open because I didn't like it closed at night, and hers was usually open too. In the summer, she kept her window open to let the night breeze in, though it was mostly warm air with only a hint of coolness when the wind picked up. Her window was right above the headboard. It looked out onto a small grassy area with some bushes that separated the apartment building from the parking lot. That night felt like any other summer night to me. I had gone to sleep beside her, curled up under the thin cotton sheet because it was too hot for a blanket. I remember hearing the whirring sound of a distant fan somewhere in the apartment, the quiet hum that became a part of the silence. I must have woken up around midnight or later. I didn't know how to tell time back then, but I knew it was very late because it was completely dark outside. I sat up in bed and rubbed my eyes. For a moment I just sat there, staring out into the hallway. My eyes were adjusted to the dark, so I could see shapes clearly. The moonlight coming through the open window lit up the room with a dim bluish light, enough to make out the doorway and the hall beyond it. That was when I saw our cat sitting in the doorway. His name was Muffin. He was a gray tabby with white paws and a white spot under his chin. Muffin was always in bed with us at night. He liked to curl up behind my knees or by my feet. It was strange to see him sitting up like that, staring into my bedroom across the hall. His tail was wrapped around his body, and he was sitting very still. I watched him for a moment, wondering why he wasn't in bed with us. He suddenly got up and walked into my bedroom. I watched him go in, his body disappearing into the darker part of the hallway that led into my room. Then I heard his meow. It was a short, low sound, almost like he was calling out to something, not the usual hungry meow or the greeting meow. I didn't like how it sounded. I turned to my mom, feeling uneasy. She was sleeping on her side, facing away from me. I put my hand on her shoulder and shook her. In the few seconds it took for her to wake up and turn towards me, I felt this rising feeling in my chest, like something was wrong, but I didn't know what. When she finally opened her eyes and turned over to look at me, I turned back towards the door. My eyes moved from the spot where Muffin had been sitting to the doorway of my bedroom. That was when I saw him. There was a man standing there. He was tall, taller than my mom, and his shoulders were wide. He was facing us, but his body was half turned, as if he had just come out of my room and was moving towards the hallway. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I could see the shape of his head and his arms hanging by his sides. He was wearing a dark shirt and light pants. Everything in my body felt frozen in that moment. I felt like my chest stopped working, like my lungs didn't know how to pull in air. I couldn't look away. The man moved, taking a step out into the hallway. I felt like my bones were filled with ice. I remember the sound of my mom's breathing suddenly changing behind me as she saw him too. My body felt small and useless, like my arms and legs were just hanging off of me, and I couldn't control them. Everything was happening so fast, but it also felt like slow motion. Suddenly I felt her grab me. Her hands were strong and fast. She picked me up under my arms, and I felt the whoosh of air as she turned towards the window. I saw the curtains flutter against the night breeze. Before I could even process what was happening, she pushed the screen out of the window frame. I remember hearing the popping sound as the corners came loose. Then I felt her lifting me higher, and in one quick movement, she pushed me out through the window. I landed on the grass outside. The ground was cool and damp against my bare feet. I felt a little shock go through my ankles from the drop, but it wasn't far enough to hurt me. I stumbled forward and turned around just in time to see my mom climbing out behind me. Her legs swung over the windowsill, and she dropped down onto the grass beside me. Her hair was messy, falling in front of her face, and her eyes were wide. I could see her chest rising and falling fast as she caught her breath. She grabbed my hand and pulled me away from the window. We ran around the side of the apartment building, her hand gripping mine so hard it hurt. I felt the blades of grass hitting my shins as we ran. The gravel from the path dug into my feet, but I didn't care. We stopped in front of the neighbor's apartment, and she started banging on their window with her fist. I stood there shivering, not from the cold, but from the fear that was crawling all over my skin like ants. The neighbor came out after what felt like forever. Lights started turning on in different windows. My mom was yelling, not words I could understand, just sounds that told me she was terrified. Soon other people came out. Someone called the police. I sat down on the concrete pathway, hugging my knees to my chest, staring at the open window we had come out of. It looked so normal from the outside. Just a window with the screen popped out, a small breeze moving the curtains inside. When the police came, they walked around our apartment with flashlights. Their radios crackled as they spoke to each other. I remember one of them kneeling down in front of me, asking me if I was okay, but I couldn't answer. My throat felt closed up. I kept looking at the window, half expecting to see the man standing there, looking down at me with his empty face. They didn't find anything. There was no sign of forced entry. The door was unlocked, but the deadbolt and chain lock were unlatched. My mom kept saying she had locked them. She always locked them, especially at night. She never forgot. The police said maybe she had forgotten this time, but I remember her routine. I would watch her every night, turning the deadbolt and sliding the chain across. It made me feel safe when I saw her do it. That night it didn't make a difference. For the next few days we stayed at my grandma's house. I slept beside my mom every night. I didn't want to go back to the apartment. I didn't want to see that window or my bedroom across the hall. But eventually we went back. Life had to keep moving. My mom cleaned the whole apartment one day. She opened all the cupboards and wiped them out. She moved the couch and vacuumed under it. She scrubbed the bathroom floor on her hands and knees. I sat at the kitchen table with a coloring book, feeling the air move around me as she worked. At one point I looked up and saw her standing in front of the water heater closet. She was staring inside it, not moving. I watched her for a long time before she slowly knelt down and reached inside. She pulled out a small notebook. It had a black cover with scratches all over it like it had been shoved in and out of pockets many times. She opened it and flipped through the pages. I couldn't see what was in it from where I was sitting, but her face turned pale. She kept flipping the pages, and then she dropped it on the floor. It fell open to a page that faced me. There were names written in big, messy letters. Some of the names had little drawings next to them, like stick figures. There was also a pair of gloves in the closet, the kind of gloves that look thin and stretchy, like they were made for gripping things. Next to the gloves was a crumpled pack of gum with some wrappers stuffed inside. She called the police again. They came and took the notebook and the gloves. They asked her a lot of questions. I sat at the table the whole time, coloring the same flower over and over with my red crayon. My ears felt like they were full of water. I couldn't hear everything they said, but I caught bits and pieces. They said maybe the man had been hiding in our apartment, and we just didn't know. Maybe he had come in during the day and waited until we were asleep. Maybe he had left through the front door before the police arrived that night. All I knew was that every time I closed my eyes I saw his shape in my bedroom doorway, his dark shirt and light pants, his arms hanging down, his body frozen mid-step as he moved through our home like he belonged there. After that my mom kept the windows closed, even on the hottest nights. She bought extra locks for the door, and she kept the chain lock on even when the sun was out. At night she would check all the closets and under the beds before we went to sleep. I always watched her do it. It became part of my bedtime routine, like brushing my teeth or putting on my pajamas. She never told me everything about what she found in the notebook, but I didn't want to know. I already knew enough to keep me awake at night. I remember one evening a week after it all happened. I was lying in bed beside her, staring up at the glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling. I listened to the sounds of cars driving by outside, the distant voices of people talking as they walked through the parking lot. I could feel the rise and fall of her chest as she slept beside me, her arm draped over my stomach to keep me close. I thought about Muffin, how he had sat in the doorway that night, how he had meowed before walking into my room. I wondered what he had seen in there that I hadn't seen. I wondered what would have happened if he hadn't gotten up, if I hadn't woken my mom, if we hadn't left through the window. That thought stayed with me as I drifted off to sleep. Even now, all these years, I woke up early that morning because the heat inside my room was unbearable. The power had gone out at some point in the night, so the fan above my bed was still, and my sheets clung to my skin with sweat. I rolled over, trying to find a cooler spot on the mattress, but the air was thick and heavy. I lay there for a while, staring at the ceiling, feeling tired but unable to fall back asleep. After a few minutes, I gave up and sat up on the edge of the bed. My shirt was damp with sweat, sticking to my back. I peeled it off and wiped my face with it before tossing it on the floor. The house was quiet. The neighbor's rooster was already crowing outside somewhere in the distance, and I could hear a few bikes passing by on the main road. I stretched my arms above my head and stood up slowly, feeling the stiffness in my lower back. I walked to the window and pulled aside the curtain. The sun wasn't fully up yet, but it was already lighting the rooftops of the houses around mine. There was no breeze at all. The mango tree outside my window stood perfectly still, its leaves drooping under the weight of the heat. I stood there for a moment, feeling the stale air, then walked to the bathroom to wash my face. The cold water woke me up a little, and I stood there leaning over the sink, watching the drops of water fall from my chin into the basin. I felt tired, but I knew I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep, so I decided to get dressed and go out for a walk. I pulled on a fresh t-shirt, jeans, and sandals and grabbed my phone from the charger, though it hadn't charged fully because the power had been out. I walked out of my room and through the living room, careful not to wake anyone up. My parents were still sleeping in their room, and my brother was snoring softly on the mattress on the floor in front of the air cooler. I unlocked the front door as quietly as I could and stepped outside. The air outside was slightly cooler than inside, but it still felt heavy. The sun was rising slowly, casting a pale orange light across the street. The road was empty except for a few stray dogs lying on the dirt by the side. I closed the gate behind me and started walking down the street, heading toward the fields at the edge of our neighborhood. As I walked, I felt my body slowly waking up. My shoulders loosened, and I started breathing deeper. The street smelled of dust and old cement walls, mixed with the faint smell of garbage that always hung around the alley near the shops. I walked past closed tea stalls and shuttered shops. A few old men were sitting on a bench outside one of the shops, fanning themselves lazily and talking in low voices. They didn't look at me as I passed. I kept walking until I reached the dirt path that led away from the neighborhood toward the fields and small wooded area beyond. I often walked there in the evenings when the weather was cooler, but I rarely went there in the morning. As I stepped onto the path, I noticed that the ground was dry and cracked in places. A few thorny bushes lined the sides, and I could see dragonflies hovering above the weeds. I walked for about 15 minutes until I reached the place where the dirt path curved slightly to the right, leading toward the old orchard. The orchard wasn't maintained anymore. It used to belong to a landlord who passed away years ago, and since then, no one had really looked after it. Most of the trees still grew there, though the fruit was small and often rotting on the ground. Tall grass covered the spaces between the trunks, and in some places, thorny vines had crawled up the lower branches. I stepped into the orchard, feeling the temperature drop slightly under the shade of the trees. The ground here was uneven, littered with fallen branches, dried leaves, and small rocks. As I walked deeper in, I heard the crunch of twigs under my sandals and the sound of insects buzzing around me. There was a faint smell of rotting fruit mixed with dry earth and leaves. I walked aimlessly for a while, just listening to the quietness. Occasionally, I heard a bird calling out from somewhere high up in the trees. I looked up but couldn't see it. The leaves were dense, blocking most of the sky. I kept walking, brushing away the small branches that blocked my path, and soon I found myself near the back edge of the orchard, where an old stone wall stood. The wall was crumbling in many places, with moss growing along its cracks. On the other side was a narrow stretch of trees that led down to a small canal. I had been there once or twice with friends, but I usually didn't go that far alone. I stood there for a moment, leaning against the wall and looking around. The orchard felt still and silent, and the rising sun cast long shadows between the trees. I felt a slight breeze brush against my face, bringing with it the smell of water and mud from the canal beyond the trees. I decided to climb over the wall and walk down to the canal. I grabbed the top of the wall, feeling the rough stone under my fingers, and pulled myself up slowly. Bits of moss and stone crumbled under my grip, and when I swung my leg over to the other side, a small piece of rock broke off and fell to the ground with a dull thud. I lowered myself down carefully, landing on the other side with a small crunch of dried leaves under my feet. The ground here sloped gently downward toward the canal, and the trees were thicker. The air felt cooler as I walked down the path. and I could hear the faint sound of running water ahead. I pushed through some low branches, scratching my arms slightly, and soon I reached the edge of the canal. The water was low and muddy, moving slowly between the banks. On the far side, there was a small clearing with grass and some wild plants growing near the edge of the water. I looked around, taking in the silence. There were no houses here, no signs of people. Just trees, grass, and water. I felt peaceful for a moment. I sat down on a flat rock near the water, taking my phone out of my pocket. I had no signal here, but I opened the camera and took a few photos of the canal and trees, thinking I might post them later. After a while, I set the phone down beside me and just sat there, listening to the water and the insects buzzing around. I must have sat there for almost half an hour, lost in thought, when I suddenly heard a rustling sound behind me. It was faint at first, like dry leaves being crushed underfoot. I turned my head slightly, listening carefully. The sound stopped. I waited, staring at the trees behind me, but I couldn't see anything. The branches swayed slightly in the breeze, but nothing moved on the ground. I turned back to the water, thinking it was probably just a lizard or some small animal. But then I heard the sound again, louder this time. It wasn't the quick scuttling of a lizard. It was slow, steady, like footsteps on dry leaves. My chest tightened slightly as I sat there, trying not to move. I turned my head again, slowly this time, and looked into the trees behind me. For a moment, I saw nothing but tree trunks and low branches. Then I noticed something between two trees about 20 feet away. It was a figure, partially hidden behind the trunk of one tree. It wasn't moving, just standing there. My eyes focused on it, and I realized it was a man. He was wearing dark clothes, a long black shirt and pants that blended into the shadows of the trees. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I could tell he was facing me. I felt a sudden coldness spread through my chest. My first thought was that maybe he was a farmer or someone from the nearby village. But there were no fields here, only trees and the canal. I didn't move. I just sat there, staring at him, waiting for him to do something. He didn't. He just stood there, half hidden behind the tree. I felt the urge to get up and leave immediately, but I didn't want to make any sudden movements. I reached slowly for my phone and picked it up, keeping my eyes on him. My hand was shaking slightly as I unlocked the screen. I saw the no signal text at the top. I put the phone in my pocket and stood up, brushing the dirt off my jeans. I tried to act normal, like I hadn't noticed him at all. I turned away from the canal and started walking back up the path toward the stone wall. As I walked, I felt my heart beating faster and faster. I didn't look back, but I could hear footsteps behind me now. Slow, careful steps on dry leaves. I quickened my pace, stepping over roots and rocks, pushing branches out of the way with my arms. The footsteps behind me quickened too, matching my pace. I could hear them clearly now, crushing leaves and twigs with each step. My chest felt tight, and my breath came out in short gasps. I reached the stone wall and grabbed the top, pulling myself up quickly. My foot slipped on the moss, and I scraped my knee against the rough stone, but I didn't care. I swung my leg over and dropped down on the other side, landing hard on my feet. I stumbled forward but caught myself before falling. I turned around and looked at the wall. For a moment, I didn't hear anything. Then I saw his hand appear on the top of the wall. It was a dark-skinned hand, rough with dirt under the fingernails. He gripped the stone tightly, and I saw his other hand appear next to it as he started to pull himself up. I turned and ran. I didn't think about anything except getting away. I ran through the orchard, pushing through low branches, feeling them whip against my arms and legs. I stumbled a few times on rocks and roots, but I didn't stop. I just kept running, my sandals slapping against the dirt as I sprinted between the trees. I reached the dirt path and kept running without looking back. My chest burned with each breath, and my legs felt like they would give out at any moment. I ran all the way back to the neighborhood, past the old men sitting outside the shop. They turned their heads as I ran past, but I didn't stop to see their expressions. I reached my house and fumbled with the lock on the gate, my hands shaking so badly I could barely fit the key in. I finally unlocked it, ran inside, and slammed the gate shut behind me. I stood there for a moment, bent over with my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I walked to the front door and went inside, locking it behind me. The living room was still quiet. My parents were still asleep, and my brother... I woke up that morning feeling like any other day. I had planned this solo hiking trip for weeks. Work had been getting to me lately, sitting at my desk for hours every day, staring at the same screen, typing the same reports, drinking the same stale coffee from the break room. I felt trapped. I needed something to clear my head. I chose a trail I had seen online, deep in the national forest, far away from my apartment in the city. The reviews said it was quiet, long, and rarely used by people. That was exactly what I wanted. No one to bump into, no small talk about weather or work, just me and the trail, breathing in fresh air that didn't smell like hot concrete and bus exhaust. I packed my backpack the night before. I put in a thermal bottle with cold water, a smaller bottle with an electrolyte mix, a few protein bars, 2 sandwiches wrapped in foil, my small first aid kit, and an extra t-shirt because I knew I would sweat a lot. I didn't bother taking a jacket. The forecast said it would be hot all day, with no chance of rain. I also packed my power bank because my phone battery dies fast if I use the GPS too long. I set my alarm for 4 a.m. because I wanted to start the hike before sunrise and finish before it got too hot. But when I woke up, it was already 5:12 a.m. I cursed under my breath. I didn't want to hike with the sun beating down on me, but I didn't want to cancel the plan either. I left my apartment in my old sedan. The drive took almost 2 hours. The last half hour was on narrow forest roads, with tall trees pressing close to the road on both sides, the early morning light breaking through the branches, falling in long stripes over the cracked asphalt. I passed a couple of small clearings where people had parked and set up tents. I could see smoke rising from a dying campfire in one of them. I drove until I reached the end of the road where the trailhead was. There was no proper parking lot, just a rough gravel area where people left their cars. There were only 2 cars there when I arrived. I parked next to a beat-up white pickup truck and turned off my engine. For a moment, I just sat there, staring ahead through my dirty windshield, listening to the ticking of the cooling engine and the faint sound of birds outside. The forest felt heavy with silence despite the birds. The sun wasn't fully up yet, but the sky was brightening into pale blue. I stepped out, stretched my arms, and checked my backpack one last time before locking the car. I clicked the lock button twice, listening for the beep. I never trusted it the first time. Then I started walking. The trail started out wide, almost like an old road that had been taken back by grass and weeds at the edges. My shoes crunched over loose gravel. There were tall pine trees on both sides, with undergrowth that looked almost black in the dim light. After about 20 minutes of walking, the trail narrowed into a proper dirt path. I started to hear small insects buzzing around me. I could smell the wetness of the forest floor, mixed with that dry pine smell. It felt good. My shoulders relaxed. I didn't have to think about work or bills, or what I would eat for dinner that night. I just kept walking, feeling my heart beating steadily, the sweat starting to build up under my shirt. I walked for a long time without checking my phone. When I finally looked at it, I saw that it was almost 8 a.m. The sun was up now, shining through the treetops, lighting up patches of the trail while leaving other parts in deep shadow. I took a sip of water and kept moving. I had planned to do the full loop, which was about 10 miles. I knew I could finish it in about 6 hours if I walked at my usual pace and took short breaks. The trail had small markers nailed to trees every few miles, bright orange rectangles with faded black numbers. I passed marker 3 after a while. That's when I started feeling something strange. I didn't hear anything at first, but I felt it, like someone was walking behind me, matching my steps. Every time I stopped, I heard nothing. But the second I started walking again, I felt it. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I didn't turn around right away. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, that my senses were too tuned in because I was alone in a quiet place. But the feeling didn't go away. I finally turned around and looked down the trail behind me. There was nothing, just the long stretch of dirt, small stones, and dappled sunlight between the trees. I waited, listening. All I could hear was the breeze moving the leaves and a distant woodpecker hammering at a trunk somewhere far away. I shook my head and kept walking, telling myself to focus on the path. After another mile or so, the trail curved and dipped into a small valley. The air felt cooler down there, almost damp. Ferns grew thick on both sides, and the ground was covered in dead leaves. I felt that same sensation again, like someone was behind me, just out of sight, keeping perfect pace. I felt my heart beating faster. My breath came out quicker, but I didn't want to stop again. I sped up my steps, my eyes flicking from left to right, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. Nothing, just still trees, silent and old. I reached marker 5 and sat down on a fallen log to eat one of my sandwiches. I forced myself to chew slowly, tasting the cold bread and salty cheese. I drank water and wiped the sweat off my forehead with my sleeve. The forest was still quiet. I didn't hear any footsteps now. Maybe it was just an animal on the trail behind me earlier, I thought. Maybe it was gone now. I finished eating, packed up my trash, and got back on my feet. The trail started climbing uphill from there. It wasn't steep, but it was long, and my legs started to feel tired halfway up. I was breathing hard, sweat dripping from my hairline down my temples. The sun was fully up now, and the air felt heavy and hot. I kept pushing forward, feeling my thighs burn with each step. When I finally reached the top, I saw that the trail opened up into a wide clearing with short grass and scattered rocks. In the middle of the clearing, there was a dead tree stump, dark and twisted. I stopped there to catch my breath. I looked around. The forest spread out in every direction, a sea of green under the bright sky. I could hear the distant roar of the river down in the valley somewhere to my left. I stood there for a few minutes, enjoying the breeze. Then I started moving again. The trail dipped back into the woods on the other side of the clearing. As I walked down, I felt that feeling again, stronger this time. It was like whoever was behind me was getting closer. My chest felt tight. I didn't want to look back this time. I just kept moving, my steps quick and clumsy over roots and loose rocks. My backpack bounced on my shoulders. Sweat ran down my back, making my shirt stick to my skin. I felt my breath coming out ragged now. I finally couldn't take it anymore. I stopped and spun around, scanning the trail behind me. There was nothing. The trail was empty. I waited, staring at the spot where I thought someone should be standing if they were there. Nothing moved. The wind rustled the treetops above me, but down where I stood, the air was dead still. I felt dizzy for a moment. I bent down, hands on my knees, trying to calm my breathing. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard it hurt. After a while, I straightened up and told myself again that it was all in my head, that I was just paranoid from being alone for so long. I kept walking, slower now, feeling drained. I reached marker 7 around noon. I sat down on another fallen log to eat my second sandwich. The bread was warm now, the cheese soft and oily. I forced myself to eat it. I drank half my remaining water and checked my phone battery. It was down to 20%. I turned off the GPS to save power. I knew the trail was a loop. I just had to keep following it, and I would end up back at the parking area. I rested for about 10 minutes before getting back up. As I walked, I started hearing faint crunching noises behind me. At first, I thought it was echo from my own footsteps, but it didn't match perfectly. Sometimes the crunch came half a second after mine. Sometimes it was softer. Sometimes it stopped altogether. I didn't want to turn around anymore. I felt like if I turned around, I would see something that I didn't want to see. So I just kept walking. The noises kept following me for the next hour. My mouth felt dry. I finished the last of my water and kept the empty bottle in my side pocket. When I reached marker 9, the trail narrowed into a single file path between thick undergrowth. The trees grew closer together here, blocking out most of the sunlight. The air felt cool but stale. I could smell the rot of old leaves and wet wood. I felt a sudden urge to pee, so I stepped off the trail a few feet behind a wide tree. I kept listening as I unzipped. I heard nothing at first, just my own breathing and the sound of liquid hitting dirt. Then I heard it, that faint crunch again, like someone shifting their weight on dry leaves. I zipped up quickly and stepped back onto the trail, my eyes scanning the shadows. Nothing, just trees and darkness. I started walking faster now, almost jogging. My backpack bounced hard with every step, the straps rubbing the skin raw on my shoulders. My chest hurt from breathing so fast. I felt dizzy and lightheaded, but I didn't want to stop. I needed to get out of there. I kept thinking about my car, parked at the end of the trail, waiting for me. I just needed to reach it, lock the doors, and drive away. Finally, after what felt like forever, I saw the sign for marker 10, the last one before the trail looped back to the parking area. Relief washed over me so hard my knees almost buckled. I kept moving, pushing myself forward even though every part of my body ached. The noises behind me didn't stop. They grew louder, more hurried, like whoever was behind me was done following and was now chasing. I felt tears sting my eyes. I didn't want to die here, alone in the woods, never to be found. I never thought a simple drive home could turn into the scariest experience of my life. I had just finished a long shift at work, a security job at a small manufacturing warehouse about an hour outside the city. My shift ended at 11 p.m., but it was always past midnight by the time I finished checking all the gates and signing off the logbooks. That night had been tiring, with a broken sensor alarm going off repeatedly, forcing me to walk back and forth across the warehouse floor every hour. My feet were aching, and I was so sleepy I could barely keep my eyes open while locking the final gate. I got into my old Corolla, turned the key, and let the engine warm up while I sipped what was left of my cold coffee from earlier. The air was humid but breezy outside, the smell of distant rain mixed with old pavement and cut grass. I turned on the headlights, checked my mirrors out of habit, and started driving down the narrow industrial road that led back to the main highway. That road always made me feel uneasy. It was about 5 miles long, lined with thick brush and trees on both sides. There were no streetlights. During the day it looked like a normal rural road, but at night it felt like a black tunnel with nothing but your headlights to guide you. I knew it by heart though, every turn and bump, so I kept driving at my usual 45 miles per hour. The only sound was my tires against the old cracked asphalt and the faint hum of the air conditioner blowing warm recycled air onto my face. About halfway down that road, I noticed something strange. There was a flickering orange glow further ahead, bouncing off the tree trunks. I slowed down, thinking maybe someone's car had caught fire, or it was a work crew fixing something late at night. As I got closer, I realized it was a small fire on the ground right by the edge of the road, like someone had built a campfire there. That made no sense. There were no houses nearby, no campgrounds, no reason for anyone to be out there in the middle of the night. I slowed almost to a crawl, rolling down my window slightly to see if I could hear voices, but there was nothing. Just the crackle of the small fire and the constant insect noise from the trees. I drove past it slowly, eyes scanning the darkness around it, expecting to see someone sitting nearby, but there was nobody. No cars, no bikes, no sign of anything. Just the fire burning quietly by itself. The hairs on my neck stood up. I felt a deep tightness in my chest as I pressed on the gas and drove past, looking in my rearview mirror repeatedly to see if anyone came out of the darkness. But the fire just got smaller behind me until it disappeared around a bend. I kept thinking about it as I drove. Who would start a fire out there with no vehicle? Why would they leave it unattended in the middle of the night? I tried to shake the feeling off, telling myself maybe it was a prank or someone camping illegally. I turned onto the main highway and started the 30-minute drive through farmland and small neighborhoods back to my apartment. I turned up the radio to keep myself awake, but my mind kept going back to that fire. It didn't feel right. Something about the way it was burning alone in total darkness made my stomach turn. I reached my neighborhood a little after 1 a.m. It was silent, all houses dark except for the occasional porch light. I parked under the flickering streetlight near my unit, grabbed my backpack, and locked the car. As I walked to my door, I felt that same tightness in my chest from earlier. I looked around, expecting to see something in the shadows. There was nothing, just the faint rustle of tree leaves in the warm breeze. I went inside, locked the deadbolt, and double-checked my windows like I always did. I took a quick shower to wash off the warehouse smell, then collapsed on my bed without even drying my hair properly. I didn't even bother turning off the small lamp on my bedside table. I just lay there staring at the ceiling fan spinning slowly, feeling my eyelids getting heavier with each turn. But just as I was about to drift off, I heard a sound that made my heart skip a beat. It was a scraping noise from outside my window, like something brushing against the brick wall under the window ledge. I told myself it was probably a tree branch swaying in the wind, even though I knew there were no trees directly outside that window. I stayed frozen on the bed, listening hard. There it was again, a faint scraping, followed by a thud, like something dropping softly onto the ground below. My breathing got shallow. I didn't want to move, but I forced myself to sit up and peek through the blinds. My heart was hammering so loud I could hear it in my ears. Outside, under the orange glow of the streetlight, was nothing. Just the patch of grass and the cracked walkway leading to the parking lot. I exhaled shakily, telling myself I was just paranoid from the long shift and that weird fire. I closed the blinds and lay back down, trying to calm my racing mind. I kept my eyes open until I felt them burning with tiredness. Then I finally fell asleep. I woke up to my alarm at 8 a.m. feeling groggy. My shirt was damp with sweat, and my mouth was dry. I dragged myself out of bed, showered again, and got ready for my day off. I kept thinking about the night before and that scraping sound, but in the daylight it felt silly. I decided to get some groceries. As I stepped outside, I noticed something near my window on the ground. My chest tightened. It was a footprint in the patch of dirt under the window. A barefoot print, not a shoe, just a single footprint, toes and heel clearly pressed into the damp soil. It was too big to be a child's. It looked like an adult man's foot. I stood there for a long time staring at it. My stomach felt heavy and cold. I checked my window carefully. The screen was intact, but slightly bent on one corner. I looked around at the parking lot, the other apartments, the street. Nobody was out there. Just silence and the chirping of birds in the morning sun. I went back inside and locked everything again. I couldn't sit still, so I decided to drive to my brother's house on the other side of town. I packed an overnight bag just in case. As I drove, I kept thinking about that footprint. Why would someone be walking barefoot under my window at night? What if they had been watching me sleep? I spent the day with my brother, playing video games and trying to laugh it off. But as night came again, I felt my chest tighten. He offered me a beer, but I couldn't relax. I kept looking out his windows, checking his locks. Around 10 p.m. I finally told him about the footprint. He looked concerned and told me to stay over. I agreed. We made up the guest bed for me in his spare room. I felt a bit safer knowing someone else was in the house. But that night I woke up again. It was around 3 a.m. I didn't hear any scraping, but I felt something, like I was being watched. The room was dark except for a sliver of light coming from the hallway under the door. I lay there frozen, listening. There was a faint creaking sound, like the floorboards in the living room. My mouth went dry. I stayed completely still, straining my ears. Then it was silent again. I don't know how long I stayed awake, but eventually I drifted off from sheer exhaustion. In the morning, I told my brother about it. He walked around the house, but didn't see anything out of place. I stayed at his place for another night, and nothing happened. The following day, I had to go back to work. I drove home in the afternoon to get fresh clothes. When I pulled up, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. My window screen was bent even more, and there were now 2 barefoot prints in the dirt under the window, one slightly overlapping the other. It was like whoever it was had been there again, standing there for a while. I went inside, locked everything, packed my clothes as fast as I could, and left. I called my landlord and asked if maintenance had been around. He said no one was scheduled. I didn't know what to do. I felt too embarrassed to call the police just for footprints, but I felt terrified to sleep there again. That night I went to work feeling sick with anxiety. I kept looking at the security cameras around the warehouse, checking for any movement outside the gates. My shift felt longer than ever. At the end of the night, around 11:30 p.m., I walked out to the parking lot, scanning the shadows carefully before unlocking my car. As I drove down the same narrow industrial road, I noticed that same orange glow ahead, just like 2 nights before. A small fire burning on the edge of the road. This time, my heart was pounding so hard I felt dizzy. I slowed down, gripping the steering wheel tightly. As my headlights swept across the fire, I saw a figure crouched beside it. A man. He was completely naked, his back facing the road. His skin looked pale and stretched tight over his bones. His spine jutted out sharply down his back, and he was just sitting there, staring into the fire, motionless. I felt cold sweat run down my neck. I kept driving, forcing myself not to look back. I didn't want him to see my face. My chest felt so tight it hurt to breathe. I merged onto the highway and kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see him running down the road after me. But there was nothing, just the empty road disappearing behind me into darkness. I drove straight back to my brother's place. I didn't care that it was almost 1 a.m. I rang his doorbell until he woke up. He let me in without asking questions, and I told him everything. He listened silently, then told me to stay as long as I needed. The next morning, I called the police and told them someone had been standing outside my window at night, and that I saw a naked man lighting fires on the industrial road. They sent someone to my apartment complex to check around, but found nothing except the footprints. They said they'd patrol the area for a few days, but didn't seem very concerned. I didn't blame them. No crime had technically happened yet. Just footprints and a man sitting by a fire. I didn't go back to that apartment alone for almost a week. When I finally did, I went in the middle of the day with my brother by my side. We cleaned up the window area, packed more of my clothes. I woke up before sunrise that morning. My alarm hadn't gone off yet, but I could feel the faint light pressing against my eyelids from the thin curtain hanging over my small bedroom window. I lay there for a moment, listening to the stillness in the room, the quiet hum of my old ceiling fan, and the low clicking sounds of the metal chain hitting its side. I stretched my arms out under the blanket, feeling the cold air brush against my fingers as they slipped out from underneath. My bed felt warmer than usual, or maybe the outside air felt colder. I didn't know why I was awake so early, but after a few minutes of staring at the cracked paint on my ceiling, I decided to get up. I slid out of bed and felt the coldness of the tiles under my feet. I stood there for a moment, rubbing my eyes, trying to force away the heaviness still hanging in my head. I walked to the bathroom, flicked on the light, and stared at my reflection for a while. My eyes were still puffy with sleep. My hair was sticking up in every direction. I splashed water on my face, feeling the chill crawl down my neck and arms. It woke me up just enough to remember why I set my alarm early. Today I had to drive up north to help my uncle clear out his old cabin before the new buyers came to look at it. I brushed my teeth, washed my face properly this time, and walked back to my room to get dressed. I put on a faded gray hoodie and black jeans, along with my old hiking boots that I kept by the door. As I laced them up, I noticed how worn out they looked. Bits of dried mud were still stuck on the edges. I thought about cleaning them, but left it. I wasn't trying to impress anyone today. The sky outside was turning a soft pink as I grabbed my bag and stepped out the front door. The air smelled fresh and cold. I locked the door behind me, feeling the metal key cold between my fingers. My car was parked a few feet away under the small tree in front of my flat. There were dewdrops all over the windshield. I wiped them off with my sleeve before getting in. The seat felt cold against my back when I sat down. I put the key in, twisted it, and felt the old engine struggle for a moment before it started. I drove out onto the empty road, passing by the silent houses with their dark windows. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, and the streetlights were still glowing orange. I liked driving this early. No traffic, no noise. Just the sound of the tires rolling over the cracked roads and the engine humming quietly. The drive to my uncle's cabin took about 3 hours. The first hour was all highway, empty and stretching far out with nothing but fields on both sides. After that, the road turned into narrow backroads, twisting and climbing through hills. I saw patches of morning mist sitting between the trees as I drove further into the woods. It looked beautiful, like thick white smoke trapped under the dark green leaves. The sun started peeking through the trees, making the road ahead glow in patches of orange. I turned off onto the gravel road leading to the cabin. The tires crunched loudly over the stones, and I felt every bump and dip shake through the steering wheel. Trees lined both sides, branches heavy with thick leaves that blocked out most of the sunlight. It felt darker and colder under there. I rolled down my window to feel the fresh air. It smelled like pine and damp dirt. I finally pulled up to the cabin. It looked exactly like I remembered it, small, wooden, with a rusted tin roof and a porch that sagged slightly on the left side. There were old chairs stacked against the wall and a broken lantern hanging from a hook near the door. The place looked abandoned, but I knew my uncle came here every summer until last year when his knees started giving him trouble. Now he wanted to sell it to someone who could actually use it. I parked the car and got out, grabbing my bag from the back seat. The gravel crunched under my boots as I walked up to the porch. I felt the loose wooden plank bend slightly under my weight when I stepped on it. I reached for the key hidden under the third flower pot, just like always, and unlocked the door. Inside, it smelled like old wood and dust. The curtains were drawn, making everything look dark even though I knew it was bright outside. I walked around opening the windows, letting in fresh air. Dust floated up in the thin beams of sunlight. There were dead flies sitting on the windowsills, their wings curled inwards. I swept them onto the floor with my hand and wiped my fingers on my jeans. I started packing up the small things first, the cups, plates, old pans from the kitchen. I wrapped them in newspaper and put them in boxes my uncle left stacked by the door. After an hour, I moved to the living room. There wasn't much there except a thin mattress rolled up in the corner, an old kerosene lamp on the floor, and a wooden table covered in scratches and burns from cigarettes my uncle used to smoke while sitting there at night. I lifted the table and carried it out onto the porch, nearly losing my grip when my foot caught on the door frame. I left it there to take later. By noon, I felt hungry. I sat on the porch steps, unzipped my bag, and took out a sandwich I made that morning. The bread was slightly soggy from the tomatoes. I ate it slowly, watching the breeze push through the trees. The forest was quiet except for some birds chirping in the distance. I could hear the rustle of squirrels or maybe chipmunks running through the fallen leaves. After I finished eating, I walked around the back of the cabin to check if there was anything left behind. The backyard was just a small clearing surrounded by thick trees. Old metal drums sat rusting in the corner, half buried in dead leaves. I kicked one lightly with my boot and heard something rattle inside. I bent down and lifted the lid. Inside were old beer cans, empty and crushed. I let the lid fall back down, the sound echoing through the quiet clearing. I noticed something odd as I stood there. There was a faint trail leading into the woods, starting from behind the cabin. I never noticed it before. It wasn't an official trail, just a narrow path where the grass was flattened and the leaves were cleared away. I stood there for a moment, staring at it. I don't know why, but I felt this tightness in my chest looking at it. Like I shouldn't follow it. But my curiosity got the better of me. I wanted to see where it led. I walked back to the cabin, grabbed my phone from my bag, and turned on the flashlight even though it was still daytime. The trees were so thick that only small patches of sunlight reached the forest floor. I started down the path, pushing aside thin branches and stepping over fallen logs. My boots crunched softly over the dead leaves. The air felt colder here, and I could hear the faint sound of dripping water somewhere deeper in the woods. I kept walking for about 10 minutes. The path twisted left and right, sometimes disappearing completely under thick piles of leaves before reappearing again. I kept my eyes on the ground, making sure I didn't step on anything slippery. My phone buzzed in my hand. A low battery warning popped up. I ignored it and kept going. I noticed the ground was getting softer under my boots. My feet sank slightly with each step, and soon I was walking through damp mud. The air smelled different here, wetter like rotting wood and old water. I saw a small stream running across the path up ahead. The water was shallow and clear, but the mud around it was dark and sticky. I tried to step over it, but my boots slipped on the wet grass, sinking into the mud with a squelching sound. I cursed under my breath and pulled my foot out, nearly losing my balance. My boot was covered in black mud. I wiped it on the grass and kept walking. The path ended a few feet ahead at a small clearing. There was something in the middle. As I got closer, I saw it was an old shed. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The wooden walls were dark with rot, and the roof was caved in on one side. Vines crawled up the walls, wrapping around the broken window frames. The door was slightly open. I stood there for a while, staring at it. I felt uneasy looking at it. I didn't know why. I walked up to the door and pushed it open. The hinges squeaked loudly, echoing into the silent woods. Inside, it was dark and smelled like wet wood and rust. My flashlight flickered as I moved it around. There were old tools hanging on the walls, rusted saws, hammers with wooden handles eaten away by termites, shovels with blades covered in dirt and rust. There was a workbench against the back wall, its surface covered in dirt, leaves, and bits of wood. I stepped inside slowly, feeling the rotten wooden floor bend slightly under my boots. I walked around the small shed, looking at the tools, trying to figure out why my uncle would have a shed this far from the cabin. I didn't see anything useful, just old junk covered in dust and rust. I turned to leave, but something on the floor caught my eye. It was a small metal box half buried under dirt and fallen leaves. I bent down and picked it up. It was heavier than it looked. I brushed the dirt off with my sleeve. The metal was cold against my skin. I opened it slowly. Inside were several rolls of old film. They were covered in dust and smelled like chemicals. I held one up to the light coming through the broken window. I couldn't see anything through it. I put it back in the box and closed it. As I stood up, my boots slipped slightly on the floor. I looked down and saw something dark and shiny near my foot. I bent down again and brushed away the dirt. My stomach dropped. It was a bone. Small, but definitely a bone. I felt the tightness in my chest return, worse than before. I brushed away more dirt and saw several other small bones scattered around. They looked like animal bones, maybe from a squirrel or a rabbit, but they were all in one spot, piled together under the dirt. I stood up quickly, my head spinning slightly. I felt like I shouldn't be there. I turned and walked out of the shed, nearly tripping over the threshold as I stepped outside. The air felt colder now, and I could feel goosebumps rising along my arms even under the hoodie. I started walking back down the path, faster this time, pushing branches out of my way without caring if they scratched my arm. I woke up to my alarm at 4:30 a.m. like I always did on workdays. I sat up on the edge of my bed for a minute, rubbing my eyes and listening to the quiet hum of my fan. I was tired because I'd gone to sleep late watching some random videos on my phone. I got up, stretched my arms above my head, and walked over to the bathroom, my bare feet cold against the floor. I splashed my face with water to wake myself up. As I looked in the mirror, my eyes were puffy with sleep, and I noticed the small cut on my chin from shaving yesterday. I turned away and brushed my teeth while staring down at the sink, just feeling the mint taste wake me up a bit more. I walked into the kitchen and put on the kettle for tea. The window was still dark outside, and I could see my own reflection in it, faint under the little light from the kitchen. I opened the fridge, took out a leftover roti from last night, and ate it cold while I waited for the water to boil. I checked my phone, scrolling through a couple notifications, mostly just random group chats. My back hurt from sleeping weirdly, so I bent forward and stretched a little to loosen it. When the water was done, I poured it over the tea bag in my cup and let it sit while I got dressed. I wore my work uniform, dark blue trousers and a light blue shirt, tucked it in properly, and tied my shoelaces tight. I drank my tea quickly, burning my tongue a bit, then grabbed my wallet and keys and left the apartment. Outside, it was still dark. The air was cool and smelled fresh, mixed with the faint smell of smoke from someone burning trash down the street. I walked to the bus stop, which was about a 15-minute walk. As I walked, I passed by the closed shops with their metal shutters down, and stray dogs were lying on the side of the road, barely lifting their heads to look at me. My shoes crunched over bits of gravel on the footpath, and I stepped over a broken brick that had been there for weeks. I got to the bus stop and waited. There was only one other person there, an old man wearing a shawl, sitting on the bench and dozing off. The streetlights flickered above us, and the wires overhead buzzed faintly. I looked down the road, hoping to see the headlights of the bus, but it was just empty black road stretching ahead. I checked my phone again and scrolled through my gallery out of boredom, looking at random old photos. One was of my shoes, another of the lunch I had made last week, just random things. Finally, the bus arrived. I got on, swiped my card, and found a seat near the back. The lights inside flickered as the engine rumbled, and I felt the vibrations through the seat. As the bus started moving, I looked out the window at the empty road, the orange streetlights passing by every few seconds. The driver had the radio on low, and I could hear the faint voice of the news reporter saying something about a traffic jam on the highway. After about 30 minutes, I got off near the main road where my office was. There were more people around now, shopkeepers opening shutters, tea stalls starting their stoves, and rickshaw drivers waiting for their first customers. I walked through them towards the alley behind my office building, where I always cut through to save a few minutes. The alley was narrow, with old buildings on both sides, some with peeling paint, some with rusted metal gates, and stray cats digging through garbage bags left against the walls. I always walked fast here because it smelled bad, like rotten vegetables and stale water. As I stepped into the alley, I noticed that it felt colder than usual. I shrugged it off and kept walking. Halfway through, I saw a motorbike parked there, blocking most of the path. It wasn't there yesterday. I squeezed past it carefully, avoiding brushing against the cold metal. My shoulder bag scraped against the handlebar a bit, and I heard the soft click of its indicator switch flicking back. I kept walking. At the end of the alley, there was a pile of cardboard boxes that had been there for weeks, damp from rain a few days back, their corners sagging and dark with moisture. As I walked past them, I heard a faint rustling sound coming from behind the boxes. I stopped for a second, thinking maybe it was a cat, but then I kept walking. I wasn't really scared, just annoyed that the alley was so dirty. I went into the office, building through the back gate. The security guard was half asleep in his chair, his head tilted down. I nodded at him as I walked past, and he didn't even look up. Inside, the fluorescent lights were harsh and white, making my eyes squint for a moment. I climbed the stairs to the second floor and unlocked the office door. The office was silent except for the faint hum of the refrigerator in the pantry area. I turned on the lights, walked to my desk, and put my bag down. I sat down and powered on my computer. As it started up, I leaned back in my chair, closed my eyes, and rubbed my temples. I felt a bit dizzy from the early wake-up. I drank some water from my bottle the coolness calming my throat. An hour later, a few more coworkers arrived. I didn't really talk to anyone. I just did my work, checking emails, entering data into the system, sending updates to my manager. The morning passed by slowly. Around 10 a.m., I got up to stretch my legs. I walked to the pantry to make myself another tea. There was no one there. I poured hot water into the paper cup, dipped the tea bag, and stared out the small window above the sink. The sky was bright and clear now, and I could see pigeons sitting on the ledge outside, their feathers puffed up against the mild breeze. I went back to my desk and sat down. As I sipped my tea, my phone vibrated in my pocket. I checked it. It was just a random ad notification. I put it away and continued working. At noon, it was lunchtime. I didn't bring anything from home today, so I decided to go out and eat. I grabbed my wallet and left the office. I walked back through the alley to get to the tea stall that also sold par the rolls. As I walked through the alley again, I noticed that the motorbike was gone now. The boxes were still there, but they seemed to have been pushed slightly to the side. I thought maybe the person who owned the bike moved them a bit to get it out. I didn't think much of it. I got to the tea stall, ordered an egg par the roll, and sat down on the small plastic stool. The street was busy now, filled with honking cars, people walking fast, rickshaw engines sputtering. I ate my roll slowly, tasting the egg, onion, and chutney, feeling the warm food calm my hunger. I finished, paid the man, and started walking back to the office. As I entered the alley again, I saw something strange. One of the boxes near the end had fallen over, and there was stuff scattered around it, bits of old cloth, empty plastic wrappers, and what looked like a small steel plate. I stopped walking for a second, staring at it. The steel plate had leftover bits of food on it, dry and crusted. I looked around, but the alley was empty. I walked past it, stepping over a torn plastic bag that was leaking some brownish water. The smell made my nose wrinkle. I got back to the office and worked for the rest of the day. When it was 6 p.m., I shut down my computer, grabbed my bag, and left. Outside, it was still light, but the sun was getting lower, casting long shadows across the road. I walked to the bus stop again, feeling tired from the long day. On the bus, I sat by the window and rested my head against the glass. The ride home was bumpy, and every pothole made my head thump lightly against the window. I closed my eyes and dozed off a bit, waking up when the bus jerked to a stop at my area. I got off and started the 15-minute walk back to my apartment. The shops were open now, lights bright, people standing around buying vegetables, kids running around with school bags still on their backs. I walked past them, staring down at the ground, watching my shadow stretch out ahead of me under the streetlights. When I got home, I took off my shoes at the door and went straight to the bathroom to wash my face. I looked at myself in the mirror again. My eyes were red with tiredness. I changed into my home clothes, an old loose t-shirt and track pants, then sat down on the floor to rest my back against the wall. I pulled my phone out and scrolled through random videos for about an hour, not really paying attention to any of them. Around 8 p.m., I got up to make dinner. I cut some onions and potatoes, fried them with spices, and ate quietly while standing near the stove. The taste was okay, nothing special. I washed my plate, wiped down the counter, and went to my room. I sat on my bed, thinking I should sleep early today since I felt exhausted. I turned off the light, lay down, and closed my eyes. But I couldn't sleep. My mind kept replaying the image of the fallen box in the alley, the scattered stuff, and that steel plate with leftover food. I didn't know why it was bothering me so much. I tried to force myself to sleep, turning to my side, adjusting my pillow, but it wasn't working. Finally, I got up and drank some water, then lay back down again. This time, I kept my eyes open, staring at the ceiling. The fan spun slowly, the blades making a faint clicking noise every few seconds. I lay there for almost an hour, my mind drifting in and out of half-dreams. The next morning, I woke up feeling sore. I repeated the same routine, got ready, and left for work. As I walked to the bus stop, I felt like someone was walking behind me. I glanced back, but there was no one. The street was empty except for the dogs sleeping on the footpath. I shook my head and kept walking. At the bus stop, the same old man was there, sitting and staring ahead blankly. I waited, looking down the road for the bus. When it arrived, I got on and sat near the back again. My head was hurting slightly, a dull ache behind my eyes. I closed them and leaned back. When I reached my office area, I got off and walked towards the alley as usual. Today, the motorbike was back, parked in the same spot as before, blocking most of the path. I squeezed past it again, but this time I felt uneasy. The alley felt colder, and I noticed a faint smell of something rotten. I woke up that morning with a heaviness in my chest that I couldn't quite shake. I didn't know why I felt like that, but I blamed it on bad sleep. The sun was already rising, glowing pale orange behind the thin curtains. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and just sat there for a few seconds, staring at the wooden floorboards. The fan above me spun lazily, its motor clicking every rotation. My room was silent except for that sound. I forced myself to stand and stretch. My shoulders were stiff. I walked out into the small hallway, feet brushing over the rug. My brother's door was closed, and I could hear him snoring softly inside. I walked past and went into the kitchen. The tiles felt cold under my feet. I opened the fridge, took out a water bottle, and drank half of it without stopping. My throat burned from sleeping with my mouth open. I set the bottle on the counter and leaned against it, closing my eyes again. That heaviness was still there, like a rock sitting on my chest. The house was quiet. Outside, I could hear the crows in the neem tree, squawking at each other. I pushed myself off the counter and went to the window to look out. The street was empty. Only an old woman was sweeping her yard across the road, her back bent, moving slowly. The sky was getting brighter, but it still felt cold. I decided to go for a walk. Maybe that would make the heaviness go away. I slipped on my sandals and grabbed my phone and keys. As I stepped out the front door, I felt the air hit me. It was fresh, but carried a smell of burning wood from somewhere far off. I locked the gate behind me and started walking down the dirt lane, past the small houses with peeling paint and closed metal gates. A couple of dogs barked from behind fences. I ignored them and kept walking. I reached the main road and turned right, heading toward the canal. The walk was quiet. A few motorbikes passed by, leaving trails of dust behind them. I reached the small concrete bridge over the canal and stopped there, resting my elbows on the railing. The water below moved slowly, brown and thick with floating garbage. Plastic bags clung to the reeds on the edges. I watched as a plastic bottle drifted past under me, turning slowly in the water. I don't know how long I stood there. My mind felt blank, almost numb. I just watched the water move. Then, I decided to keep walking. There was a dirt path along the canal, mostly used by farmers and kids going to the mango orchards further down. I had never walked that way alone, but that morning, I felt like I needed to keep moving. I stepped off the bridge onto the path. It was narrow and uneven, with grass growing on both sides and small rocks sticking out. The smell of wet mud rose up around me. Birds flew overhead, their wings making sharp flapping sounds in the quiet morning. I kept my eyes down, watching where I placed my feet. After about 10 minutes, the sounds of the road faded away behind me. It was silent except for my own footsteps and the occasional rustle of a lizard darting through dry leaves. The path curved gently to the right and then straightened again. I saw the mango trees ahead, dark green against the sky. Their thick branches reached out over the canal. As I got closer, I noticed an old bicycle lying on its side in the grass beside the path. Its tires were flat, and the metal was rusted orange. The seat was torn open, and the foam inside was gray and crumbling. I glanced at it as I passed, wondering who left it there and how long it had been sitting like that. I walked deeper into the orchard. The trees stood close together, their branches forming a roof overhead. The air smelled sweet and earthy. There were fallen mangoes everywhere, some rotting into black mush, others still firm and yellow. Bees buzzed around them, and flies landed on the soft spots. I could hear the hum of insects in the trees. The ground was littered with leaves and fruit pits. I kept walking, stepping over fallen branches and avoiding the piles of rotting mangoes. My sandals stuck slightly to the wet mud. The sun barely reached the ground here. It was cool and dim. I walked for a long time without thinking, just putting one foot in front of the other. Then I smelled it. At first I thought it was just the smell of rotting fruit, but as I walked further in, it got stronger. It smelled like something dead, like a rat that had crawled into a drain and died there. I stopped and looked around. The trees were silent, no birds chirping, no wind rustling the leaves. I listened hard, but there was nothing. The smell was coming from ahead. I didn't want to find out what it was, but my feet kept moving forward. The path curved slightly to the left, and as I rounded the bend, I saw it. There was a small clearing there, with broken branches scattered around and a tree stump in the middle. Lying on the ground beside the stump was a dog. Its fur was matted and dirty, covered in flies. Its belly was bloated, legs stiff. Its eyes were open, and its tongue hung out of its mouth, black and dry. I felt my stomach twist. The smell was overwhelming. I turned away and covered my nose with my shirt. I stood there for a few seconds, breathing through my mouth, trying not to throw up. I didn't want to look at it again, but something about it felt wrong. I forced myself to turn back. That's when I noticed the rope. It was thin and blue, tied around the dog's neck, and the other end was tied to the tree stump. The knot looked tight, like it had been pulled hard. The fur around the neck was rubbed away, showing raw skin underneath. The ground under the dog's paws was scratched up, the dirt turned over in long lines. I felt cold. The dog hadn't just died there. Someone had tied it there and left it to die. My chest felt heavy again, but this time it was mixed with something else. Fear. I looked around quickly, scanning the trees. The orchard was silent. No one was there. But the feeling that someone had been there, maybe even recently, made the hairs on my neck stand up. I backed away from the clearing, keeping my eyes on the dog. Then I turned and walked quickly back the way I came, almost tripping over tree roots and fallen fruit. I didn't care about the buzzing flies or the smell anymore. I just wanted to get out of there. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I felt dizzy. When I reached the edge of the orchard, I stopped to catch my breath. The sun was higher now, shining bright and hot. I could hear the road in the distance, motorbikes and people shouting. The normal sounds of the morning felt unreal after what I had just seen. I stood there for a moment, breathing hard, sweat dripping down my back. My legs felt shaky. I started walking back toward the bridge, not looking behind me. The heaviness in my chest was worse now. My stomach was tight, and my hands were trembling slightly. When I reached the bridge, I stopped again and looked down at the canal. The water was still moving slowly, carrying more plastic and bits of green weed. I leaned against the railing and looked at my reflection in the water. My face was pale, and sweat was dripping from my chin. My hair stuck to my forehead. I didn't feel real. I felt like I was watching myself from somewhere else. I stood there for a long time, not moving. Finally, I pushed myself away and started walking home. My sandals slapped against the concrete as I crossed the bridge. The dogs barked at me again as I walked down the lane, but I ignored them. I reached my gate and unlocked it, slipping inside quickly and closing it behind me. I stood there in the small yard, looking at the plants growing along the wall. The air felt hot and still. I went inside and locked the door. My brother was still asleep. I went to my room and sat down on my bed, staring at the floor. I could still smell the dog in my nose, even though I was far from the orchard now. I felt like I couldn't breathe properly. My chest felt tight, and I rubbed it with my hand, trying to make the feeling go away. The day passed slowly. I tried to distract myself by cleaning the kitchen, sweeping the yard, and washing clothes. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw the dog lying there with its tongue out and the rope around its neck. I kept thinking about who had done that. Why would anyone do that to an animal? What kind of person would sit there, tying that knot, knowing what it meant? That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the fan clicking overhead. The shadows in the room seemed darker than usual. Every small noise outside made me jump. A motorbike passing on the road, a dog barking in the distance, the creak of the house settling in the cool night. I felt like someone was watching me, even though I knew no one was there. At around 3 in the morning, I got up and went to the kitchen to drink water. The tiles were cold under my feet again. I drank straight from the bottle, feeling the water run down my dry throat. I set the bottle back in the fridge and leaned against the counter, staring into the darkness of the living room. I kept thinking about that orchard, the silence, the flies, the rope. I felt like I could still hear the buzzing in my ears. I wondered if whoever did that was still around, walking those same paths, maybe looking for something else to tie up. That thought made my skin crawl. I walked back to my room and lay down again, pulling the blanket up to my chin even though it was warm. I lay on my side, facing the wall, and forced my eyes shut. Eventually, I fell asleep, but it was a restless sleep. I woke up many times before morning, sweating and breathing hard. The next day, I told myself I wouldn't think about it anymore. I avoided looking out the window toward the canal. I kept myself busy all day, washing dishes, sweeping the floor again, wiping down the windows. but it stayed in the back of my mind like a stain I couldn't scrub away. I knew I wouldn't walk down that path again. I didn't even want to cross the bridge anymore. I felt like the orchard was watching me, holding that memory of the dog and waiting for me to come back. Days passed, but the feeling never left me. Even now, every time I walk past that bridge, Hello everyone, I'm the Creep's Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I had this small bedroom at the end of the hallway in our old house. The door to my room faced directly down the hall towards my parents' room, and there was a large window on the wall next to my bed. My bed was pushed up against the far side of the room, so if I sat up, I could see almost the entire room and the hallway if the door was open. My parents usually left my door slightly ajar at night, so I wouldn't feel too closed off. I remember that night very clearly because it was one of those nights where the wind outside just wouldn't stop. You could hear it pushing against the windows and whistling under the cracks of the walls. Our house was old, and the wood panels made sounds all the time, creaking and clicking as they shifted with the weather. I was used to it. I slept with my little radio on every night. I didn't like the silence. It felt like the silence had a sound of its own, and that sound always felt heavy, like it was pressing down on my ears. That night, the radio was playing soft songs, slow ones, sad ones. I don't remember which song it was, but even now, when I hear certain songs from that time, I get chills down my arms and the back of my neck, and I feel like I'm that scared little kid again. I was laying on my back, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind tap against the window pane, when suddenly there was this loud bang on the glass. It wasn't like something small hitting it, like a branch scratching or a pine cone falling from the gutter. It was a thud, a heavy hit, as if someone had slapped the window with their hand. My body jumped, my chest tightening so fast that it hurt. My first thought was that it was just the wind. Maybe the wind had knocked something against the glass. That had to be it. I pulled my blanket up under my chin, curled my toes, and tried to focus back on the radio, letting the singer's soft voice carry me back into sleep. But then I heard footsteps in my room. My room was big enough that you could walk in circles around the middle area. My dad used to walk around when helping me clean up toys or when reading something out loud to me, pacing back and forth. I knew what footsteps sounded like on my carpet. That's what I heard. I heard the sound of something moving across the carpet, slow and soft at first, just a shuffle, like someone adjusting their feet. I opened my eyes wide, staring straight up at the ceiling, not wanting to move, not wanting to look. I told myself it was the house. That was what adults always said. Houses settle. They make noises. But these noises didn't come from the walls or the roof. They were coming from the floor, from the space around my bed. I felt the air in the room change. The temperature was dropping, and it wasn't just a small chill. It felt like someone had opened a freezer and let all that biting cold air pour out into the room. My arms prickled with goosebumps, and my nose started to hurt with each breath I took in. I could see the shadow of my dresser and my toy box, and I kept staring at those, trying to focus on something real, so I wouldn't have to think about what else might be there. The song on the radio changed, but it didn't help. It was another slow song, sadder than the one before. The singer's voice sounded almost like crying. That sound mixed with the footsteps made my stomach twist, so hard I thought I was going to throw up right there in bed. I felt like something was circling me. I could hear the steps move from beside my closet door to the foot of my bed, then around to the other side near the window. Each time the footsteps moved, the air got colder. It was like I was laying in a bed made of ice. I tried to tell myself to just close my eyes and sleep, but I couldn't. My heart was slamming in my chest so loud I could feel the vibrations in my neck. I thought if I didn't move, if I just laid there and pretended to sleep, it would go away, but it didn't. It kept circling. I could feel something watching me. My eyes darted around the ceiling, looking for movement, shadows, anything, but the only thing I saw was the faint glow from the digital clock on my dresser. I couldn't take it anymore. I decided I had to run. My parents' room was down the hall, only a few steps away if I ran fast. I threw the blanket off me and swung my feet to the floor. The carpet felt rough and cold under my toes. I took a deep breath, ready to sprint. The footsteps stopped. That was almost worse, because now it was silent except for the sad voice on the radio and the wind outside, and that silence felt like it was waiting for me to move. I stood up and ran. As I ran across my room, I felt it. There was a spot in the middle of the room where the air felt so cold that it burned my skin. My breath came out in a white cloud, like it did on winter mornings when I waited for the school bus. For a split second, I stopped running. I couldn't help it. My legs froze up. The cold wasn't normal. It felt like it went straight into my bones, like something was grabbing me from the inside out. That's when I heard it. Just 2 words, but they sounded so close to my ear that I felt the warmth of them against my cheek. I'm lost. That was it. That's all it said. But it wasn't loud. It was almost like a whisper mixed with a sigh. My whole body tightened so hard that my knees almost gave out under me. I felt like I was about to pee myself right there on the carpet. I didn't wait another second. I ran. I ran out of my room, down the hall, and straight into my parents' room. I didn't even bother to wake them up. I just dove under their bed and pulled their old blanket down off the edge, so it covered the side of the bed, hiding me completely. I curled up tight under there, my knees pulled to my chest, my hands clenching the carpet until my knuckles hurt. I could hear their soft breathing above me, my mom's quiet snoring, my dad shifting on the mattress. I stayed under there for what felt like hours. I cried, but I kept it quiet. I didn't want to wake them up because I didn't want them to know how scared I was. I thought if I told them, then whatever was in my room would be mad at me for telling. At some point, I fell asleep under their bed. When I woke up in the morning, my dad was already up and getting ready for work. My mom was still asleep. I crawled out from under the bed slowly. The sun was coming in through their curtains, and it felt warm and safe. I went back to my room to get dressed for school. I stood at the doorway for a long time, staring inside. Everything looked normal. My toys were where I left them, my blankets were on the floor from when I ran out, and the radio was still on, playing some happy morning show. I stepped inside slowly. The air felt normal again, not cold or heavy. I walked over to the spot in the middle of the room where it had been so cold the night before. I stood there for a moment. Nothing, just carpet under my feet. I went to the window and looked out. There were no branches or leaves pressed against the glass. Nothing that could have caused the banging noise. The window was a little foggy from the temperature difference, but other than that, it was fine. I turned off my radio and started getting ready for school. That whole day I felt like my skin didn't fit right. Every time someone walked behind me in the hallway, I flinched. Every time the teacher called my name, my heart jumped in my chest like I was in trouble. When I got home that afternoon, I didn't go back into my room right away. I sat in the living room, watching TV, pretending I wasn't avoiding it, but I was. Eventually, my mom told me to go clean up my room before dinner. I walked down the hall slowly, my socks sliding a little on the wooden floor. I pushed my door open with my foot and stepped inside. It smelled like my room again, like old stuffed animals, and that weird plastic smell from my toy bin. I picked up my blankets and put them back on the bed. I sat down on the edge for a while, looking at the carpet where I had felt that cold spot. I pressed my hand against it. It felt warm from the afternoon sun shining through the window. That night, I begged my parents to let me sleep on the floor in their room. My dad thought I was being silly, but my mom let me set up my sleeping bag next to her side of the bed. I slept there for 3 nights before my dad finally told me I needed to sleep in my own room again. I didn't hear the footsteps after that. I didn't hear the words again. But every night after that, when I laid down in my bed, I pulled the blankets up over my head, even if it was hot. I kept the radio on, but I stopped listening to the slow, sad station. I switched it to the late-night talk shows, where people were always laughing and talking about funny things, anything to keep my mind away from what happened. As I grew up, I tried to tell myself it was a dream. I tried to convince myself I had imagined it because I was half asleep. But no matter how many times I told myself that, I can still feel the cold on my skin when I think about it. I can still hear those words whispered so close to my ear that I felt them brush against my cheek. I'm lost. That's what it said. I never told my parents. I never told my friends. Even now, I don't like talking about it. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits or anything like that. I don't know what it was. Maybe it really was just a half-awake dream mixed with the noises of an old house on a windy night. Maybe my brain filled in the gaps and created a voice from the sounds of the radio. That's what I tell myself so I can sleep at night. But even now, as an adult, when I wake up in the middle of the night and my room is dark and silent, I find myself staring at the spot on my floor where the moonlight hits, waiting to see if something moves across it. And every once in a while, if the room is quiet enough and the air is just a little too cold, I think I hear it again, so soft that I almost miss it, drifting across the room like a sigh in the dark. I'm lost. And every time I hear it, my chest tightens, and I feel like that little kid again, frozen on the carpet in the middle of the night, with my breath coming out in shaky white clouds, wondering if it will ever find its way out of my room. I was 16 when it happened. That night felt like any other humid summer night. The small fan by my bedside table was rattling away, its blades covered in thin layers of dust. I had fallen asleep around midnight after scrolling on my phone until the battery died. I remember waking up feeling thirsty, and the room was almost completely dark except for the faint yellow light coming from the streetlight outside. That dim glow came through my thin curtain and fell across my door where I always hung my clean clothes to dry. I blinked a few times to let my eyes adjust. At first, all I saw was the familiar shape of my jeans folded over the top of the door and my shirts hanging off wire hangers. My grandmother was sleeping on a small mattress beside my bed because she was visiting for the weekend, snoring softly under her thin floral blanket. Everything was quiet, too quiet, except for the fan and her breathing. Then I noticed something odd. My clothes weren't still like they always were at night. They were moving gently, swaying back and forth, as if a light breeze was passing through them. But the fan wasn't even facing that direction, and my window was shut. I stared harder, my throat suddenly feeling dry and tight. I could see shapes moving behind my clothes, something shifting and rustling through the shirts. My brain was still half asleep, trying to process what I was seeing. Then I saw legs. They weren't normal legs. They were thin, almost sticks, but the skin was gray and covered in dark veins that stood out like roads on a map. The legs didn't look strong enough to stand on, yet they were holding up something tall behind my hanging clothes. I felt a chill spread up from my feet to my neck as I kept staring, trying to make sense of what was standing in my doorway. I blinked a few more times, rubbing my eyes hard until they watered. When my vision finally cleared, I saw him. I saw the entire thing standing there like he had been watching me sleep for hours. He was tall but extremely skinny, with a stomach so swollen it looked like he was starving but bloated at the same time. His skin was a pale gray color, almost like wet cement, and it was stretched so tight over his bones that I could see the shape of his ribs clearly. Dark blue veins ran all over his skin, thick and raised like cords underneath. His fingers were the worst part. They were unbelievably long and thin, moving through my clothes like spider legs. They didn't even look like human fingers. Each one was pointed at the end like broken sticks, curling and uncurling softly as they touched the fabric of my shirts. They looked strong enough to pierce right through me if he wanted to. My chest felt heavy as I forced myself to keep looking up at his face. His head was cone-shaped, coming to a slight point at the top, completely bald with no hair anywhere on his scalp. His chin was long and narrow, hanging down slightly as if it were too heavy for his thin neck. He didn't have eyelids, just big wet-looking eyes that bulged out of his skull. They were so wide and round that I could see my clothes reflected in them, even in the dark. His tiny mouth was puckered, just a small round opening, and it moved like he was sucking on an invisible lollipop. He just kept doing that over and over, his lips twitching inward and outward, making a soft smacking sound that I could almost hear over the fan. He was hunched over badly, his thin back curved forward so harshly that the top of his back stuck out like a broken branch. He was wearing what looked like an old hospital gown. It was torn along his back where his spine jutted out, and the fabric looked so thin and worn that it barely covered his gray, shriveled body. For a few seconds, we just stared at each other. I didn't even know if I was awake or dreaming. My heart was pounding so hard that I thought I would pass out. I tried to scream, but my throat felt blocked, and the only sound that came out was a small croak. My eyes filled with tears as I tried again, feeling my chest tighten and my stomach twist. I turned to look at my grandmother sleeping on her mattress, just a foot away from my bed. I reached out and grabbed her shoulder, shaking her as hard as I could while I kept my eyes on that thing. It didn't move. It didn't step closer or back away. It just stood there, its big eyes staring straight at me without blinking, its mouth still puckering and smacking. I noticed more about him in those seconds. His head seemed too big for his body, but it tapered into that cone shape like his skull hadn't finished forming properly. His arms were longer than they should have been, hanging down past his knees. His skin sagged at his elbows, and his shoulders were narrow and bony. He had no hair anywhere, no eyebrows, no eyelashes, not even small body hair. His entire body looked hairless and shriveled like he had been soaking in water for too long. Except it wasn't soft-looking, it was hard and thin and dry. Finally, my grandmother woke up with a small gasp, sitting up slightly and looking around with her tired eyes. As soon as she moved, I looked back towards the doorway, and he was gone, just like that. My clothes were still swaying a little bit, as if something had just brushed past them. My grandmother asked if I was okay, but I couldn't speak. I just kept looking at the doorway, waiting to see if he would come back. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I kept my blanket pulled up to my chin and my eyes wide open, staring at the door. My grandmother went back to sleep after a few minutes, thinking maybe I had a bad dream. But I knew I wasn't dreaming. I felt fully awake, and my throat still burned from trying to scream. In the weeks before that happened, there were strange things going on in the house. My bedroom door would slam shut randomly, even when the windows were closed. Sometimes it would lock itself from the inside, and I'd have to call my mom to use a butter knife to open it. I thought maybe it was the old door frame and the house settling, but it started happening almost every night. Sometimes it would slam so hard that the pictures on my wall would shake. One night, about a week before seeing him, I woke up feeling like hands were grabbing my feet and legs. It was like several hands were wrapped around my ankles and calves, squeezing them lightly. I tried to kick them off, but there was nothing there. I turned on the lamp next to my bed, but the feeling didn't go away immediately. My legs felt cold and numb for hours after that, and I couldn't go back to sleep. I also had horrible nightmares. Every night it felt like my brain was being forced to see the worst things it could imagine. I would wake up sweating and shaking, breathing hard like I had been running. Sometimes I'd wake up with tears on my pillow, but I wouldn't remember why I was crying. After I saw that gray man in my doorway, I couldn't take it anymore. I told my parents everything. I told them about the door slamming, about the hands on my legs, about the nightmares, and about him. At first, they thought maybe I was stressed out from school, or from trying to figure out what I wanted to do after graduation. My dad even thought maybe I had sleep paralysis, but I wasn't paralyzed. I could move. I could shake my grandmother awake. I just couldn't scream properly. My mom believed me a little more than my dad. She called a priest to come bless the room. I remember the day he came. He was an older man with kind eyes, and he wore simple black clothes. He walked into my room with a small bottle of holy water and a Bible. He said a prayer in a calm, low voice and sprinkled the holy water along my door frame, my bed, and the windows. I just stood there feeling embarrassed, but also scared, because part of me thought it wouldn't work. After he left, the house felt different. My room felt lighter somehow. The door didn't slam shut randomly anymore. The nightmares became less and less over the next few weeks, until they stopped completely. I never saw the gray man again. Sometimes I wondered if the exorcism actually worked, or if it just gave my brain peace of mind, so it stopped creating these horrible things. I wondered if it was stress or sleep deprivation, or if it was something I really saw. Something that existed, but I wasn't supposed to see. All I know is that after that night, I never slept with my door open again. Even when I hang my clothes on the door frame now, I make sure to shut the door completely before going to bed. I don't care how hot it gets in the summer. I'd rather wake up drenched in sweat than wake up to see him standing there again, staring at me with those lidless eyes, his long pointed fingers moving through my shirts like he was trying to decide what to take with him. Years later, when I think back to that night, I can still see his shape in the darkness if I let my imagination run too far. I can see his big head and his swollen belly, his puckered mouth moving as if he was sucking on something invisible, his eyes wide and unblinking as he stared into me like he was trying to read every part of my mind. I can still hear the soft smacking sounds his lips made. I can still remember how my chest felt like it was being crushed under a weight I couldn't see. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't woken up that night. What he would have done if he saw me sleeping and realized I couldn't see him watching me. But I did see him, and that changed everything. Maybe he was surprised I could see him. Maybe he thought humans weren't supposed to notice him at all. Whatever the truth is, that night taught me one thing for sure. If you ever feel like something is watching you from the doorway at night, it probably is. And if you can see it, it's too late to pretend it isn't there. When I was about 13 or 14, I lived out on this farm in North Carolina. But it wasn't the kind of farm people imagine when you say that word. There weren't rows of beans or corn stretching out to the road, no tractor lines cutting through rich black soil. Ours was a pine tree harvestry. Longleaf pines lined up in perfect rows, row after row, acre after acre. Pine needles were a big landscaping thing, so every year we'd rake them up and bale them like hay. My dad would load the bales onto the old flatbed and haul them into town to sell. It was quiet out there, too quiet sometimes, and the only sounds at night were the dogs barking at deer or possums or whatever else crept through the brush. Our house sat right in the middle of those trees, all 550 acres of them. It was a weird place. Some dentist built it back in the 30s, probably thought he'd retire in the woods. It had a huge living room with a window that stretched almost the whole length of the wall, probably 50 feet long. When you sat on the couch in winter, with the little bit of snow we got, you could see for a mile through those pines if the moon was out. The snow didn't really pile up thick like in the north, just a dusting that clung to the pine straw and froze it into hard little blades. But the moonlight would bounce off it enough to make everything visible, like faint silver daylight. I never liked that window. Even on normal nights, it felt like something was watching back at me. You couldn't see your own reflection in it when the lights were off. It was just black glass, empty, wide, and cold. The living room itself sat maybe 5 or 6 feet off the ground since the house was built on a slope. So if anything was right under the window, you wouldn't see it unless you pressed your face to the glass and looked straight down. I never did. One weekend, my cousin came over. He was about my age, and we'd hang out whenever we could. That night it was freezing outside, so we were tossing all kinds of stuff into the fireplace, just to see what would happen. Pine needles crackled fast and bright, little twigs snapped loud like firecrackers, and an old potato made a weird screaming noise as it roasted and split. Eventually the fire died down and we got bored, so we built a kingdom out of couch cushions and blankets right there in the living room. We had it set up like a fort, thick layers of quilts pulled from the hall closet, all of it facing the big black window. I remember feeling uneasy even before anything happened. Something about that window always did it to me, but I tried not to show it. My cousin was fearless compared to me, or maybe just better at pretending. It was quiet for a long time. We laid there looking up at the ceiling where the shadows from the dying fire flickered. I could hear the dogs barking way out in the distance. They weren't close to the house, probably somewhere near the back property line. I didn't think much of it because they barked at anything and everything: deer, armadillos, stray dogs, even shadows when the moonlight moved just right. My cousin sat up suddenly and stared out the window. He didn't say anything for a while. I kept asking him what he was looking at, but he just shushed me, eyes fixed on the trees outside. I felt the fear start to grow in my chest like a balloon inflating. When you're out there in the middle of nowhere, your mind plays tricks on you. It was so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. I finally sat up and looked too. At first, I didn't see anything, just rows and rows of pines disappearing into the dark. The moon was bright enough to light up the snow like a pale sheet, but the shadows between trees stayed black. He whispered that he thought he saw something moving. I squinted so hard my eyes watered, but for minutes there was nothing. Then I saw it. A shadow moved between 2 trees, about 100 yards out from the house. It wasn't running. It wasn't crouched. It just walked briskly from one tree to the next. My heart dropped straight down into my stomach. For a second, I thought it might be my eyes playing with me. Moonlight can do that. But then it happened again, a few minutes later, maybe 50 feet from where we first saw it. Another dark shape, walking smoothly between trees. It didn't duck or hesitate. It just moved like it belonged there. We sat frozen, eyes glued to the window. Neither of us said a word. We didn't even look at each other. Every time one shape disappeared, we would wait and scan for the next. Sometimes it would take 5 minutes, sometimes 2. But every time a figure appeared, walked a few steps, and vanished behind another tree. It wasn't like watching animals move in the woods. Animals dart and pause, flick their ears, check their surroundings. These shapes just walked with purpose. I tried to tell myself it was hunters, but no hunters came that deep into our land without permission, and nobody hunted at night. Plus, hunting season was over. Even poachers didn't come out in the snow at night to stalk pine trees. The federal paper land surrounding our farm went on for miles, and no one lived out there. If you saw someone, they intended to be seen. After what felt like half an hour, I saw something that made me feel like my chest was being squeezed tight. One of the shapes appeared again, but this time, instead of slipping behind the next tree, it started moving towards us. At first it was a fast walk, then it became a run. I couldn't see its face or details, just a black moving shape that seemed to stretch and grow bigger as it came closer, swallowing the pale spaces between trees. I felt like my heart stopped beating for a second. My cousin grabbed my arm, so hard his nails dug into my skin. We both scrambled out of our blanket fort and ran down the hallway to my dad's room. He woke up with his hair sticking out in all directions, eyes squinting in confusion. I remember him asking what was wrong, but neither of us could speak properly. All I could do was pull at his arm, trying to drag him to the living room. By the time we got him there, the window was just black again. No shapes, no movement, nothing. My dad cursed under his breath about us waking him up, but I saw the way his eyes flicked to the window and stayed there a little too long. We went around locking all the doors, every single one. Out there in the country, we never bothered with locks. Neighbors weren't close enough to worry about, and strangers didn't come down that dirt road. But that night we locked every door and checked each window twice. Every door was worse than the last to reach. Each time I turned a lock, I half expected someone to grab the handle from outside. My dad sat with us in the living room for the rest of the night, rifle propped against the arm of his chair. He turned on the small lamp by his seat, not the overhead light, so the window stayed black but the room was dimly lit. He dozed off after a while, chin dropped to his chest, but I didn't sleep. I sat curled up in my blanket, staring out that window, searching for any flicker of movement. When morning came and sunlight filled the living room, everything felt less scary, but more real at the same time. I felt sick with tiredness and fear. My cousin and I waited until my dad was awake enough to come outside with us, and then we walked out into the cold yard. The sun was bright but gave off no warmth, and my breath fogged out in front of me with each step. We walked towards where we thought we saw the shapes. The snow wasn't deep, just a thin, crunchy layer over frozen pine straw, but it was enough to show footprints. They were everywhere. Footprints leading from tree to tree, deep impressions where someone had been standing for long stretches of time. They circled trees, moved between them in deliberate lines, but never wandered or turned back the way they came. It was like they were following a route only they knew. We followed the prints closer and closer to the house until we saw them right below the window. The tracks went right up to the wall beneath where I had been sitting all night. I thought about how I couldn't see directly down because of how high the living room sat off the ground. Whoever it was could have stood there for hours staring up at me, and I never would have known. My dad just stood there looking at the footprints, jaw set tight, eyes cold and distant. He didn't say a word. He didn't call the sheriff either. That wasn't his way. He just said we'd keep the dogs closer to the house from now on and make sure the rifle stayed loaded. That was it. We never spoke about it again. But that window never felt the same. Every time I walked past it, even in daylight, I felt the hair on my neck stand up like someone was standing under it again, looking up at me, waiting for night to fall. I walked into my aunt's room like I had done many times before, but I always hated going in there. We were living with my grandparents at the time because my parents were going through some problems with money. I was 13 back then, and I still remember that room like it's right in front of me now. The whole house smelled like old wood and soap, but her room had this stronger smell, a mix of dusty perfume bottles and the old metal of her lamp. The lamp wasn't normal. It was a 2-foot-tall Victorian-style doll with pale plastic skin and lifeless blue eyes. Its painted lips were pulled into a fake smile that showed 2 small dimples. Someone had turned it into a lamp by sticking a light bulb on top of its curly blonde hair, and it worked by raising or lowering its right arm. You had to hold its cold plastic hand to move the arm up to turn on the light or down to turn it off. The doll stood on a nightstand right next to her bed, facing the door, so every time anyone walked in, it looked like the doll was greeting them with that dead-eye smile. That day I was alone in the house. My grandma had gone to the store, and my grandpa was working in the garage outside. It was a quiet afternoon. The sun was coming through the lace curtains in the living room, making small patterns on the old carpet. I remember thinking it was nice to have some peace to myself. I wanted a blanket because I felt cold, and the closest one was in my aunt's closet. Her room was across the hallway from the living room. As I walked towards it, I could already feel that familiar tightness in my chest. I never liked being in there alone. It wasn't just the doll. Her room always felt heavier, like the air inside never moved. I tried to focus on two things that made me feel safer. First, it was mid-afternoon, and there was plenty of light coming through her curtains, so I wouldn't need to touch that doll's hand to turn the lamp on. Second, her closet was right next to the doorway, so I didn't have to step far into the room. I could just stand by the entrance, grab the blanket, and leave. I stepped inside, staring at the floor, so I wouldn't see the doll's face. I turned around quickly so my back would face it. I remember feeling my heart beat fast for no reason. I kept telling myself to hurry up and not think about it. I grabbed the brass handle of the closet and swung the door open. The closet smelled like fabric softener and old wood. I crouched down a bit to look at the bottom shelf where the folded blankets were stacked. I reached out for the thick maroon blanket with tassels on the edge. As I was pulling it out, I noticed something changed. It was a small thing at first, just a feeling that something was different behind me. At first, I thought it was in my head, but then I felt it clearly. The room was brighter. I could see the shadow from my own body getting darker against the closet wall in front of me. My back felt warm, like there was a small sun right behind me. The peach fuzz on the back of my neck lifted up slowly, like static pulling at every hair. My stomach dropped hard, and I froze there crouching with the blanket half pulled out. I felt like if I moved, something would grab me. My heart was beating so loud I could hear it in my ears. I told myself I was being stupid, that it was just the afternoon sun coming out from behind a cloud, or maybe the lamp was already on and I hadn't noticed. But deep inside, I knew the lamp had been off. I hadn't touched that doll's hand. No one had. I stood there for what felt like forever, staring at the blankets in the closet, but not really seeing them. Every part of my body was shaking. I wanted to run out screaming, but there was something inside me that said I needed to look first. My brain felt torn in two, half of it saying run, the other half saying look and see for yourself before you go. I hate that I looked. I hate that part of me forever. Slowly, I turned my head to the right to look over my shoulder. I tried to keep my eyes low so I wouldn't see its face, but my eyes moved up on their own. I saw the doll standing there on the nightstand, lit up brighter than I had ever seen. The bulb above its head glowed a warm yellow, casting shadows across its plastic face, making its smile look even deeper. But what made my knees almost give out was its right hand. It was raised up straight, pointing directly at me. The fingers were stiff, the thumbs slightly tucked in. The doll's dead eyes were staring at my face, and in that moment I felt like it wasn't just a lamp anymore. I couldn't move for a second. My hands were shaking so hard I dropped the blanket onto the floor. My breath came in short gasps, and I felt tears fill my eyes. My throat felt tight and dry. Finally, my survival instinct broke through all the fear, and I jumped up and ran out of that room as fast as I could. I ran down the hallway, almost tripping over my own feet, and slammed into the living room wall. I didn't stop to catch my breath. I just kept running, through the kitchen and out the back door into the yard. I stood outside in the sun, breathing hard, looking at the grass, trying to calm down. My hands were cold and my legs felt weak. The garage door was closed, and I could hear my grandpa's tools clinking inside. I thought about going to him, telling him what happened, but I knew he would just say I was imagining things. I felt ashamed for feeling so scared, but my fear was real. My chest hurt like someone was pressing down on it. After a while, when my breathing slowed down, I sat on the back steps and stared at the yard. There was an old tree stump near the fence, and ants were crawling up and down it. I watched them to keep my mind away from the doll. But even as I sat there, I could feel its dead eyes in my mind, that stiff hand pointing straight at me. The thought of going back inside made me feel sick. I waited outside until I heard my grandma's car coming up the driveway. When she got out with bags of groceries, I helped her carry them in, but I didn't go near my aunt's room for the rest of that day. That night, I lay awake on the mattress on my grandparents' living room floor. I could hear the old clock ticking on the wall above me. The shadows from the streetlight came in through the thin curtains, making shapes on the ceiling. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that doll with its raised arm. I pulled my blanket up to my chin and listened to the quiet house, hearing only the occasional creak of old wood as it settled. My body felt tired, but my mind stayed awake. I kept thinking about how the lamp worked. You had to hold the hand and lift it for the light to turn on. There was no timer, no remote, no switch on the wall. Someone had to lift its hand. I told myself maybe I was wrong. Maybe I had brushed past the arm by accident. Maybe I had touched it without noticing. But deep inside, I knew I hadn't. I had kept my eyes down the whole time. I had avoided that doll like it was poison. I didn't even want to think about how its hand had lifted on its own. I didn't want to think about how it was pointing directly at me, as if it knew I was there, as if it was greeting me in its own way. The next morning, when everyone was awake, I stayed out in the yard as much as I could. I only went back inside to eat or use the bathroom. For the rest of the week, I avoided that room. If I had to pass by it, I walked fast and kept my eyes on the floor. When my aunt came home from work, I could hear her talking on the phone in her room, the lamp glowing through the doorway behind her. I tried not to look. As time passed, I stopped thinking about it every day. But even now, so many years later, when I close my eyes and remember that room, I can still see its pale plastic hand raised up towards me, its eyes fixed on my face with that painted smile. I never told anyone about it. I knew no one would believe me. They would say it was just my imagination, that I was just a scared kid who made up stories. But I know what I saw. Sometimes, when I think about that day, I wonder if the lamp still works the same way. If someone has to hold its hand to turn it on, or if now, it just turns on by itself whenever it wants to look at someone. The memory of that day has stayed with me all these years, burned into my brain like a scar. It taught me something I can't forget, that even in the middle of a normal afternoon, with sunlight filling the room, there are moments when you feel true fear, and it doesn't matter if you're a child or an adult. It's the kind of fear that crawls under your skin and stays there, quiet, waiting to wake up again whenever you remember. When I think back to that hunting trip, I still get a sick feeling in my chest, like the pressure of fear and disgust is still lodged there after all these years. I was just a kid then, maybe 10 or 11. My dad was always taking us out on hunting trips when deer season came around. He and my uncles and older cousins would load up their rifles, pack the coolers with sandwiches, chips, and sodas, and set out before the sun was even thinking about rising. I never liked the hunting part. I didn't really get it. The idea of killing an animal just to hang its head on a wall or brag about how clean the shot was seemed cruel to me, and I couldn't wrap my head around why it was fun. My dad used to say I was too soft for my own good, but he still took me along. Maybe he hoped I'd grow out of it. Or maybe he just didn't want to leave me home alone all weekend. That morning, they drove us down a long dirt trail surrounded by thick trees on both sides. The sun was still hidden, and everything had a dull gray tone to it, making it feel like the world hadn't fully woken up yet. The road was rough, and every pothole made the rifles rattle in the gun rack mounted inside the truck. I remember sitting in the back seat with my backpack in my lap, clutching it tight against my chest every time the tires dipped into a rut. I could hear my uncles in the front talking about where they'd seen tracks the day before and where they planned to post up today. None of that interested me. I was only thinking about how far I'd gotten in Pokemon the night before and whether I'd find a shiny Onix today. When we got to camp, it was still cold enough that I could see my breath. I zipped up my thick camo jacket and pulled on my orange safety vest. My dad handed me a radio and told me I'd be sitting in one of the ground blinds for the morning, keeping an eye out for any deer moving through the brush in front of me. The blind was just a small wooden shack with narrow windows cut into each side. Inside there was an old folding chair and a milk crate someone used as a table. They set me up there because it was safer. No stray bullets coming through at ground level. Plus I wasn't going to be shooting anything, just playing lookout. I settled in quickly, put my backpack on the milk crate, and pulled out my Game Boy. My dad and uncles moved off, their boots crunching the frost-covered grass until I couldn't hear them anymore. It was dead quiet then, except for the occasional chirp of birds waking up in the trees and the rustle of leaves whenever a breeze swept through. I sat there with my knees pulled up, resting the Game Boy on them as I ran around in circles trying to level up my team for the next gym battle. The dull hum of the screen and the click of the buttons became my entire world for a while. I remember thinking how peaceful it felt to be alone, no one telling me what to do, no older cousins teasing me about being soft, just me and my game. But after a couple hours, I got bored. My eyes felt heavy from staring at the little green screen in the dim light, and my back hurt from the cold chair. I turned off the Game Boy and sat there listening to the forest. It was quiet, but not empty. I could hear something walking somewhere far off. Maybe a squirrel, maybe a deer. I didn't really care. I reached into my backpack, rifling through the extra AA batteries, a granola bar, a little flashlight, and a few other games I'd brought. I was trying to find Tetris, thinking maybe something mindless would keep me awake until my dad came back. That was when I heard it. A strange whooshing sound, like a soft rush of air moving fast, coming from behind me. It wasn't loud, but it was so close that it made all the little hairs on my neck stand up straight. I turned around quickly, expecting maybe a bird or a squirrel had landed on the blind. I couldn't see anything out the back window. The whooshing stopped, and everything was silent again. I waited, staring out the window, but nothing moved. Curiosity got the better of me. I stood up and opened the blind's door, stepping out into the chilly air. The sun had come up higher now, making the frost melt in patches across the field and trees. I walked slowly around the blind, feeling my boots sink softly into the muddy grass where the sun had thawed it. As I turned the corner around the back side of the blind, I saw it. At first, my brain couldn't understand what I was looking at. It was like the wall itself was alive. There were thousands of them, all pressed together, interlinked so densely that I couldn't even see the wood underneath. Daddy long legs. The entire back wall of the blind was covered in a solid, moving mass of them. Their thin legs overlapped, tangled, weaving in and out of each other like black threads. Some were standing still, but most were shifting slightly, their tiny bodies pulsing as they crawled over each other in a writhing wave. I felt my stomach twist up tight, and I almost threw up right there. My legs started to tremble so badly that I had to brace my hand against the wall of the blind to keep from falling. The thought of all those tiny legs, the way they moved, the fact that there were so many in one place, it made my skin crawl in a way I didn't even know was possible. I wanted to run, but I had no idea where the camp was from here. I'd been driven out in the dark before sunrise, and I hadn't been paying attention to which way we'd come. All I could think about was getting them away from me, off the blind, out of my sight. That was when I got a stupid idea. In my backpack, I had a can of off-bug spray and a little Bic lighter. I don't know what made me think this would be a good idea. Maybe I'd seen it in a movie, or maybe my fear had short-circuited any sense of logic. I pulled them both out and flicked the lighter open. My hands were shaking so badly that it took 3 tries to get the flame to stay lit. I held the lighter out and pressed the nozzle on the off can. A stream of flame burst out, bright orange and hot, lighting up the entire wall of spiders. For a second, I thought I was a genius. The fire ran across them so fast it looked like the whole wall was just one giant torch. But then the wind shifted. I hadn't even thought about the wind. It blew the heat and smoke straight back into my face, making me cough and turn away. That was when it happened. The second the fire touched them, the spiders let go. All at once, the entire mass of them released their grip on the wall. Because the wind was blowing towards me, they flew. They flew at me, thousands of tiny burning spiders, legs flailing in every direction, little glowing embers of them breaking apart midair as the fire consumed them. But some weren't burning fast enough. They hit my jacket, my pants, my hair. I felt their light bodies hit my face, their legs brushing against my skin. Some of them were still alive, crawling even as their bodies burned. It felt like my entire body was covered in them. I could feel them inside my collar, down my back, even in my hair. I don't remember making the decision to scream. It just happened. I screamed so loudly that my throat felt like it was ripping open. I dropped the lighter and bug spray and started slapping at my arms, my chest, my legs. I couldn't get them off fast enough. Every time I brushed one away, I felt 3 more. In a blind panic, I tore off my jacket, then my vest, then my long-sleeved shirt. I kicked off my boots and ripped my pants down, hopping on one leg and nearly falling over. I didn't care about anything but getting them off me. I kept screaming as I pulled off my socks and underwear, standing there completely naked in the mud, slapping at every part of my skin. When I finally stopped, my chest was heaving so hard it felt like my ribs might crack. My entire body was covered in streaks of mud, soot, and tiny red welts where I'd slapped myself raw. I was shaking so badly that my knees buckled, and I collapsed onto the wet ground. I sat there for a long time, hugging my knees to my chest, shivering and crying. The cold mud seeped into my skin, but I didn't care. I felt like my entire body was still crawling with tiny legs, phantom spiders I couldn't shake. I reached out for the radio with trembling hands. My fingers were so cold and numb that I could barely hold the button down. I didn't even care if I was swearing or crying into it. I just told my dad to come get me, that I was done, that I wanted to go home. I sat there naked in the mud, trying not to move, terrified that if I touched any of my clothes the spiders would still be on them. After what felt like forever, I heard the crunch of boots coming through the brush. My dad's shadow fell over me as he stepped around the side of the blind. His eyes widened, but I didn't even look at his face. I just stared straight ahead, tears still falling down my cheeks. He didn't say anything. He just took off his own jacket and draped it over my shoulders. Then he helped me stand up and led me back through the trees to the truck. I didn't hunt again after that. I didn't even want to go into the woods for a long time. My mom tried to get me to go camping the next summer, but I refused. I couldn't even walk barefoot in the grass without thinking about their tiny legs crawling up my ankles. Eventually, my parents took me to a therapist. She helped me talk about what happened, helped me figure out how to be around spiders without completely losing control of myself. Now, years later, I still hate them. Even seeing one makes my chest tighten up and my breath catch. I don't scream anymore. I just back away slowly, keeping my eyes locked on them until they're gone. But deep down, every time I see a spider, I remember that wall. I remember the way they moved together, like one living creature. And I remember how they felt, all of them hitting me at once, tiny burning bodies crawling across my skin. It's something I don't think I'll ever truly forget. I never really believed in all those stories about haunted houses or spirits that kill people. Even after hearing what happened with my grandfather's company, I still find myself thinking about it, trying to come up with a reason that makes sense. But the more I think about it, the more I realize I don't actually know how a person could do what that man did, especially with a machete. I think about it sometimes when I'm lying awake at night, and there's nothing to distract my mind, just staring at the dark ceiling thinking about what those rooms must have looked like after everything was over. My grandfather's company did timber and mining. They'd often set up offices in remote parts of third world countries to oversee new operations. It was cheaper, and the local governments usually didn't care about what happened out there as long as they got their cut. They found a place in a remote part of a country I won't name, somewhere with thick jungle and long stretches of road that turned to mud during monsoon. The house they bought was huge. From the photos I saw, it looked like one of those old colonial homes, with stone walls darkened from rain and moss, wooden windows with shutters that were cracked and rotting, and a balcony on the top floor that faced the trees. There were vines curling up the pillars and across the roof. It was beautiful in a way, but it also looked sad, like something forgotten by time. It was dirt cheap, even for that country, and the local villagers warned my grandfather's team not to buy it. They said everyone who lived there died badly, violently, but he just thought it was superstition. He bought it anyway. They decided to use the lower floor as an office space and the top floor as a place for the guy setting up the office to live. The man was in his late 30s, maybe early 40s, had a wife and 3 kids, all under 10. I never met him, but I saw his photos. He looked like a normal man, someone you'd see waiting in line at a bank or sitting with his family at a food court. Nothing about him stood out. He moved there with his wife and kids. They must have packed up their life into boxes and suitcases and traveled across the world to this quiet, humid place surrounded by tall trees and dirt roads. Maybe they thought it would be an adventure. Maybe they thought they'd save money, live cheaply, and come back to their home country after a few years with their savings. Who knows what they thought when they first walked into that old house, carrying tired kids up the creaky wooden stairs, opening windows to let the heavy air out, dusting off counters, and sweeping out dead bugs. At first everything was fine. He emailed my grandfather every day, sent updates about permits, equipment shipments, setting up electricity and internet for the office. Then suddenly the emails stopped. My grandfather wasn't too worried at first. Power outages were common there, and sometimes phone signals were gone for days if there was a storm or a tree fell on the wires. Days passed. A week. 2 weeks. Nothing from him. My grandfather tried calling, but the calls wouldn't connect. He thought it was just some issue with the local telecom. 3 weeks later, he contacted the local police to check on the man and his family. The police sent a few men out in a rusted pickup truck. It was a long drive on a muddy road with potholes, so deep you could lose a wheel in them. The men got there in the late afternoon. The house was quiet. They knocked on the door, called out, but no one answered. They looked through the window. One of them vomited on the spot. The news they sent back didn't even sound real. The entire family was dead. The man killed his wife and 3 kids with a machete. Not with a gunshot to the head or pills or anything quick. A machete. He hacked them to death. When the police found them, the bodies were in the bedroom. The bed was pushed up against the door, barricading it shut. His wife and kids were on the bed, hacked apart, and the man was dead on the floor beside them. He had killed himself with the same machete, cutting himself over and over until he died. Not slicing his wrists or neck, but hacking at himself like he was an animal being slaughtered. The blood was everywhere. On the bed, the walls, and even the ceiling. People said the spirits threw the bodies around to get blood up there. But I know blood can spray that high if the cuts are deep and the heart is still pumping. I tried explaining that to someone once, but they just looked at me like I was insane. The bed itself was old and huge, made of heavy dark wood with thick carved posts. The kind you can't move easily, especially alone. Yet the man had pushed it against the door with his dead family lying on it. I kept imagining the sounds it must have made scraping across the wooden floor as he shoved it, the bodies bouncing as he forced it against the door. The locals said this was proof that spirits possessed him, giving him strength beyond human. I don't know. I think about what happens to a person's mind when they're left alone in a place like that, in a quiet house in a remote jungle, with nothing around but thick trees and buzzing insects and dark roads no one drives on after sunset. Maybe the isolation drove him mad. Maybe the heaviness of the air, the silence at night, the distant cries of animals, the knowledge that no one would come if anything happened. Maybe it broke something inside him. People underestimate how easily the mind can slip. My grandfather had to pay off the police to keep it quiet. It wasn't difficult. A few envelopes under the table, and the deaths were listed as natural causes. No one explained how hacking your entire family to death with a machete was natural, but in that country, paperwork didn't need to make sense. He made the employees who knew sign NDAs, threatening them with lawsuits if they spoke. But even though the gory details were hidden, everyone knew the family died. No one wanted to set up the office after that. Even without knowing exactly what happened, they felt it, like some stain that couldn't be washed out. My grandfather tried to find another volunteer. No one came forward. He offered promotions, bonuses, flights back home every few months. Nothing. Finally, he picked a man, gave him a promotion, told him he was in charge of setting up the new office. The man quit the same day. For months, the house sat empty. My grandfather tried to find buyers to sell it off, but no one would buy it, not even for the price of a used car. The villagers avoided it. They wouldn't walk past it at night. They believed spirits lived there. People who drove by on motorcycles would speed up as they approached the house and not look at it, afraid of seeing something standing in the windows. Sometimes I think about that house and the family that moved in thinking it was a new beginning. I think about what their last hours were like, about the man's mind, what he felt as he picked up that machete, what he saw in those dark rooms before he killed his children, then his wife, and finally himself. Did he hear something whispering to him from the shadows? Did he think he was saving them from something worse? Or did he just lose his mind from the heat and loneliness and the knowledge that no one would ever come to help them? Whenever I think about that story, it makes my chest tighten in a way I can't explain. It's not ghosts or spirits that scare me. It's the realization that the human mind is so fragile. That isolation and fear and loneliness can twist someone into a monster. That a normal man with a wife and 3 children can one day decide to kill everything he loves and then kill himself, and leave behind rooms soaked in blood that no one wants to enter again. I've never told this story in full to anyone because it doesn't feel like something that belongs in normal conversation. But sometimes, when I hear people say ghosts aren't real, or haunted houses are just stories, I think about that house and that family. There are no ghosts there, no spirits, no magic machete, just silence, just a dead family in a forgotten place no one wants to remember. Just darkness and a quiet so heavy that it feels like it could crush your chest if you stand there long enough listening to it. And that, to me, is far scarier than any ghost story I've ever heard. I remember one summer, when I decided to take a trip alone to clear my head. Life had felt heavy. Everything around me felt loud and crowded, and I wanted silence. I had been working every single day for almost a year without a real break, only sleeping, working, and eating in between. My friends told me I looked tired. My boss even said I needed a holiday before I burned out completely. So I packed my old small car with supplies, tent, a folding chair, canned food, rice, oats, tea, and my thick sleeping bag. I brought my hatchet, my folding saw, and 2 knives I always kept sharp. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going, just said I was heading north to camp for a week or 2. I liked that idea. No phone signals, no noise, just trees and animals and dirt roads leading deeper and deeper away from humans. I drove for about 4 hours that first day. The roads became smaller, cracked with grass growing in the center line, until finally it turned into a rough gravel path. I kept driving along it, dust flying up behind me like a small storm. I passed old wooden hunting cabins with roofs covered in moss, most of them abandoned, sitting silently under tall pines and birch trees that shook in the breeze. The sun was high, and I felt calm for the first time in months. I stopped to pee once behind my car, looking at the endless rows of trees. I felt free. I continued driving until the gravel road ended at a rusty locked gate with faded paint. I reversed a bit and turned down a side track that wasn't really a road, just 2 thin ruts between tall grass, and slowly drove along it. I felt each stone under my tires. After another half hour, I reached a small clearing. The grass was short here, mixed with sand and fallen pine needles, and it looked like someone had camped there years ago, but no sign of people recently. It felt perfect. I parked my car near the edge, facing outwards in case I needed to leave quickly. I always did that from habit. I stretched, felt my back crack, then set up my small green tent under the shade of 2 large pines. I put down my sleeping bag and foam mat inside. Then I collected dry sticks and branches for a small fire later. I boiled water and made strong tea, sitting in my folding chair staring at the trees. The only sounds were insects, rustling leaves, and a woodpecker hammering somewhere far away. That evening I cooked rice mixed with canned tuna and green beans, adding black pepper until I could smell it in the steam. I ate slowly, breathing the smell of pine sap and smoke. That night I fell asleep before the sun was completely gone, listening to the wind whisper against my tent walls. The next morning I woke up at dawn. The air was cold and my breath came out like fog. I put on my fleece jacket and boiled oats with raisins, eating it while watching the sun rise between the tree trunks. I felt strong, calm, almost empty of worries. I decided to hike further north, deeper into the forest, to find a stream I saw on an old paper map I had brought. I packed a day bag with water bottles, snacks, a compass, my map, and a knife on my belt. I put on my boots, laced them tight, and set off. The trail was narrow and almost invisible in parts. It twisted between rocks and fallen trees covered in gray lichen. Ferns brushed against my legs. Birds flew above me, singing quick, sharp notes. I moved slowly, listening to every sound. I crossed a section where the ground was soft and wet, my boots sinking in black mud up to my ankles. I pulled them out with a sucking noise and kept going. After about 2 hours, I reached the stream. It was clear, about 2 meters wide, flowing gently over smooth stones. I crouched down and washed my face in the freezing water, feeling fully awake and alive. I sat there for a while, eating peanuts and dried apricots, listening to the gurgling of water and the rustle of small creatures in the bushes nearby. After resting, I stood up and looked around. I noticed animal prints along the muddy edge of the stream, probably deer or maybe elk. But there was something else too. Larger prints, rounder, deeper, leading from the water into the trees. I crouched to look closer. Bare prints. Not old either. The edges were sharp and undisturbed by rain or wind. I felt a small tightness in my chest, but stayed calm. I stood slowly and looked around again, listening. The forest felt silent. No birds, no insects, no wind. Just a heavy silence. I turned and began walking back, this time faster, checking over my shoulder every few steps. I kept my knife in my hand, feeling the rough handle grip against my palm. Halfway back to my camp, I started feeling watched. It was a prickling on the back of my neck, a tightening in my stomach. I stopped and listened but heard nothing except my own breathing. I kept walking. Then I saw a movement to my left between thick bushes. Something large and dark. I couldn't see it clearly, but the bushes moved like something was brushing against them. I didn't run. I knew that was the worst thing to do. I just kept walking, faster now, my heart pounding so hard I felt it in my throat. When I reached my clearing, I felt relief wash over me like warm water. I looked around carefully before stepping into the open. Everything was untouched. My tent stood quietly under the pines. My car sat waiting like a loyal animal. I put my bag inside the tent and sat in my chair, trying to calm my breathing. I boiled water for tea again, my hands shaking as I poured. I sat there for hours that day, watching the trees, listening to each sound. I never saw what it was that had followed me, but I felt its eyes on me long after I had returned to camp. That night I couldn't sleep. Every noise outside my tent sounded amplified. Branches snapping, leaves rustling, the high distant cry of a fox, an owl hooting somewhere above me. I kept my knife close to my chest inside my sleeping bag. I kept imagining that bear or whatever large animal it was walking into my camp, sniffing around my tent, clawing at the thin nylon walls. I lay there sweating, heart pounding, until eventually my exhaustion took over and I fell into an uneasy sleep. The next morning I decided to stay near camp. I spent the day collecting more wood, sharpening sticks to make a perimeter around my tent area, tying empty cans to them with paracord so they would rattle if anything brushed against them. It made me feel safer. I cooked rice with beans and sardines for lunch, sitting in my chair with the hatchet on my lap. The air felt heavy and hot. Flies buzzed around my head and sweat dripped down my back. I felt tense, always looking at the tree line. Later that afternoon, I walked a short distance to gather more dry wood. As I crouched to pick up a branch, I heard a noise behind me. Not just a rustle, but a deep cracking sound, like a branch being snapped under heavy weight. I froze completely. My chest tightened, and I felt my pulse in my fingertips. I slowly turned my head, but saw nothing. I waited, not moving a muscle, breathing shallow so I could hear better. Then I heard it again, further to the left this time. Another heavy crunch. Something large was moving just beyond my sight. I stood up slowly, holding my hatchet ready. I didn't move towards it, I just waited. The sound stopped. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, sweating and shaking, staring into the thick green and brown. Finally I backed away, step by step, until I reached my tent clearing. That night I decided not to sleep. I kept my small fire going, feeding it dry sticks to keep the flames alive. I sat in my folding chair with my hatchet and knife on my lap, flashlight between my knees. Hours passed. The stars moved across the black sky. I heard the cans rattle once, just once, around 3 a.m. My heart almost stopped. I shone my flashlight but saw nothing, just moving shadows and the glitter of dew on grass. But something had touched them. I stayed awake until the sky turned gray and birds began singing again. The next morning I made the decision to leave. I felt tired, weak, and on edge. My body felt heavy, my mind foggy from fear and lack of sleep. I packed everything quickly, checking around the clearing every few minutes. I folded my tent, stuffed it into its bag, threw everything into my car without caring about neatness. Before getting in, I stood and looked around one last time. I felt sad to leave. The forest had felt like freedom at first, but now it felt like it wanted me gone, like it was watching me leave. I started the car and drove out of there as fast as the rough ground allowed. The tires bounced over rocks and roots. Dust covered my windows. I drove past the mossy cabins again, past birch trees shaking their pale leaves in the morning breeze. After about 2 hours, I reached paved roads again. I felt my shoulders drop, the tension easing slightly. I drove into a small town, parked near a diner, and sat inside with a cup of black coffee. The noise of people talking, dishes clinking, music playing on an old radio. It felt unreal after all that silence. I never told anyone the full details of what happened out there. People would say I was just scared of a bear, or maybe it was only a deer. But I know what I felt. Something followed me in those woods. Something heavy, silent, intelligent. It didn't attack or come closer, but it watched me. It wanted me to know it was there. And it worked. Even now, years later, sometimes at night when everything is quiet and I hear a small noise outside my window, my mind goes back to that forest. I see the tree trunks rising tall around me, smell the cold river water, feel the dirt under my boots, and I feel it watching me again from behind the bushes, hidden waiting. That feeling has never really left me, and I don't think it ever will. I woke up that morning feeling tired, even though I had slept early the night before. I didn't know why I felt so drained. I got up from my bed and stretched my arms out, feeling the stiffness in my shoulders. I went to the bathroom, splashed water on my face, and looked in the mirror for a few seconds. My hair was a mess, and there were dark circles under my eyes. I brushed my teeth and washed my face properly, hoping I would feel more awake. After getting dressed, I walked to the kitchen and made myself a cup of tea. As I was sipping it, I stared out the window. The sky was gray, and there was a strong breeze shaking the trees. I could hear the rustling of the leaves, even from inside. I didn't feel like staying home that day. I felt uneasy, like something was pressing down on my chest. I thought maybe a walk would clear my head. So I finished my tea, put on my black hoodie and shoes, grabbed my phone and wallet, and stepped outside. The air was cold. It made me shiver a little, but it also felt fresh. I walked down the street, listening to the sounds around me. Cars passing by, birds chirping, the wind blowing against the street signs. I walked for about 15 minutes until I reached the edge of the small woods near my area. There was a dirt trail leading inside, with bushes and tall grass growing on both sides. I stood there for a minute, just looking at the trees swaying gently. Then I started walking down the path. The further I went in, the quieter it got. I could hear my own footsteps on the dirt and small twigs snapping under my shoes. The smell of damp soil mixed with the scent of pine and grass filled the air. I kept walking slowly, my hands in my pockets, trying to calm my mind. After a while, I came across a small clearing where the ground was covered with fallen leaves. The trees there were spaced out more, and I could see the sky clearly through the branches. I stood there for a while, just breathing in and out, listening to my heartbeat. Then I decided to keep walking deeper into the woods. I had never explored too far in because it was easy to get lost. But that day I didn't care. I just wanted to keep going, to walk until I felt different. I walked for another 20 minutes. The path was thin now, and there were bushes scratching against my legs. I had to step over fallen branches and patches of mud. Soon, I noticed the trees were thicker up ahead, almost like a wall of dark trunks and tangled branches. I hesitated, but then I walked forward anyway. As I moved through that area, I heard a rustling sound to my left. I stopped and looked over. I saw a few bushes shaking slightly, but I couldn't see what was there. Maybe a squirrel or a bird. I kept walking, feeling a little on edge now. The path curved to the right and started going uphill. I walked up slowly, my breathing getting heavier. When I reached the top, I looked down and saw a small dried-up stream bed cutting through the forest floor. There were big rocks and broken branches scattered along it. I decided to climb down into it to check it out. I slid down the dirt side carefully, grabbing onto tree roots so I wouldn't slip. Standing in the stream bed felt strange. The ground was hard and uneven. I walked along it for a while, stepping over rocks, feeling the cold dampness coming from the soil. After walking for about 10 minutes, I started feeling like I wasn't alone. I turned around quickly, but saw nothing behind me. I shook my head, telling myself to stop being paranoid. The stream bed led to another clearing, but this one was smaller and darker. There were large moss-covered rocks on one side and thick bushes on the other. I stood there looking around when I noticed something strange. In the dirt near one of the rocks, there were footprints. They looked fresh. I bent down to look at them. They were boot prints, much bigger than mine. The toes were pointing towards the bushes. I felt my heart rate go up a little. I listened carefully but heard nothing except the wind blowing through the leaves above. I stood up and backed away slowly, feeling goosebumps on my arms. I didn't know why, but something about those footprints made me feel like I needed to leave. I turned around and started walking back the way I came. As I walked through the stream bed, I kept glancing behind me, half expecting to see someone following. My steps felt loud in the silence around me. When I finally climbed out of the stream bed and back onto the path, I felt a little relief. But it didn't last. I heard a crack behind me, like a branch snapping underfoot. I froze. My ears were ringing from the sudden rush of blood. I turned my head slightly, trying to listen. I heard another snap, closer this time. I didn't want to look behind me, but I forced myself to. There was nothing there, just the path and the trees. But I knew I heard it. I started walking again, faster now. My breathing was uneven, and I felt sweat on my forehead despite the cold air. After a minute, I heard another sound, like someone exhaling loudly. I stopped again. This time I didn't turn around. I just stood there listening, my body tense. I could feel my heart beating, so hard it almost hurt. I told myself to keep walking, so I started again, moving as fast as I could without running. The path felt longer than before. The trees seemed to close in around me. I could hear my own footsteps echoing in my head. Suddenly I heard fast footsteps behind me, heavy ones, crushing dry leaves and snapping sticks. I started running without looking back. My legs felt weak, but I forced myself to keep going. My backpack bounced against my shoulders, and I could hear my breathing, ragged and loud. I didn't know how far I ran, but it felt like forever. The sound behind me stopped for a second, then started again, even faster this time. I ran until I saw the clearing where I had stood earlier. My chest was burning, and my legs were shaking. I kept running, not caring about the bushes scratching my arms or the twigs hitting my face. When I finally saw the edge of the woods ahead, I felt tears in my eyes from relief. I burst out onto the street, stumbling onto the pavement. I turned around quickly and looked back into the trees. There was nothing there, just silent trees and shadows. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone when I pulled it out to check the time. I had been in there for over 2 hours. I walked home as fast as I could, glancing behind me every few steps. When I got home, I locked the door and went straight to the kitchen sink to splash water on my face. My legs felt like they would collapse. I stood there for a long time, breathing hard, staring down at the water going down the drain. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those footprints in the dirt and the heavy footsteps chasing me. I wondered who it was. Maybe it was just some hunter or a hiker, or maybe someone living in the woods. But deep down, I felt like whoever it was had been watching me the whole time, waiting, listening to my footsteps coming closer, and then following me as I walked away, making sure I knew I wasn't alone. In the morning, I woke up feeling sick. My chest felt tight, and my body was sore from running. I made myself some tea and sat by the window again, staring at the trees in the distance. I told myself I would never go back in there alone, no matter what I felt, no matter how restless my mind got. Because I knew now that there was someone in those woods, someone who didn't want to be seen, someone who liked to follow people who wandered too far in. Days passed, but I couldn't get the memory out of my mind. Every time I walked down the street and looked at the tree line, I felt my chest tighten. I started taking different routes to avoid walking near the woods. At night, when I tried to sleep, I kept hearing that sound again in my head. The heavy footsteps on dry leaves, the fast cracking of twigs, the rough exhale like someone out of breath, but still chasing me. Some nights I would wake up sweating, feeling like someone was standing outside my window, watching me sleep. One day, about a week later, I saw a news post online about a missing person. The man had been camping alone in the woods near my area. He had been missing for 4 days, and his family was looking for any information. There was a photo of him wearing hiking boots and a black jacket. I looked at the photo for a long time. The boots looked like the prints I saw near the rock. I felt my stomach twist. The next day, I saw another update. They found his campsite deep in the woods, but there was no sign of him. The tent was torn, and his things were scattered everywhere. Police said it looked like he left in a hurry, but no one knew where he went. As I read that, I felt cold all over my body. I knew he didn't just walk away. I knew he wasn't alone out there. After that, I never went near those woods again. Months passed, and they still never found him. People said he probably got lost or fell and injured himself. But I knew it was something else. I knew that whoever was there that day, the one who chased me, was still out there, hiding behind the trees, waiting for someone else to walk down the wrong path. And every day when I wake up, I think about how close I was to disappearing too. How close I was to never making it back to my home, to my small kitchen, to my window where I sit with my cup of tea, staring at the trees that once felt peaceful, but now only remind me of the heavy footsteps I will never forget. I woke up that morning before the sun was even up. The sky was still dark blue, with only a hint of orange far off on the horizon. I didn't know why I was awake so early, but I felt restless. I lay in my bed for a while, staring at the ceiling, listening to the quiet hum of the fan above me. It was summer, so the air was thick and warm, but not enough to sweat yet. I kept thinking about the hike I planned for that day. I'd been wanting to hike to this old fire lookout tower for a long time. It wasn't too far, just a few hours up into the mountains from the trailhead, but the idea of going up there alone felt exciting. I liked being alone in nature. No people, No traffic noises. Just birds, wind, and my thoughts. I got up, got dressed in my hiking pants and a loose old t-shirt, and made myself some eggs and toast. I packed my small hiking bag with 2 bottles of water, a peanut butter sandwich, a few protein bars, my small first aid kit, and my pocket knife. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I knew it was smarter to tell someone, but I just wanted the freedom of the day to myself without anyone worrying or asking questions. I put on my worn-out hiking shoes, tied them tight, and stepped outside. The air outside felt cooler than inside. I took a deep breath, letting it fill my chest and calm the slight anxiety I always felt before a hike. I drove out of my neighborhood, past the quiet streets where only a few houses had lights on, down the highway, and into the winding mountain roads. As I climbed higher into the hills, the sun started rising behind me, filling the road ahead with long shadows of the trees that lined both sides. Birds were just starting to chirp as the morning woke up. When I reached the trailhead, there were no other cars parked there. I liked that. It meant I had the whole place to myself. I got out, locked my car, and took one last look at the sign that showed the trail route. 5 miles up to the old fire lookout, 5 miles back down. Easy enough. I started walking. The trail was narrow and dusty, with rocks poking out every few feet. Trees grew thick on both sides, mostly pines, filling the air with that sharp, fresh smell. The further I went, the quieter it felt. No highway sounds, just the occasional rustling of squirrels in the bushes or the flutter of a bird flying from one branch to another. I tried to keep my steps steady and quiet. I liked hearing the ground under my feet, the crunch of dry dirt, small pebbles rolling as I stepped over them. About 2 miles in, I stopped to drink some water. My throat felt dry. I took a deep drink, let the water sit in my mouth for a few seconds before swallowing. The breeze was gentle, and I could hear it moving through the needles high above me, like a soft whisper. I felt calm. The sun was higher now, warming my back as I kept walking. I noticed something odd after about 3 miles. The trail curved around a steep slope, and on the uphill side, I saw a small path going off into the trees. It wasn't an official trail. It looked like an animal trail, narrow and partly blocked by bushes. But there were footprints in the dirt leading in. Not boot prints like mine, but bare feet. At first, I thought maybe someone walked barefoot out here for some spiritual reason or something, but it felt strange. Who would walk barefoot here, where the ground was sharp with rocks and sticks? I stood there for a few seconds, staring at those prints. They were small. Not child small, but smaller than my feet. Maybe a woman's feet. They went off the trail and disappeared into the trees. I felt uneasy, but I told myself people do weird things in nature all the time. I kept walking. The last mile to the lookout tower was the hardest. It climbed steeply, with loose rocks making every step careful. My legs burned, but it felt good. I reached the top just before noon. The fire lookout tower was old and abandoned. The wood stairs were half rotted away, so I didn't climb them. I stood at the base, eating my peanut butter sandwich, staring out at the valley below. I could see the tiny line of the highway far off, glinting in the sun. I felt completely alone, like the only person in the whole forest. After I ate, I sat on a flat rock under the shade of a tree, drinking the last of my first water bottle. I rested there for about half an hour, then decided to head back down before the heat got worse. Going down was faster, but it was harder on my knees. I kept a steady pace, trying not to slip on the loose dirt and stones. When I reached that spot where I saw the footprints earlier, I stopped again. I don't even know why I stopped. Maybe I just wanted to look again, to see if they were still there, to see if I imagined them. But they were still there, going off into the trees. I felt this pull in my chest, a strange curiosity that felt mixed with fear. I kept telling myself to just keep going, to ignore it, but my feet started moving towards the prints without me even deciding. I stepped off the trail, pushing through the dry bushes. The ground was rough, and branches scratched my arms as I moved deeper. The footprints were clear at first, pressed into the dry dirt, toes pointed straight ahead. I followed them, feeling my heart beat faster with every step. After about 20 feet, the footprints stopped. Just stopped. There was no sign of them turning around or leaving. They just ended. I stood there looking around. The trees were close together here, their branches making strange shadows on the ground. I felt something then. It was like a chill on the back of my neck. I turned around quickly, expecting to see someone standing there, but there was no one. I felt the hairs on my arms rise up. I suddenly felt very aware of how quiet it was. No birds, no breeze, nothing. Just my own breathing. I looked at the ground again, trying to find any sign of those footprints continuing, but there was nothing. The dirt beyond that spot was covered in pine needles and small rocks. It was like whoever left those prints just vanished. I felt scared then. My stomach felt tight, and my chest felt heavy. I turned around and started walking back to the main trail as quickly as I could without running. When I reached it, I felt a bit of relief. I looked both ways down the trail, still seeing no one. I started walking again, faster than before. I just wanted to get back to my car. About half a mile from the trailhead, I heard something behind me. It was a rustling sound, like footsteps in the bushes. I stopped, listening hard. It stopped too. I waited, my ears straining to hear anything. I started walking again, and after a few steps, I heard it again. Rustling, crunching, moving when I moved. I stopped again, and it stopped. My heart was beating so fast I could feel it in my neck. I didn't look back. I just started walking faster, almost jogging now. The sound kept following me, always just out of sight behind me, in the trees. I could feel sweat dripping down my back, even though the air wasn't that hot. My breath felt shallow, like I couldn't get enough air into my lungs. I was almost running now, my shoes slipping on the dirt as I went downhill towards the parking area. When I finally saw my car through the trees, I felt this huge wave of relief. I ran the last few steps to it, unlocked it with shaking hands, and jumped in, slamming the door shut and locking it. I sat there for a few seconds, trying to catch my breath. I looked out the back window, but there was nothing, just empty trees and the trail disappearing into the forest. I started the car and drove away without even taking my shoes off like I normally did after a hike. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out onto the road behind me, but I saw no one. As I drove down the winding roads back towards town, I tried to calm myself. I kept telling myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer following me, curious. But my mind kept going back to those bare footprints in the dirt, ending without a trace. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the trail, those footprints, the trees. I lay in bed, listening to every small noise in my house, thinking about how vulnerable I felt out there, alone in the woods, with no one knowing where I was. I thought about how easily something could have happened to me, how no one would have even known where to look. I kept seeing that spot in my mind where the footprints ended, the way the dirt looked undisturbed beyond them, like nothing had ever been there at all. The next day, I woke up feeling exhausted. I decided I wouldn't go hiking alone again for a while. I told myself it was just fear getting the better of me, but deep down, I knew it was something more. That feeling of being watched, of being followed, it wasn't just in my head. I didn't know what it was that left those footprints or what it was that followed me down the trail, but I knew one thing for sure. I never wanted to feel that fear again. That cold, quiet fear that creeps up your back and makes your body feel heavy and light at the same time. From that day on, whenever I go hiking, I tell someone where I'm going. I carry more than I think I need. I look behind me often, because I learned that out there, deep in the trees, anything can happen. And sometimes, you might find something you were never meant to find. Something that was never meant to be seen. But at least I got home. At least I'm still here to think about it, to remember it clearly. I never saw those footprints again, and I never saw who left them. But I think about them all the time. Every time I see a narrow path going off into the woods, I think about that day. I think about how some trails aren't meant to be followed, and some things are better left unknown. That's something I'll never forget. I never really liked driving through the desert at night, but that was the only way I could make it back home before morning. I had driven out early in the day for a meeting at a construction site in another city, and by the time I was heading back, the sun had already started setting behind the low hills. The highway was almost empty, just a few headlights far ahead and far behind me every now and then. The sky slowly turned dark blue, and then pitch black as I passed the last cluster of streetlights near the edge of town. My old Ford truck rumbled along the road, the yellow lines rolling under me in the headlights. The desert stretched out on both sides, flat and empty with small bushes and dark shapes of rocks. I was used to this highway. I had driven it so many times I could almost do it with my eyes closed. But it still made me uneasy at night, knowing there was nothing out there for miles and miles. Just sand, scrub, coyotes, and the cold wind. After about an hour, I felt the tiredness hit me. I had been up since 4 in the morning, and my eyes were burning. I turned the radio on, flipping through static until I found an oldies station. It helped keep me awake for a while, tapping my fingers on the steering wheel, humming along to songs from my dad's time. But eventually, even that wasn't enough. I felt my head start to dip forward, my eyelids so heavy. I slapped myself on the cheek a couple times and sat up straight, but I knew it was getting dangerous. I needed to stop and stretch my legs or splash some water on my face before I crashed into something. There was a small rest stop coming up in a few miles, just a dirt pull-off with a trash can and a concrete picnic table. No lights, no bathrooms, nothing like that. But I didn't care. I just needed to wake up a bit. When I saw the faded sign for it coming up on the right side of the highway, I turned on my indicator and slowed down. My tires crunched off the asphalt onto the dirt lot, and I parked facing out toward the dark desert. I left the engine running and stepped out into the cold night. The wind bit into my sweaty shirt, making me shiver. I stretched my arms over my head, feeling my back pop. I walked away from the truck a bit, just pacing in the gravel to get my blood flowing. My boots crunched softly with each step. The only sound I could hear was the faint whine of the wind through the dry bushes and the tick-tick-tick of my cooling engine behind me. I looked around at the darkness. The sky was full of stars, sharp and clear. The desert was silent and empty, or at least it looked empty. There was a ridge far off to my left, black against the starry sky. It was peaceful in a way, but it also made me feel like I was being watched. I told myself that was just the tiredness making me jumpy. I bent down to scoop some cold water from my bottle onto my face and rubbed my eyes hard. I felt a little more awake. I turned back toward my truck and was about to climb in when I saw something that made me stop. There were fresh tire tracks in the dirt next to where I had parked, tracks that weren't there when I pulled in. They curved around the lot and disappeared back onto the highway. That meant someone had come in and left while I was pacing with my back turned to the road. I looked up and down the highway. No headlights in either direction. My chest felt tight for some reason. I told myself it was probably just another driver stopping to stretch like I did, but something felt wrong. I felt exposed standing there under the sky with no cover at all. I quickly got back in the truck, locked the doors, and put my seatbelt on. I sat there for a few seconds, gripping the steering wheel, feeling my heart thumping fast. Finally, I shifted into drive and pulled back onto the highway, trying to shake off the uneasiness. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights behind me, but the road stayed dark and empty. After about 15 minutes, I started to calm down. The truck hummed along, and the white lines flicked past under me. I was wide awake now, but my mouth felt dry and my hands felt cold on the steering wheel. That was when I saw the lights up ahead. 2 red brake lights glowing on the side of the road, and as I got closer, I saw it was a small SUV parked on the shoulder with the hazard lights blinking. I slowed down a bit as I approached, thinking maybe they had car trouble. As I drove past, I glanced out my window and saw that the driver's door was open. The interior light was on, but I didn't see anyone inside. I kept driving for a few seconds, then felt guilty. What if they needed help? I wasn't the kind of person to just leave someone stranded out here in the middle of the desert at night. I sighed, checking my mirror, and then pulled over onto the shoulder. I put the truck in reverse and backed up slowly until I was next to the SUV again. I left my headlights on so I could see. I didn't want to get out right away, so I just sat there and looked. The SUV looked new, shiny and clean, silver in color. The door was still open, the hazard lights blinking orange into the darkness. I couldn't see anyone around. I rolled down my window halfway and called out, but my voice felt weak in the cold air. There was no answer, just the ticking of the hazard lights and the sound of my engine rumbling. I hesitated, then turned off the engine and took my keys. I didn't want to walk up on someone and scare them, so I made sure to stomp my boots loudly as I got out. I walked up behind the SUV, keeping my hands where anyone could see them. When I got to the open door, I looked inside. There was no one in the driver's seat. The engine was off. The keys were still dangling in the ignition. I looked around at the dark desert, feeling the hairs on my arms stand up. I checked the back seats. Empty. The floor mats were clean, no trash, no bags, nothing. It looked almost too clean. I felt my chest tighten again. Where the hell was the driver? I stood there for a moment, listening hard. The desert was silent except for the clicking hazard lights and the soft wind. My stomach felt heavy like a rock. I was about to turn and go back to my truck when I noticed something. There were footprints in the dust leading away from the SUV, heading off into the desert on the other side of the road. I followed them with my eyes. They crossed the shoulder, then the asphalt, then disappeared into the dirt and scrub beyond. Every part of me told me to leave. This wasn't my problem, but I couldn't stop thinking that maybe someone was hurt out there or lost. I didn't have a flashlight, but I grabbed my phone and turned on the torch. I crossed the road, my boots crunching softly, and started following the prints. They led away in a straight line, not wandering or staggering, just a straight, purposeful line into the dark. I kept my eyes on the ground, lighting up each step. The prints kept going. I walked for maybe 50 feet when I saw something ahead. I raised the light, and my heart started pounding so hard I thought I would throw up. There was a man standing there. He was wearing a dark hoodie and jeans, standing perfectly still, facing away from me. His hands were by his sides. He didn't move at all when my light shone on him. I stopped walking. My breath felt trapped in my chest. I wanted to say something, but my throat felt dry. I just stood there, the wind blowing cold against my neck, my phone light shaking in my hand. After what felt like forever, he turned his head slightly, just enough that I could see the side of his face. He didn't say anything. He didn't even really look at me. Then he turned back to face the desert again. I couldn't take it. I turned around and walked back toward the road as fast as I could without running. My legs felt weak, and my skin felt tight all over my body. When I got back to the SUV, I paused for a second, looking back. He was still standing there, not moving, not following me. I hurried back to my truck, got in, locked the doors, and started the engine with shaking hands. I put it in drive and pulled back onto the highway, my tires spinning a bit in the gravel before catching. I didn't look back in the mirrors. I just kept driving, faster than I should have, gripping the wheel so hard my knuckles were white. My chest felt like it was caving in. I drove like that for over an hour until I saw the distant glow of my town on the horizon. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I sat there for a while with the engine off, just listening to the ticking of the metal as it cooled. My hands were still shaking. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about him standing there in the dark, just staring out at nothing. The next morning, I called the State Highway Patrol to report the SUV. They said they would send someone to check it out, and I asked them to call me back to let me know what they found. Later that day, they called and said the SUV was gone when they got there. No sign of anyone. No footprints. No broken glass. Nothing. For days after that, I kept thinking about what I saw. I kept thinking about the fresh tire tracks at the rest stop, about how exposed I felt out there, about the empty SUV and the man standing alone in the desert. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just some strange desert drifter, but deep down I knew there was something wrong about it. Something that made my stomach turn cold every time I thought about it. I still drive that highway sometimes, but I never stop at that rest stop anymore. I make sure I'm well rested before I leave, and if I feel tired, I just open the windows and let the cold air keep me awake until I get home. Because I don't ever want to see something like that again. That man wasn't lost. He wasn't hurt. He was just standing there in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night, doing nothing at all. And for me, that's the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. I left work late that day. I stayed back to finish up the reports because I didn't want to deal with them in the morning. When I finally packed up and left, the whole office building was empty except the night security guard at the front desk. I nodded at him while walking out, feeling tired but also calm, because I liked walking home at night when there were fewer people out. The streets looked different in the dark. The shops were closed, their shutters pulled down. Street lights cast long yellow glows onto the sidewalks. Cars drove past with their headlights bright and cold. I felt the breeze on my arms as I walked, and it was quiet except for the sound of engines on the main road a block over. My walk home took about 40 minutes if I didn't rush. I usually took the same route down a main street, then turned into a residential area with smaller houses and older apartment blocks. I liked that route because it was straight, simple, and didn't have too many turns to confuse me. That night, I walked while thinking about what I'd cook for dinner and whether I had clean clothes for tomorrow. My mind was drifting when I noticed someone walking behind me. At first, I didn't pay attention. People walked late all the time. But after 10 minutes, I realized I kept hearing the same footsteps a few meters back. I glanced over my shoulder quickly without stopping. Under a streetlight, I saw a man walking alone. He wore a cap and dark clothes. I couldn't see his face properly. I kept walking, trying not to think too much about it. But after another 5 minutes, I noticed he kept the exact same distance behind me. If I slowed down a little, his footsteps slowed too. If I sped up, his footsteps became faster. My heart started beating harder in my chest. The street was long and empty. I looked around and saw only parked cars and closed shops with iron shutters pulled down. I wanted to tell myself I was imagining things, but I knew the difference between a coincidence and someone matching my pace intentionally. I tried to keep calm. I told myself to just walk and turn towards home. I reached the point where I usually turned into the residential area. When I turned, I listened carefully, hoping his footsteps would keep going straight. But they turned too. That's when fear gripped me properly. My arms felt cold, and the back of my neck felt tight. I tried to look calm on the outside, walking as normally as possible, but my mind was racing. I thought about running, but I was scared that if I ran and he chased me, he'd catch up faster. I walked down the quiet residential street. Houses here were mostly dark, a few porch lights on, but I didn't know these people. I didn't want to knock on anyone's door. I kept walking and thinking about what to do. I didn't have pepper spray or anything on me. My phone was in my pocket, but I didn't want to pull it out. I didn't want him to see me making a call and get aggressive. The houses thinned out after a few blocks, giving way to a small park with a walking track, then my apartment building a few streets down. As I walked past the park entrance, I heard his footsteps still behind me, same distance, steady. I wanted to cry from fear, but I kept my breathing steady. I walked faster. My footsteps felt heavy on the pavement. The lights along the park fence were dim and flickered in some spots. I didn't dare turn to look at him now. I just kept walking. Then I thought of an idea. There was a petrol station just before my apartment block. It stayed open 24/7. I decided I'd walk straight there instead of going home directly. I didn't want him to know where I lived. I felt a bit relieved having a plan. My legs were tired, but I kept walking fast. I passed the park. My shadow stretched out long in front of me under the streetlights. I reached the main road again. I turned left towards the petrol station. The fluorescent lights glowed white and harsh, and cars were parked there filling fuel. As I reached the entrance, I finally turned to look behind me. He was there. He stopped at the corner, looking at me. I saw his face clearly for the first time under the bright petrol station light. He had a rough, tired face, stubble on his chin, and he wore an old black cap pulled low. He stood there staring at me. I pretended to check my phone, my hands shaking slightly. I walked inside the petrol station shop slowly. The glass doors slid open, and I went straight to the drinks fridge. I grabbed a water bottle I didn't even want, just to look busy. My eyes flicked to the security mirror above the cashier. I saw him standing outside, looking in through the glass, not moving. I went to pay. The cashier was a young man, chewing gum, scrolling on his phone between customers. I paid in cash with shaking hands. I stood there for a few seconds pretending to adjust my wallet, just to buy myself time. Then I walked to the side of the shop and stood next to the coffee machine, pretending to read the instructions on the machine. I watched him through the glass panels. He was still there, standing and looking inside at me. My chest felt tight. I didn't know what he wanted. I kept thinking maybe I was imagining it all, but deep down I knew I wasn't. I stood there for about 15 minutes. My feet hurt from standing. He didn't move. I didn't want to go outside. Then I noticed a police car pull into the petrol station to fill up. My heart leapt in my chest with relief. 2 officers got out. One went inside to pay while the other started filling the car. I walked straight to the officer filling the car, keeping my voice low and calm. I told him there was a man outside who had been following me for blocks. The officer nodded and told me to stay where I was. He gestured to his partner, and the other officer came back out. They walked towards where the man was standing. I watched from near the shop entrance. I saw them talking to him. He put his hands up slightly, like he was explaining something. Then I saw them ask him for something, probably his ID. One officer walked back to their car to check something on the computer. The other stayed with him, watching him carefully. I stayed standing there, gripping my water bottle so tight my knuckles were white. After a few minutes, the officer came back from their car. They talked to the man again, then told him to leave. He said something back to them, shrugged, and turned to walk away down the street. They watched him until he turned the corner and disappeared. Then one of the officers came to me and asked if I felt safe to go home now. I nodded shakily. They offered to drive me, but I said my apartment was just across the road. They waited while I walked to the gate and unlocked it. I glanced back and saw them still standing there, watching me go inside. I felt so relieved I almost cried. When I got inside, I locked my door tight and sat down on my living room floor, feeling my whole body shaking with leftover fear. I sat there for a long time, breathing slowly, calming myself down. I thought about what could have happened if the police hadn't shown up. I thought about what he wanted. Was he just walking home and noticed I was scared, so he matched my pace without thinking? Was he planning to follow me all the way to my building and grab me at the door? Or was he just a lonely man who didn't realize he was scaring someone by walking close behind them for almost an hour? I didn't know. But that night, I learned something important about fear. It's not always about sudden jumps or violent attacks. Sometimes it's in small things stretched out over a long time. The same footsteps behind you, the same shadow following your path, the same figure watching you when you stop. It builds up in your chest like a tight, not until you feel like you can't breathe. That night ended safely because of pure luck that the police pulled in for fuel at the right time. After that, I changed my route home. I started taking the bus instead of walking. Even though I missed those peaceful, quiet walks under the night sky, I didn't want to feel that fear again. I never saw him again after that night. Maybe he was just a harmless man who didn't realize what he was doing, or maybe he was waiting for the perfect chance. I'll never know, but I'll always remember the feeling of his footsteps matching mine in the dark, empty streets, and how fear can grow with every quiet step behind you. I never liked going out at night. Even as a kid, I always felt like the dark was too silent, too empty, and anything could be waiting out there. But when you grow up and start working, you have to do what you have to do. Back then, I was working at a small warehouse about 40 minutes from my apartment. It wasn't a fancy job, but it paid enough to cover my rent and groceries, and that was all I needed. I used to do the late shift, which meant clocking in at 4 p.m. and leaving at midnight or a little after if loading took long. On that night, I remember feeling tired before even leaving for work. My head felt heavy, my eyes burned from lack of sleep. The whole week had been hard. We were short-staffed, and I kept taking extra shifts because I didn't want the manager thinking I was lazy. I remember microwaving leftover rice and eggs around noon, eating half of it, and lying down for a while with my phone buzzing beside me every now and then. When my alarm rang at 2:30 p.m., I felt like I'd just closed my eyes. But I got up anyway, splashed water on my face, brushed my teeth again even though I'd done it earlier, and left in my old silver hatchback. The drive was normal. There was traffic in the beginning, but the closer I got to the industrial area, the emptier the roads became. When I reached work, I just parked, clocked in, and started helping with the boxes. For most of the evening, I didn't think about anything except how my back hurt each time I lifted the heavier crates. By midnight, I just wanted to go home, take off my boots, and lie down. I clocked out, waved at the security guard who sat half asleep near the gate, and walked to my car. I always parked in the far corner because it was easier to leave without waiting for other cars to move. The night was warm but windy. Dust rolled along the ground. I got into the car, turned on the ignition, and let it rumble for a while. The engine made that dry, rattling sound it always made before calming down. I pulled out onto the main road and started the long drive back. The roads were empty. A few trucks passed by, their lights bright enough to blind me for a second each time. I turned on the radio just to keep my mind awake, but there was nothing interesting playing, only slow songs that made my eyes heavier. After about 20 minutes, I turned off the radio and rolled down the window instead. The air smelled like warm dirt and diesel from the trucks. Halfway home, there was this shortcut I always took. It wasn't a real road, more like a long dirt path that connected the industrial road to the highway leading back to my area. It cut off almost 15 minutes of driving, and at that hour, there was no one there to care. During the day, it was used by farm vehicles or sometimes police if they needed to cut through. At night, it was pitch dark because there were no streetlights, only small wooden poles that marked the edges to keep cars from falling into the ditches on both sides. I slowed down as I approached it. My headlights lit up the dusty road ahead. The edges were full of weeds and dry grass taller than my knees. I drove slowly because I didn't want to hit a rock or get stuck in a rut. The car bounced here and there, rattling everything inside, including the half-empty water bottle rolling around near my feet. I was almost halfway across when I saw something ahead on the road. At first, I thought it was just a bush or a pile of garbage dumped there, which happened often. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't a pile of garbage. It was a car, parked diagonally across the narrow dirt road, almost blocking the whole path. Its headlights were off, but the shape was clear in my beams. I slowed down to a crawl. My stomach turned a little. Something about a car parked out here, at this hour, felt wrong. I stopped about 20 feet behind it. My headlights lit up the back of the car. It was an old sedan, dark in color, maybe black or dark blue, dusty like it had been driven through these same paths for days. I waited, looking around to see if anyone was coming out. Nothing moved. The windows looked dark. I couldn't even tell if someone was inside. Part of me wanted to reverse and take the long way back. But reversing down this narrow dirt path in the dark wasn't safe either. There were deep ditches on both sides, and if I misjudged even a little, my car would get stuck. I told myself maybe someone broke down and went to get help, or maybe they were sleeping inside. I honked twice, short beeps, just to see if anyone reacted. Nothing. I felt my throat dry up. I didn't want to get out. My mind started thinking of all those news stories where people got robbed, or worse, while stopping to help stranded cars. I turned the steering wheel slightly to see if I could squeeze past it on the side, but the edge of the road dipped down into the ditch too soon. The only way through was to get out and see if I could push it, or at least check if someone was in there who could move it themselves. I took a deep breath, put the car in park, and left the engine running. I didn't want to risk it not starting again in this place. I stepped out and felt the night air hit my face, warm and heavy with dust. The only sounds were crickets in the grass and the soft ticking of my cooling engine. I walked forward, crunching gravel under my boots. My legs felt stiff with tension. When I reached the car, I tried to peek inside through the rear window. It was too dark. I moved to the side window and cupped my hands to block the glare from my headlights. Inside, I could barely make out two front seats and what looked like a jacket or a blanket crumpled up in the passenger seat. I knocked on the window, not too hard. Nothing moved. I knocked again, louder this time, then tried the handle. Locked. I moved to the front of the car. The hood was cold. No warmth, no ticking sounds like my own engine. I walked around to the driver's side and looked in again. The seat was empty. I shivered. The keys weren't in the ignition either. I stepped back, looking around. The road stretched behind me, empty and dark. The fields on both sides were silent. There was no moon that night, only a thin cloud cover glowing with dim city light far away. Something felt wrong. Why would someone leave their car parked sideways like this, completely blocking the road, and not leave any sign or hazard light? I felt my pulse in my throat, hard and fast. My first thought was maybe someone left it here on purpose to block the road and rob whoever came by. My second thought was maybe it was stolen and dumped here. I walked back to my car quickly, each step making dust crunch under my boots louder than it should. I got in and locked the doors. For a few seconds, I just sat there breathing. Then I pulled out my phone to call the police, just to report an abandoned car blocking the road. There was no signal. The screen showed 0 bars, only emergency calls. I cursed under my breath. I didn't want to stay there longer. I shifted into reverse and started backing up slowly, keeping my eyes locked on the side mirrors to avoid the ditches. Every bump made the car sway, my hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles hurt. I reversed for about 30 feet until I found a slightly wider patch of road. I turned the wheel fully and tried to do a 3-point turn. The front of my car dipped slightly off the edge, and my tires spun in the dry dirt, kicking up dust. I panicked and floored it lightly. The wheels grabbed traction, and the car jerked back onto the road. My heart was beating so hard I felt dizzy. I finally turned around and started driving back towards the main road. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights chasing me or someone running after my car in the dark. Nothing. Just my own red tail lights reflecting off the dust. When I reached the paved road again, I didn't stop until I was back on the highway. The empty road felt safer somehow. The whole way home, I couldn't stop thinking about that car. Who left it there? Why park it like that? What if I hadn't stopped in time and hid it in the dark? What if someone had been hiding nearby waiting for me to get out? I reached my apartment a little before 1 a.m. I parked and sat in the car for a while, feeling the sweat dry cold on my back. Finally, I got out and went upstairs. Inside, everything felt quiet and safe. I took off my boots, drank a full glass of water without breathing, and lay down on the bed. I left the lights on for a while, staring at the ceiling, trying to calm down. But my mind kept replaying the image of that car, the way it sat there in the middle of the dirt road, dark and silent. The next day, I woke up late and called in sick. My boss didn't sound happy, but I didn't care. Around noon, I checked the local traffic news online, expecting to see something about a car being found there. But there was nothing. Later in the evening, I drove back to that area, taking the long main roads this time, avoiding the dirt path completely. I stopped by a gas station near the industrial zone and asked the old man who worked there if he heard about a broken car being towed from that dirt shortcut. He shook his head and said he hadn't heard anything. After that day, I never took that dirt road again. Each time I drove by its entrance, I felt my stomach twist up. I kept imagining walking up to that car and finding something worse inside. A body, or someone hiding on the floor waiting. Sometimes, even now, I wonder what the real story was. Maybe it really was just an abandoned car. But each time I think about how it was parked, completely blocking the path in the middle of nowhere, I feel my chest tighten. Since then, I avoid shortcuts at night, even if it means driving an extra hour home. Because the truth is, out there in the dark, you never really know what's waiting. And I'd rather stay alive and tired than brave and missing. That's the clear truth I learned that night. Sometimes it's better to stay on the main road, no matter how long it takes, because not everything you meet in the dark is just a car. I remember waking up that morning feeling tired. I hadn't slept well the night before because the pager had gone off a few times for minor calls. Someone with chest pain, another lift assist at a nursing home. And even though I wasn't on the roster for those calls, I woke up every time it went off. It was around 6:30 a.m. when my phone buzzed on the metal table next to my bed. I reached for it and saw the group text from our search and rescue coordinator. It simply said, "Plane down near Ridgeview Pass. All available SAR meet at station in 30 minutes." I sat there for a few seconds, just staring at the screen. My wife was asleep next to me, curled up under the blanket, and I watched her chest rise and fall softly. I almost didn't want to move. My whole body felt heavy and unwilling, but I swung my feet to the cold floor, pulled on my pants and boots, and grabbed my search and rescue gear bag from the closet. As I zipped it up, my dog lifted her head from her bed by the wall, watching me with those sad brown eyes, tail thumping once against the carpet. I whispered that I'd be back later, even though I wasn't sure how long this would take. The drive to the station was silent. I didn't turn on the radio. The sun wasn't even up yet, just a pale strip of dim gray in the east. The roads were empty. There was fog sitting low over the cattle fields, drifting around old fence posts and rising up into the oak trees that lined the two-lane highway. I felt like I was driving through a painting, unreal and silent, as if the world was holding its breath. When I pulled into the station lot, there were already 4 other trucks there. I parked next to Josh's pickup and saw him unloading gear. He nodded at me. We didn't say anything to each other. We just walked inside, put our bags down by the staging area, and waited for the others to arrive. The sheriff's deputy came in about 10 minutes later and told us what little information they had so far. Small plane, 3 souls on board, radar contact lost last night just after 9 p.m. No contact since. Likely no survivors, he said, but we needed to go confirm, locate the wreckage, and recover remains for the coroner. He said the words like he'd said them 1,000 times before. Maybe he had. It was his job. It was part of our job too, though most of our calls were for lost hikers, overdue campers, or hunters who'd twisted an ankle in rough country. I'd only ever been on one body recovery before this. It was a suicide. A man who hanged himself from a tree up on Bell Creek Ridge. That had bothered me for weeks. I didn't know how this would feel. We geared up, loaded our packs with rope, webbing, trauma kits, extra radios, GPS units. Someone handed me a thermos of coffee, and I drank it too fast, burning the roof of my mouth, but I didn't care. My hands were shaking. I told myself it was the caffeine, but I knew it wasn't. We loaded into the SAR trucks and convoyed out to Ridgeview Pass. The drive took almost 40 minutes. We drove in silence, staring out the windows at the rolling hills and thick forest below. The sun had started to rise now, but it was hidden behind low, dark clouds, giving everything a flat, gray light. As we got closer, I saw red and blue lights flashing up ahead on a turnout. There were already 2 sheriff's SUVs and a CHP unit there, along with a fire department brush rig. They'd blocked off the turnout and set up a small staging area. When we got out, the air was cold. I zipped up my fleece and put on my SAR vest. The ground was muddy from the night's drizzle, and I could see mist moving through the pine trees across the canyon. Someone had set up an incident command table with maps and radios. The sheriff briefed us again. The plane had impacted on a steep slope about 400 feet below the ridge line. Dense forest. Wreckage scattered. No sign of life. It was an elderly couple and their granddaughter on board. I remember the way he said that part. The granddaughter. He didn't need to say anything else. We all felt it. I looked around at my teammates. I saw Josh staring at the ground, jaw clenched. Sarah, the newest member, was fidgeting with the zipper on her vest. Even Ray, the old Vietnam vet who'd seen just about everything, looked tired and defeated before we even started. The sheriff said we'd need to rappel down to the main impact site. Anyone who wasn't comfortable with body recovery could step aside and help with radio relay or setting up anchor points. About half the team stepped back. I almost did too, but I didn't. I don't really know why. We spent the next hour setting up ropes, anchors, and belay lines. The ground was slick with wet pine needles and mud. Every step sent small rocks skittering down the slope. We could see pieces of the plane through the trees, bits of white fuselage wedged between broken trunks, a bent propeller blade sticking out of the dirt like a buried sword, shredded seats, and twisted metal scattered across the hillside. The smell of fuel was faint but sharp, mixing with the cold, damp forest air. When we finally got down to the impact site, the first thing I saw was the teddy bear. It was pink with little white ears. The fabric was soaked in blood, and it was lying on a patch of moss next to a torn piece of the seat cushion. I don't know why, but seeing that bear hit me harder than anything else. I felt my throat tighten. I had to look away for a moment, staring at the bark of a tree just to steady myself. The bodies were thrown from the plane. We found the grandfather first, lying on his back under a fallen pine branch. His eyes were closed. There was a gash across his forehead. His arms were twisted at unnatural angles. We worked quietly, clearing branches away, so we could cover him with a tarp until the coroner's team arrived to haul him out later. Nobody said a word. We didn't need to. The grandmother was a few feet away, wedged between 2 large rocks. Her hair was white and streaked with blood. Her legs were pinned under part of the fuselage. We knew she was gone, but we checked anyway. No pulse, no breathing, just cold, broken stillness. We left her covered too, marked the GPS coordinates, and moved down the slope to where the child's body had been reported. She was lying on her side in the dirt. Her blonde hair was matted with blood. Her eyes were open, staring at nothing. She couldn't have been older than 5 or 6. There was a scrape on her cheek, and her left arm was bent under her tiny body at a wrong angle. She was wearing a pink sweater with little flowers on it. There was mud on her shoes. I stood there for a long time, just staring at her. I felt empty, completely hollowed out. I thought about my niece, who was the same age, who liked wearing pink sweaters too. I thought about all the times she climbed into my lap to show me a drawing she'd made, or ask if we could go to the park. I thought about how she'd cried last week when she fell off her bike and scraped her knee. How I picked her up and told her it was okay, that she was brave, and she smiled through her tears. This little girl would never cry again. She'd never laugh again, never grow up to ride a bike, or go to prom or graduate college. Her life ended in a split second on this cold, muddy hillside. There was no sound except the wind moving through the pines above us. It felt like the whole world was silent for her. We set up a lowering system to bring her up safely. We treated her body like she was still alive, gentle, careful, respectful. That's what you do. That's what we're trained to do. I remember my hands shaking as I zipped the child-sized body bag around her. I remember how light it felt when we lifted it. It didn't feel right that a person could be that small and light. The climb back up was hard. My legs burned with every step. My shoulders ached from hauling gear and rope all day. But the worst pain was in my chest. It felt like something sharp was lodged under my ribs. When we reached the top, the coroner's van was waiting. We handed off the bags. I watched as they slid the stretcher inside, locked the doors, and drove away slowly down the dirt road. I watched until the red taillights disappeared through the trees. We packed up the ropes in silence. No one said anything on the hike back to the trucks. I could hear my boots squelching in the mud, the rhythmic click of my carabiners against my harness. My knees hurt. My hands were numb from gripping cold metal all day. My face felt stiff, like it had forgotten how to smile. On the drive back, I kept thinking about her, the little girl. I imagined her sitting in the back seat of the plane, holding her teddy bear, looking out the window at the clouds. Maybe she was scared. Maybe her grandparents told her it would be okay. Maybe they thought it would be. I hoped it was quick. I hoped none of them suffered. But I knew from the impact site that hope didn't matter. It just was what it was. Brutal. Final. When I got home, I left my boots by the door. They were caked in mud and pine needles. My dog came over to sniff them and whined softly. My wife was in the kitchen making dinner. She asked me how it went, but I just shook my head and went straight to the shower. I stood under the hot water for a long time, trying to wash off the smell of dirt, fuel, blood, trying to wash away the feeling of death that clung to me. But it didn't work. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face. Those empty eyes. The pink sweater. The teddy bear soaked in blood. I went out to the living room and sat on the couch in the dark. My dog curled up at my feet, resting her head on my ankle. I sat there until the sun came up, staring out the window at the quiet street, the mailboxes, the cars parked in driveways. Life just kept going, like nothing happened. For weeks after that, I felt numb. I went to work. I went on other SAR calls. I laughed at people's jokes. I mowed the lawn. I paid the bills. But inside, I felt like I was standing alone on that muddy slope, staring at the body of a little girl with no future. One day, I was driving home from work, and I saw a dad walk. I never really thought that night would stick with me for so long. I was only 13, and everything in life felt confusing and embarrassing already. That evening I had gotten my first period. I didn't even tell my mom because I felt so weird and ashamed. I remember sitting in the bathroom for what felt like an hour, just staring at the blood and thinking that something had gone wrong inside me. I eventually stuffed some toilet paper in my underwear and crawled under my blanket, curling up on my side like I always did to sleep. But that night, I couldn't get comfortable. My stomach felt like it was twisting and clenching, and my lower back ached in a dull, annoying way. Every time I turned, it felt like the blood was moving inside me, and that thought made me feel sick. I kept flipping my pillow, trying to find a cold side to calm my feverish cheeks. At some point in the middle of the night, I rolled onto my back. It was so strange, because I never slept on my back. I've always been a side sleeper. Even now, all these years later, I still sleep curled up with my knees tucked in and my arms folded under the pillow. But that night, for some reason, I ended up flat on my back with my arms resting beside me like a corpse laid out for viewing. It felt unnatural and heavy, like my whole body was pinned down by its own weight. I drifted into sleep anyway, exhausted from cramping and stress, and started to dream. In the dream, I was sitting in this old chair that used to be in my grandmother's house. It was wooden, with a curved back and thin legs that always felt like they would snap if you rocked too hard. I was sitting in that chair, facing forward in an empty white room, and I started leaning it back on its rear legs. I could feel my chest tighten with that childhood fear of falling backwards, but for some reason I kept leaning. The chair tipped further and further until it reached a point where it shouldn't have balanced anymore. But it didn't tip over or fall to the floor. Instead, it just kept leaning back, almost like I was sinking into something invisible behind me. I remember feeling my stomach drop, that horrible feeling when an elevator goes down too fast, or when you slip on ice. Except this time, the feeling didn't stop. I felt myself falling backwards forever, like there was no ground waiting to catch me. I felt the panic in my chest rising higher and higher until it burned my throat. I couldn't breathe in the dream, and that was when my eyes snapped open. At first, all I saw was darkness. The room was dim, only lit by a tiny sliver of orange glow coming from the streetlight outside my window. My eyes adjusted quickly, and that was when I saw it. Its face was right above mine, so close I could see the faint texture of its thin, white skin. It was like a mask, flat and smooth, but not made of plastic or porcelain. It looked like real skin, stretched tight over bones so thin that the cheeks sunk inward a little. Its face was almost ovular, but slightly stretched upwards to give it an even more unnatural look. Two big, black, glassy eyes stared directly into mine, reflecting what little light there was in the room. They weren't bulging or cartoonish, but perfectly smooth like polished river stones. Above them, its eyebrows were arched so far up its forehead that they almost touched its hood, giving it an expression of pure rage or hunger. Its mouth was small and thin, with quivering lips pressed together so hard that they almost disappeared completely. It didn't have a nose, just two small holes where a nose should be. The worst part wasn't how it looked. It was what I felt pouring out of it. There was a hate radiating from this thing that I had never felt before in my life. Not just hate, but an overwhelming desire to destroy me, to rip something out of me that wasn't just flesh and blood. It was like it wanted to eat the part of me that made me who I was. My thoughts, my memories, my life. I felt it sink into my chest like a cold, hard stone. My heart pounded so loud that it filled my ears, drowning out the quiet hum of the streetlight outside. I tried to move, to roll away, to scream, to lift my hand and push it away from me, but nothing happened. My entire body was frozen, like it had poured concrete into my veins. I tried to suck in a breath, but my lungs felt stuck. I could feel tears welling up in my eyes and sliding sideways towards my ears, but even blinking felt impossible. I wanted to close my eyes so badly, to shut out that terrifying face, but it felt like my eyelids were glued open. Its eyes bore into mine, unblinking, wide and black and endless. I felt like it was looking through me and into something deeper, searching for something it wanted to tear out with its thin, quivering lips. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only a minute, I managed to let out a small whimper. It was the tiniest sound, like a puppy whining in its sleep. The moment that noise escaped me, its body snapped back upright. It stood straight at the foot of my bed, towering above me. I could see it fully now. It was tall, almost as tall as my ceiling. Its thin black cloak draped all the way to the floor, covering everything except that horrible face. Its arms were hidden inside its sleeves, and it didn't move them at all. It just stood there, staring at me with those hateful eyes, and started pacing back and forth at the foot of my bed. I could see the frustration in the way it moved. It stalked from left to right and back again, its head never turning, its eyes never leaving mine. It was like there was an invisible glass wall around my bed, and it wanted so desperately to break through it but couldn't. Every time it stepped closer, it would stop abruptly and shiver with rage. I could almost hear its teeth grinding even though its mouth never opened. It paced like that for a long time, each step slow and deliberate, each turn sharp and angry. I sat up in bed, my body still frozen with fear. My blankets were soaked with sweat, and I could feel the dampness clinging to my skin. I couldn't take my eyes off it, even though every instinct screamed at me to look away. Behind it, my closet door was cracked open a few inches. The dark gap between the door and the frame felt like it was pulsing with something heavy and suffocating. Then, in one smooth motion, it turned and slid into the closet. Its long, thin body bent slightly to fit through the narrow opening, but it didn't disappear completely. Its face stayed visible in the crack, staring out at me with those wide, unblinking eyes. Even though its body was hidden, I could still feel its hate pouring out like boiling water, flooding the room with a feeling so intense that it made my chest ache. It stayed like that, half hidden, half visible, its face quivering with anger and frustration as it watched me. And then slowly it started to fade. The white of its face blended with the darkness behind it until all I could see was the deep black of my closet. I sat there in bed for a long time, staring at the crack in the door. My hands were shaking so hard that I couldn't even grip my blanket to pull it up around me. I felt my bladder aching, but I couldn't force myself to move. I was too scared to even blink, afraid that if I closed my eyes, it would be hovering over me again when I opened them. After what felt like an eternity, I finally reached over and turned on my lamp. The warm yellow light filled the room, but it didn't chase away the feeling that it was still there, hiding just out of sight. Watching, waiting. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat up on my bed with the lamp on, staring at the closet door until my eyes burned and my vision blurred. When the sun finally started to rise, I got up and walked out of my room without looking back. I sat on the living room couch with all the lights on and stared at the blank TV screen until my mom woke up for work. I didn't tell her what happened. I didn't tell anyone. I just sat there all day, numb and empty, feeling like something inside me had been scooped out and thrown away. For a long time, I told myself it was sleep paralysis. I read stories online about people seeing demons or ghosts or shadow men while frozen in their beds. I convinced myself that it was all just a hallucination brought on by stress and hormones and exhaustion. It was easier to believe that than to think it was real. I left my lamp on every night after that, and I never slept with my closet door open again. Even now, as an adult, I always make sure it's closed tight before I go to bed. The feeling of it staring at me through the crack still makes my stomach twist into knots. Years later, I became friends with a girl from work. We were sitting in her living room one night, talking about scary stories. She was quiet for a while, then she told me about something that happened to her when she was a teenager. She said she was up late at night with her door open, and she saw something standing out in her living room by the kitchen. She said it was tall and thin, wearing a black cloak, and it was beckoning her to come closer. When she looked away and then looked back, it was still there. She said it had a flat, white face with big black eyes, thin lips, and no nose. As she described it, I felt every hair on my body stand on end. My hands started shaking, and I could feel tears building up behind my eyes. I didn't say anything. I just grabbed a sketchbook from her coffee table and handed it to her. She drew what she saw, slowly, carefully, her hand trembling with each line. When she was done, she handed it to me, and I felt my chest seize up so hard it hurt to breathe. It was exactly the same face I had seen all those years ago. The same flat white skin, the same black eyes, the same thin, angry lips. She had never heard my story. I had never told anyone. But there it was, staring back at me from the page. We never spoke about it again after that night. It felt like acknowledging it made it more real, like saying its name out loud would bring it back. But even now, sometimes when I'm lying in bed in the dark, I think about it. I think about how it looked at me with that hate, how it wanted something from me that it couldn't take, how it slipped into the closet and waited there, watching me from the shadows. And I wonder if one day it will find a way to reach through that invisible barrier. If one day I still remember that day like it happened just yesterday, even though it's been over 20 years since I graduated from nursing school. I've seen a lot since then, people coming into the hospital laughing and leaving in tears, people coming in barely hanging on and walking out days later, surprising everyone. But that day remains clear in my mind, like it's frozen there. It was a normal shift at first. The morning was quiet, and I spent most of it checking on my assigned patients, making sure everyone was clean, comfortable, and that their charts were up to date. We had a lot of elderly patients in that unit. Many of them had been there for weeks, waiting for placement into nursing homes or waiting to get stable enough to go back to their families. Some of them never got better. That was part of the job I was still getting used to back then, knowing that sometimes all we could do was make people comfortable until their time came. It felt heavy, but I kept telling myself that at least they weren't alone. That day, I had a patient who was an older lady, probably in her early 70s. She had been there for a while. I had read through her chart when I first got assigned to her care. I saw she had advanced heart failure and a number of other health problems, including diabetes and kidney failure. But what stood out to me was her code status. She was a DNR, do not resuscitate. That meant if her heart stopped or she stopped breathing, we were not supposed to do CPR or intubate her or anything like that. We would let her go peacefully. When I first met her, I noticed she looked tired. There was something in her eyes that told me she was ready to go. She barely spoke, but when she did, she asked for small comforts, a sip of water, an extra blanket, the lights dimmed so she could sleep. I always made sure she was clean and comfortable. In the back of my mind, I felt like I was caring for my own grandmother. That's how I tried to treat every patient. That morning, while I was changing her sheets and giving her a bed bath, I looked at her face. Her eyes were half closed, and her breathing was shallow but steady. I remember thinking how fragile she looked, how thin her arms were as I lifted them to wash underneath. Her skin was cool but not cold, and her pulse was weak but regular. She didn't speak at all while I cleaned her, but she opened her eyes for a second and looked at me. There was no fear in her eyes, only calmness, almost relief. Later in the afternoon, around 2 o'clock, her family came in. She had 2 adult children, a son and a daughter. They were both in their 40s, dressed well, holding cups of coffee as they walked in. I had seen them before. They didn't come every day, but they came often enough. I remember thinking they looked tired too. They stood at her bedside, looking down at her small frame under the white blanket. She didn't open her eyes or move when they talked to her. She just lay there, breathing slowly, her chest rising and falling under the sheets. I stayed in the room for a bit, checking her vitals. I could hear them talking softly to each other, something about her house and insurance. I wasn't really listening. I was focused on her blood pressure, which was low, and her oxygen, which was borderline. After a few minutes, I left the room to continue with my other patients. When I came back about half an hour later to check on her again, they were gone. It was around 3:30 when I heard the charge nurse call my name. She told me to come to the nurse's station. When I got there, I saw the two children talking to the doctor on call and our nurse manager. They looked tense, but not sad or crying. More like they were arguing. I stood a little distance away, not wanting to intrude, but close enough that I could hear bits of their conversation. They were talking about her code status. I heard the daughter say, "She doesn't know what she wants anymore. She's not thinking straight." The son nodded and added, "We want her to be full code. We can't let her go like this. She's not in her right mind. We have power of attorney." My heart sank a little when I heard that. I didn't know all the legalities back then, but I knew what it meant when someone had power of attorney. It meant they could make medical decisions for her if she was considered unable to decide for herself. I felt uneasy hearing them talk about it like that. I remembered her eyes from that morning, how calm she looked, like she had accepted whatever was coming. I didn't think she wanted to be saved, but it wasn't my place to say anything. I was just a student nurse back then, trying to do my best and follow orders. The nurse manager nodded to them and said she would update her status right away. I saw her go to the computer and change the code status from DNR to full code. That meant if her heart stopped, we had to do everything we could to bring her back. Chest compressions, defibrillation, breathing tube, everything. For the rest of the afternoon, I kept checking on her. Her breathing got slower, and her pulse was getting weaker. She didn't open her eyes anymore. I kept thinking about what would happen if she coded. I had done CPR on mannequins in school, but not on a real person. The thought of doing it on her made my chest feel heavy. Her body was so small and fragile. I knew how violent chest compressions could be, even when done properly. Around 6 o'clock, right as the evening shift was coming in, I heard the alarm from her room. I ran in and saw her lying there, not breathing. Her lips were already turning blue. I checked her pulse. There was nothing. My hands started to shake a little, but I called out to the hallway for help. Within seconds, the code team was running into the room. The respiratory therapist rolled in with the crash cart. The doctor came in, quickly putting on gloves. The charge nurse started chest compressions while I stood to the side, trying to stay out of the way, but ready to help if they needed me. I could hear the sound of her ribs cracking under the compressions. It always sounded awful, but it meant the compressions were deep enough to move blood. Still, I felt sick hearing it. The doctor got the defibrillator ready. Her heart was in ventricular fibrillation, a deadly rhythm where the heart quivers uselessly instead of pumping blood. The only way to fix it was to shock her. The doctor called out to clear the bed and pressed the button to deliver the shock. Nothing happened. The machine beeped, but there was no jolt. He checked the wires, checked the pads on her chest, pressed it again. Still nothing. I could see sweat on his forehead as he tried a third time. The chest compressions continued non-stop. Her small body was being pushed down into the mattress with each thrust. Her arms flopped slightly with each compression, lifeless. The doctor looked at the machine, pressing buttons, checking everything again. He told the nurse to get another defibrillator from the room down the hall. They wheeled it in quickly. They set it up, placed the pads, and tried again. Nothing. The machine wouldn't deliver the shock. The screen showed her heart was still in VFib, but the button didn't work. The doctor's hands were shaking as he pressed it again and again. I remember staring at her face. It was so calm, even with all this happening. Her mouth hung slightly open, eyes closed. Her thin gray hair was spread out on the pillow. Even with all the chaos around her, she looked peaceful, like she wasn't even there anymore. The compressions went on for minutes. The doctor kept trying to shock her, switching machines, checking wires, calling out for troubleshooting. It felt like forever, but probably it was only 8 or 10 minutes. The whole time, the defibrillator refused to work. It wasn't just one machine, 2 machines refused. I remember looking at the respiratory therapist's face. His eyes were wide, and his mouth was slightly open in disbelief. We had never seen anything like that before. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the doctor checked her pulse again. Nothing. He looked at the monitor. Still VFib. He pressed the shock button one last time out of desperation. Nothing. Then he looked at the clock and called time of death. Everyone stepped back from the bed. The compression stopped. The room fell silent except for the flatline tone from the monitor. The doctor turned away and took off his gloves, tossing them into the bin. The charge nurse turned off the alarm. The respiratory therapist disconnected the oxygen. I just stood there, staring at her face. Then, as we were cleaning up and getting ready to prepare her body, the doctor pressed the shock button one last time before powering off the defibrillator. This time, it delivered a shock instantly. The machine lit up, beeped, and delivered the jolt without hesitation. But by then, she was long gone. No one said anything for a moment. We all just looked at each other. I could feel a chill run down my arms. The hairs on my neck stood up. The doctor shook his head slowly, his eyes tired and sad. He told us to finish preparing her body and left the room quietly. Afterwards, the hospital checked both defibrillators. They checked the logs, tested the machines again and again. Both of them worked perfectly fine. There was no malfunction recorded in their memory, no reason they shouldn't have worked during that code. The biomedical engineer even came to talk to us about it later that week. He said it was impossible for both machines to fail like that. They had never seen it before. But I knew what I saw. I knew we did everything right. Everyone on that code team knew we did everything we could. Still, she didn't come back. In the end, she got what she wanted. Her children might have changed her code status, but in the end, her body, her heart, refused to come back. The machines refused to bring her back. It was like her final choice was stronger than anything we could do. That day changed the way I saw my work. I realized that sometimes, no matter how advanced our technology is, no matter how hard we try, there are things we cannot control. Life has its own way of ending. Sometimes the body knows when it's time, and nothing we do can change that. I think about her sometimes, especially when I'm caring for other patients who are nearing the end of their lives. I remember her calm face and the feeling in the room when the machines failed. It wasn't scary like a horror movie. When I was in elementary school, I remember how excited my parents were when they decided to add on to our house. We lived in this old colonial home that looked like something from a history book. The floors were made of soft wood, and everything was painted the way it would have been 200 years ago. My parents always talked about keeping it historically correct, like it was some sort of museum piece, not just a place where we lived. I didn't care about any of that back then. To me, it was just home. The creaky floors, the cold walls in winter, the smell of old wood in every room, that was normal to me. My parents hired an architect and a contractor. At first, it felt fun to have people coming in and out of the house. The men would be carrying big boards, making loud noises with saws and drills, shouting back and forth about measurements and nails. I would sit in my room doing my homework and hear all of it through the walls. It felt like the house was alive. But after a while, it wasn't fun anymore. The work just never ended. My mom would always come home from errands angry about how slow everything was going. My dad would stand outside with his hands on his hips, staring at the unfinished frame of the new addition, shaking his head. I remember overhearing them fighting about the wood trim. My dad said he didn't care what the contractor thought. He wanted it painted to match the rest of the house. The contractor said it was a waste of time because it was good quality wood and shouldn't be covered. They argued about that for months. The contractor kept getting paid, even though barely anything was done. The addition sat there, half-finished, looking like an exposed skeleton attached to our old house. When the wind blew hard enough, the tarps over the roof would flap so loud it sounded like thunder. After about a year of this, my parents fired that contractor. They said he was a scammer and that he was never allowed near our house again. My dad was furious. My mom cried in the kitchen the day she wrote the last check to him. She said it felt like paying a thief. That was when they hired another contractor. This new one was someone our lawyer from church knew. He said this man was trustworthy and had a good team. The workers started coming almost every day. They worked hard, sweating under the hot, humid sun. The kind of heat that makes your shirt stick to your back before you've even walked out the door. My mom always felt bad for them. She would make lemonade and iced tea and send me out with trays of drinks and cookies. I think she wanted to teach me kindness. I would carry the tray out, careful not to spill, feeling their eyes on me as I walked up. Most of them would smile and thank me. Their hands were always rough and dirty when they took the glasses from me. I remember the way their fingernails were always black with dirt and grease. Their shirts were soaked through with sweat. Some of them smelled like cigarette smoke and metal. I never minded it. I thought they were just regular men working hard in the sun. I felt proud giving them their drinks. They would pat me on the head sometimes or say I was sweet. That made me feel happy. I was just a kid who liked being told I was good. There was one man I remember clearly. His name was Kenny. He wasn't very big, but he was stronger than he looked. He had pale skin that burned red in the sun and thin brown hair that stuck out from under his hat in greasy strings. His eyes were small and light blue, like the sky when it's too bright to look at. He always had dirt on his face. Sometimes he would wipe his forehead with the back of his hand and leave a streak of mud across it. He was always friendly to me. He would ask how my day at school was and what I liked to do for fun. I would tell him about the books I was reading or the games I played at recess. He would listen and nod and tell me I was smart. I liked him because he seemed like he actually listened. The other men were always busy measuring or carrying things, but Kenny would take the time to ask me questions. I didn't know it at the time, but the actual contractor never showed up to the job site. Kenny was the one in charge most days. He would stand there holding the plans, telling the other men what to do. I thought he was important. I thought he was like a teacher for them. The addition took forever to finish. I grew taller in that time. My brother went from being a small middle schooler to a tall, awkward teenager with a deeper voice. I went from playing with dolls to reading chapter books and writing stories for class. The addition was just always there, half finished, slowly becoming part of the house. My parents left us home alone with the workers many times. It never felt weird back then. They would tell us to stay inside and not bother the men too much. Sometimes I would sneak outside anyway just to watch them hammering or pouring cement. I liked the smell of fresh wood and wet concrete. It smelled like something new being born. Then one day it was done. We had a whole new part of our house. My mom walked around wiping her eyes with a tissue, saying how beautiful it was. My dad clapped Kenny on the back and told him he did a good job. Kenny smiled with his small, pale lips and told my dad it was no problem. He was wearing a dirty white shirt and jeans with holes in the knees. I remember the way his arms were so thin when he wiped his hands on his pants. His veins popped out blue under his skin. A few months later, life felt normal again. There were no more trucks parked outside. No more banging or sawing or shouting. Just quiet mornings with the birds outside the window and the smell of my mom's coffee in the kitchen. I was eating cereal before school when my dad came into the kitchen holding the newspaper. His face was pale, like he was sick. He sat down without saying anything, just staring at the paper. My mom asked what was wrong, but he didn't answer at first. He just kept staring. Then he folded the paper and pushed it across the table towards her. She picked it up and started reading. Her hand flew to her mouth, and she made a little sound, like a squeak. I didn't understand what was happening. Later that day, I heard them talking in their room. They were trying to whisper, but I could hear every word through the thin walls. They were talking about Kenny. He had been arrested. Something about children. I didn't understand all the words they used. I just heard pedophilia and sex offender list and prison. I didn't know what those words meant, but I knew they were bad because of the way my mom sounded like she was going to cry and my dad sounded like he was going to break something. I went back to my room and sat on my bed for a long time. I tried to remember every time Kenny had ever talked to me. Every time he asked what games I played or what books I liked. Every time he smiled at me. I remembered how he would put his hand on my shoulder sometimes or pat my back when I brought him lemonade. I remembered once when he told me I was growing up so fast. At the time, it felt nice to be told that. Now, sitting there on my bed with the late morning sun coming through my window, it felt like a cold hand on my neck. My parents never talked to me about it. They just told me to stay away from strangers, even people who seemed nice. I don't think they ever forgave themselves for letting me and my brother stay home alone with the workers there. For weeks after they found out about Kenny, my mom kept locking every door and window twice, even during the day. She would watch out the window every time a car drove by, like she was waiting for something bad to happen. I started having trouble sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Kenny's face. His pale lips, his thin arms, his small blue eyes squinting at me like he was looking straight through me. I would pull the blankets up over my head, trying to hide from the memory of him. I didn't feel safe in my own house anymore. The house that was supposed to be home felt like a place where something rotten had been buried in the walls. I would sit in the new addition sometimes, looking around at the clean paint and smooth floors, and feel sick to my stomach. It felt like his shadow was still there, stuck in the wood and drywall, like he was still watching. School didn't feel safe either. I started seeing bad people everywhere. I didn't like talking to my teachers alone. I stopped going to the library by myself because the librarian was an old man and I didn't trust him anymore. I didn't trust any grown man. Even the men at church started to feel scary to me. I didn't like the way they smiled or patted my head. It felt like they were lying. I felt like everyone was lying. As I got older, I learned what those words meant. I learned what Kenny had done to other children before he ever stepped foot on our property. I learned he had been on a list that people could look up if they wanted to, but no one did. The contractor who hired him knew and didn't care. He thought it didn't matter to tell my parents. I think that's what makes me feel sickest of all. Someone knew and decided it wasn't important enough to protect us. We were just kids, small and helpless, trusting everyone around us. We were nothing to them. Years later, when I go home to visit, I still walk through that addition. It's just part of the house now. My parents put up family pictures on the walls. My mom keeps a vase of fresh flowers on the windowsill. It looks like any other room, but to me it still feels wrong. I still see Kenny's thin arms holding up a board, his small eyes squinting at me under the bright sun. I still hear his voice in my head telling me I was smart, that I was growing up so fast. Sometimes at night, when I wake up in the dark and my heart is beating too hard, I think about how close I was to something terrible happening. How he was right there, in my house, looking at me with those pale blue eyes. I think about how my parents would leave for errands, trusting the workers to keep an eye on me and my brother. I think about how lucky I am that nothing happened. But then I feel guilty for feeling lucky, because somewhere, there was a kid who wasn't lucky. Somewhere, there was a kid who brought him lemonade, and it didn't end with a smile and a pat on the back. That's what stays with me the most. Not the fear, not the nightmares, not the disgust. It's the guilt. The guilt that he smiled at me, that he touched my shoulder, that he told me I was growing up fast, and nothing happened. But it could have. I woke up around 5 in the morning because I couldn't sleep anymore. I had been tossing and turning all night on my thin camping mat. My back hurt from lying on the uneven ground, and I felt cold even though I had zipped my sleeping bag all the way up to my chin. I could hear the birds starting their morning songs outside, that slow buildup of chirping and rustling that starts before the sun fully rises. The air inside the tent smelled like damp earth and nylon. I could hear my friend breathing softly next to me, still asleep, bundled in his sleeping bag with his face hidden. I lay there for a while, just listening and staring at the green fabric above me, thinking about getting up. Finally, I decided I would rather be outside than lying there feeling stiff and cold. I unzipped my sleeping bag as quietly as I could and reached for my hoodie, which felt freezing against my skin. I slipped on my shoes, unzipped the tent door slowly, so the zipper didn't wake my friend, and stepped out into the early morning air. The campsite was quiet and still. The sky was pale gray with a hint of pink at the edge. I stood there breathing in the fresh air for a minute. Everything felt peaceful. The dying campfire from the night before was nothing but ash and a few blackened chunks of wood. The grass under my shoes felt wet with dew. I could see our 2 backpacks leaned against the picnic table, some mugs, and our food cooler sitting by the bench. I stretched my arms over my head, trying to loosen the tightness in my shoulders. I felt hungry, but not enough to open the cooler. I decided to take a small walk to warm myself up. I grabbed my flashlight just in case, though there was enough light to see where I stepped. I walked along the trail that led away from our campsite, deeper into the forest. The path was just packed dirt, scattered with fallen pine needles and leaves. As I walked, I could hear the crunch under my shoes, the squeak of damp leaves. I saw a rabbit dart across the path ahead of me, its small white tail bouncing before it disappeared into the bushes. My breath formed small clouds in front of my face. I kept walking, feeling the cold seep through my shoes, but I liked the quiet and the solitude. After about 15 minutes, I stopped walking. I was deep enough in that I could no longer see any sign of the campsite. Around me were tall, thin pine trees, their trunks straight and dark, their tops swaying gently in the morning breeze. The forest floor was covered in fallen branches, dead pine needles, and small patches of moss. I looked around, feeling calm. But as I turned to head back, I heard a sound that froze me in place. It was a snapping sound, like a branch breaking underfoot. It was faint, but clear in the silence of the woods. I stood there completely still, listening. Another snap came from somewhere to my left, deeper in the trees. I tried to see where it was coming from, but the trunks were too close together, and the early light didn't reach far in that direction. My first thought was that it was a deer moving through the forest, stepping on fallen branches. But something felt off. The snaps were too slow and deliberate, as if whoever or whatever was moving was being careful. I strained my ears, holding my breath. I heard another faint noise, this time like a scuff against bark. My heart started beating faster. I felt sweat start to form under my arms despite the cold. I stood there for another minute, then forced myself to turn and start walking back towards the campsite. I didn't run. I didn't want to make noise or draw attention to myself if there was an animal out there. I kept my steps slow but steady, my ears tuned to every sound. I could hear birds above me, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, and my own breathing coming out shaky. I reached the part of the trail where I could see the clearing ahead. My shoulders relaxed a little. I could see the shape of our tent, the picnic table, and the empty fire pit. But just before I stepped back into the clearing, I heard another noise behind me, closer this time, like a foot scraping against the dirt path. I stopped. I turned my head slightly to listen better. Nothing. The forest was silent again. I swallowed hard and forced myself to keep walking. When I reached the campsite, I went straight to the tent and crawled back inside. My friend was still asleep. I lay down on my mat, pulled the sleeping bag up to my chin, and stared at the roof of the tent. My heart was still racing. I tried to convince myself it was just a deer or a coyote passing through the woods, but my mind kept going back to how careful the steps had sounded, how slow and deliberate. I lay there until my friend woke up an hour later. He sat up, rubbing his eyes and yawning. The sun was fully up now, bright golden light streaming through the tent fabric, warming it slightly. He started rummaging around for his phone to check the time. I stayed quiet, just staring at my hands, which were trembling slightly. We got up, made some coffee, and ate breakfast by the picnic table. He was talking about our plan for the day, about hiking to the waterfall we had marked on the map. I nodded along, trying to focus, but my mind kept going back to that sound in the woods. After breakfast, we packed a small bag with snacks and water and set off on the trail that led to the waterfall. The path twisted through the trees, sometimes climbing over rocks and roots. The sun filtered down in beams, lighting up floating bits of pollen and dust. I kept looking over my shoulder, scanning the forest behind us. Every time I heard a bird fly away or a branch drop somewhere, my heart jumped into my throat. We walked for almost an hour before we reached the waterfall. It wasn't huge, just a narrow stream falling over a rocky ledge, splashing into a shallow pool below. The rocks were covered in bright green moss. My friend climbed down to the edge of the pool to dip his hands in the water. I stayed on the rocks above, looking out into the trees. I felt like something was watching us. I couldn't shake the feeling. The hairs on my neck were standing up. My chest felt tight, and my stomach felt hollow, like it was eating itself. My friend splashed his face with the cold water and laughed at how refreshing it felt. I tried to smile back, but I couldn't. We spent about half an hour there. He took some photos with his phone, the water falling behind him. I sat on a rock, hugging my knees, feeling the cold from the stones seep into my jeans. Finally, he said we should start heading back, so we could make lunch at camp. I was glad to leave. As we walked back along the trail, I kept looking behind us. The trees all looked the same, their trunks lined up like soldiers, dark and unmoving. But every now and then I thought I saw something dark between them, something moving quickly and silently from one tree to another. I blinked and it was gone. My mouth felt dry. I kept swallowing, trying to keep calm. When we reached the campsite again, I felt a small sense of relief, but it didn't last long. We ate sandwiches at the picnic table. My friend lay down on the grass afterwards, using his backpack as a pillow, and closed his eyes to nap in the sun. I sat there staring into the forest. I kept thinking about those footsteps, how quiet they had been, how they had seemed to follow me back to camp. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to scare my friend or ruin the trip, but I couldn't ignore what I felt. In the afternoon, He woke up and suggested we collect more firewood for the evening. We grabbed our small hatchet and headed into the forest near camp. We walked around looking for dry fallen branches. I tried to focus on gathering wood, bending to pick up sticks and dragging thicker branches out from under the trees. But every time I straightened up, I scanned the forest around us, expecting to see someone standing there watching us. I felt like I was being hunted, like I was prey. At one point, while dragging a long dry branch out from under a bush, I noticed something strange on the ground. It was a boot print, fresh and clear in the damp dirt. My chest tightened when I saw it. It wasn't my print or my friend's. We both wore sneakers. This was a heavy boot print, with a thick tread, larger than either of our feet. I stared at it for a long time, my hands gripping the branch so hard my knuckles turned white. I felt dizzy for a moment. I looked around but didn't see anyone. The forest was silent, except for the sound of my friend chopping at a fallen log a few feet away. I didn't tell him about the print. I don't know why. Maybe I was afraid he would brush it off and I would feel stupid. Or maybe I was afraid of making it real by saying it out loud. We finished gathering wood and carried it back to camp in bundles tied with paracord. As the sun started setting, I tried to act normal, helping him build the fire and prepare dinner. But inside I felt sick with fear. Every time I stepped away from the firelight to grab something from the tent or the cooler, I felt like eyes were watching me from the dark forest. That night we sat by the fire, eating pasta from our camping mugs and talking about random things. He seemed completely relaxed. The fire crackled and spat small sparks into the air. The trees around us were black shapes against the dark sky. After we ate, he lay back on his sleeping mat near the fire, looking up at the stars. I stayed sitting, hugging my knees, staring into the woods. Every small sound made my body flinch. I could hear owls calling to each other, insects buzzing in the grass, branches shifting with the breeze. But beneath it all, I kept thinking I heard footsteps. Very slow, very soft, just beyond the reach of the firelight. Eventually we put out the fire and crawled into the tent. I lay there in my sleeping bag, eyes wide open, listening to every sound outside. My friend fell asleep quickly, his breathing becoming deep and steady. I couldn't sleep. I lay there for what felt like hours, feeling my heart beating hard in my chest, feeling sweat trickle down my neck even though the air was cold. I could hear movement outside, faint but real. Leaves crunching, a stick breaking, then silence. Then another faint step somewhere behind the tent. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe loudly. I woke up around 4 in the morning, even before my alarm. The room felt cold, even though it was mid-July. I lay there listening to the silence for a while, feeling my eyes burn from the lack of sleep. I wasn't sure why I woke up so early. Maybe I was excited about the hike, or maybe it was because of the dream I was having before waking up, though I couldn't remember it. I reached over to the small table next to my bed and grabbed my phone. The screen's light hurt my eyes. I checked the time again, then scrolled through the notifications, though there wasn't much to see. I put the phone down and sat up. My back cracked loudly in the silent room. I rubbed my face for a while before standing up. The floor was cold under my feet as I walked to the small kitchen. I poured myself some water from the plastic bottle I kept next to the sink and drank it slowly. My throat felt dry. I thought about going back to sleep, but knew I wouldn't. My mind was awake now, running through everything I needed to pack for the hike. I had already set most things out the night before. My backpack, extra shirt, socks, a bag of almonds, 2 bottles of water, a first aid kit, and a small camping stove. I checked them again anyway, just to be sure I hadn't missed anything. I opened the fridge and took out a small packet of cheese and stuffed it in the side pocket of my bag. The sun wasn't up yet. Outside, the sky looked almost purple through the thin curtains. I went to the bathroom, washed my face, brushed my teeth, then tied my shoes tightly. Before leaving, I grabbed my phone and checked the route once again. The trail started about an hour's drive away. It was one of those old forestry roads that people hardly used anymore. My friend told me about it a few weeks ago. He said it was quiet, hardly anyone went there, and there were some amazing views from the ridgeline. I had been feeling stressed lately, stuck at work, staring at the same walls, listening to the same complaints from customers, so I thought this would be good for me. I locked the door behind me and walked down the empty street to my car. The air outside felt damp and smelled of dust and plants. I unlocked the car, threw my backpack onto the passenger seat, then sat down and started the engine. The radio turned on, but I turned it off right away. I didn't want any noise. I drove through the empty streets, passing closed shops and shuttered houses. Street lights flickered yellow over the cracked road. Once I got onto the highway, I felt calmer. The sky slowly turned lighter, a dark blue now, with the first hints of morning behind the hills. I reached the forestry road just after 5. I parked my car under some trees where the gravel widened. When I stepped out, I felt a chill. It was quiet, too quiet, with no wind or birds yet. I pulled my backpack on, checked my laces again, locked the car, and started walking down the trail. The path was narrow, with grass brushing against my legs. On both sides, tall pine trees rose, their trunks gray and rough. The smell of pine was strong and fresh. As I walked, the sky turned a softer blue, then pink in some places, and the first birds began to call out in short, sharp sounds. I took a deep breath. This was what I needed. The trail was steeper than I thought. After half an hour, I was sweating even though the morning was still cool. My shirt stuck to my back. I stopped to drink water and looked around. There was no one else. Just silence and the sound of my own breathing. I kept walking, feeling my legs burn a little as I climbed higher. At one point, I slipped slightly on loose gravel, but I caught myself before falling. My heart raced for a second. I looked down the slope behind me and felt a cold feeling in my chest thinking about what could happen if I fell here alone. After an hour, I reached a small clearing. I dropped my backpack on the grass and sat down. The sun was out now, throwing long yellow lines between the trees. I ate some almonds slowly, enjoying the crunch in my mouth. My breathing slowed. I leaned back against my bag and closed my eyes for a few minutes. When I opened them again, the sun was a little higher, and I felt ready to keep moving. I packed my things and walked on. The trail got narrower and rougher. There were fallen branches I had to step over, and once I had to climb around a tree that had fallen right across the path. I checked my phone to make sure I was still on track, though there was no signal here. I had downloaded the offline map the night before, so I felt okay. The map showed a viewpoint about another hour ahead. I wanted to reach there before it got too hot. As I walked, I started to feel uneasy. It was small things at first, a feeling like someone was watching me. Once I thought I heard footsteps behind me, but when I turned, there was nothing but trees and shadows. I told myself it was just my mind, that I had been stressed lately, but the feeling didn't leave. The trees felt closer here, darker. The birds had stopped calling, or maybe I just couldn't hear them anymore because of the blood rushing in my ears. I kept walking. The trail turned to the right and started climbing again. My legs felt heavy now. I stopped to catch my breath, leaning against a tree. That's when I noticed something strange. There were fresh marks on the tree trunk. Deep scratches, like someone had dragged a knife or something sharp down the bark. I touched them lightly. The wood felt rough and fresh. I looked around, scanning between the trees. The hair on my arms stood up. I didn't see anyone, but I felt exposed standing there, so I started walking again, a little faster this time. About 15 minutes later, I stopped again. This time, it was because I smelled something. A strong, thick smell like rotting meat. It hit me suddenly. I covered my nose with my shirt and looked around. To my left, a little off the trail, I saw something lying on the ground between some ferns. I stepped closer, feeling my stomach twist. It was a deer. Its body was torn open, ribs showing white between the dark red flesh. Flies covered it, buzzing loudly. I stared at it for a while. Its eyes were gone. I felt sick. I turned away and walked back to the trail quickly. My chest felt tight. I kept walking, trying to shake off the image, but it stayed in my mind. The feeling of being watched grew stronger. Every sound of the forest felt sharp. Branches cracking, leaves rustling, my own footsteps crunching on the dirt. I started to feel stupid for coming here alone. I thought about turning back, but the thought of walking past the dead deer again made me hesitate. I decided to keep going until the viewpoint. I told myself I would sit there for a while to calm down, eat something, then come back down quickly. The trail climbed steeply for the last 20 minutes. My calves burned with each step. My shirt was soaked with sweat now. When I finally reached the viewpoint, I felt relief. The trees opened up to a wide rocky ledge. I dropped my backpack and sat down on a flat rock. The view was amazing. Hills rolled out in front of me, covered in dark green trees, with the morning sun making the tops look almost golden. I breathed deeply. The cold air filled my lungs, and I felt a bit better. I sat there for about 15 minutes, eating cheese and almonds, drinking water slowly, feeling the cold rock under me. But that feeling didn't last long. The smell came again. That same thick, rotting smell. I froze. It was faint, but it was there, carried on the breeze coming up from below. I stood up and looked around. The forest behind me was silent. I couldn't hear anything now, not even birds. I felt my stomach twist again. I grabbed my backpack and put it on quickly. I felt like I needed to leave right away. I started walking down the trail, faster this time. My legs felt shaky from sitting too long. The trail was narrow and rocky, and I almost slipped again. The smell was still there, sometimes strong, sometimes fading, but always there. The feeling of being watched grew worse with each step. I kept looking over my shoulder, but saw nothing but trees and shadows. The sun was higher now, but it felt cold. I kept walking, trying to focus only on my feet and the trail ahead. About halfway down, I stopped suddenly. There were fresh footprints on the trail. They weren't mine. They were bigger, deeper, like someone wearing heavy boots. They went in the same direction I was going, down the trail. I felt sweat run down my back, cold and sticky. I looked around quickly, then started walking again, faster this time, almost jogging. My breath came out in short gasps, my chest tight. I followed the trail around a bend, and that's when I saw it. A man standing on the trail ahead. He was facing away from me, looking down the slope. He wore a dark jacket and old jeans. His hair was long and tangled. I stopped immediately. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. I felt a sharp fear run through my chest. I didn't move. I didn't know what to do. My first thought was to turn around and go back up, but I couldn't make myself move. He didn't turn around. He just stood there, looking down into the trees below. I felt my legs shake. I forced myself to step back slowly, trying not to make a sound. I stepped on a small stick, and it snapped loudly. The man didn't move. He didn't turn around. He just kept standing there. I felt my throat close up. I stepped back again, then turned and started walking back up the trail, trying not to run. I didn't want to make noise, but I wanted to get away. After about 50 steps, I stopped and listened. Silence. I turned around slowly. The trail behind me was empty. I felt a wave of cold fear wash over me. I didn't know where he went. I looked around, scanning between the trees, but I saw nothing. My legs felt heavy as I started walking again. I wanted to get to the top and find another way down, but I didn't know if there was another way. My mind was racing with thoughts of what he was doing out here alone, why he didn't turn around, where he went. I walked faster. I woke up before dawn that day. The sky was still dark, only a faint blue line showing on the horizon beyond my window. I lay in bed for a moment listening to the silence in the house, just the low hum of the fridge in the kitchen and the ticking of the clock on my wall. I felt tired, my eyes burned a little, but I had to get up. I was supposed to leave early to reach the trailhead before the sun got too high. I had been planning this solo hike for weeks, studying maps late into the night, reading trip reports online, checking the weather every day to make sure there would be no storms. I got up and stretched, feeling my back pop and my shoulders loosen. I moved around my small room in silence, putting on my hiking pants and a gray quick-dry t-shirt. I packed the last few things in my backpack, my lunch, an extra bottle of water, a thin jacket, and my small first aid kit. My boots were waiting by the door, already dusty from other hikes. I tied them tight, double knotting the laces like always, then shrugged into my backpack and left the house. Outside, the air was cool and smelled like damp dirt and the faint sweetness of summer grass. Birds hadn't started singing yet. I walked across my yard to my old car, a silver hatchback with peeling paint on the roof. I got in and started the engine. The car rumbled awake, the sound echoing across the quiet street. I pulled out slowly, rolling down the window to let the cold breeze hit my face and wake me up more. The drive to the mountains took about an hour. The first half was through empty suburban streets, and then a stretch of highway with almost no cars. I kept looking at the eastern sky as it turned from navy blue to purple to pale pink, the sun still hidden behind the distant hills. I sipped lukewarm coffee from my thermos as I drove. The second half of the drive was along a winding mountain road with sharp turns and steep drop-offs. I drove slowly, keeping my eyes on the road, feeling the car lean a little with each tight curve. The pine trees rose up around me, dark shapes against the lightning sky. When I reached the trailhead parking lot, there were only 2 other cars parked there. I pulled into a space near the wooden information board. The lot was just dirt and gravel, with a single portable toilet in the corner. I turned off the engine and sat there for a minute, finishing the rest of my coffee. Then I got out and stretched again, breathing in the crisp mountain air. It smelled clean and sharp, mixed with the scent of pine needles and dry earth. I pulled my backpack on and started up the trail. The first mile was wide and gentle, an old fire road that climbed slowly through tall pine forest. The sun was still hidden behind the ridgeline, but the sky was bright now, a washed-out blue with no clouds. My boots crunched over the dirt and small stones. I could hear a few birds calling high up in the trees, and the faint rush of water somewhere far off to my right. I walked steadily, feeling my body wake up with each step. My breath came easy, the cold air filling my chest and making me feel alive. I passed a small clearing with a burned log in the middle, blackened and split from old lightning. The grass was flattened around it like deer had bedded there overnight. I kept walking. The trail narrowed and turned rocky as it climbed higher, weaving between boulders and tree roots. I had to step carefully, watching where I placed my feet so I wouldn't twist an ankle. After another mile, I reached a fork in the trail. The left path led up to the ridgeline where the main lookout point was, and the right path dropped down into a small canyon with a stream running through it. I paused there to drink some water, taking off my backpack for a moment and letting the weight off my shoulders. I decided to take the canyon route first. I wanted to see the stream before the sun rose too high and made the canyon hot. The trail down was steep and narrow, with loose dirt that slipped under my boots. I moved slowly, keeping my balance by lightly touching tree trunks as I passed. At the bottom, the stream was just a thin ribbon of water weaving between smooth rocks, clear and cold. Small insects hovered over the surface. I crouched down and dipped my fingers in, feeling the ice-cold sting of the mountain water. I sat there for a while on a flat rock, listening to the quiet gurgle of the stream and looking up at the trees that rose high above me, blocking out most of the sky. It felt peaceful, like I was completely alone in the world. I ate a protein bar, then put my backpack on again and started back up toward the fork. The climb was harder going up. My legs burned, and I had to stop once to catch my breath, wiping sweat from my forehead with my shirt sleeve. When I reached the fork again, I turned onto the ridgeline trail. The sun was fully up now, shining through the trees and making long shadows across the ground. The trail climbed steadily, winding around large granite outcrops and fallen logs. I felt a faint breeze on my face as I walked, carrying the warm smell of sun-baked pine needles. After about another hour, I reached the top. The trail opened out onto a rocky ridge with a wide view over the valley below. I could see rolling hills covered in trees, the faint glint of the river far off, and the hazy line of distant mountains on the horizon. I stood there for a while, breathing hard from the climb, feeling sweat run down my back under my shirt. I dropped my backpack on the ground and sat on a flat rock to rest. I pulled out my water bottle and drank deeply, feeling the cool water fill my mouth and throat. As I sat there, I noticed a faint trail leading off the main ridge path, half hidden by bushes and tall grass. It wasn't on the map I had studied, and it looked old, like it hadn't been used much. Curiosity pulled at me. I felt a small hesitation in my chest, but I told myself I had enough water and daylight to explore a little. I packed up my things and started down the faint trail. The path was narrow and uneven, weaving between boulders and low trees. I kept ducking under branches, pushing aside tall grass that brushed against my legs. After about 20 minutes, the trail widened into a small flat area surrounded by rocks. In the middle, there was an old rusted fire ring made from stones, and a few pieces of broken wood scattered around. It looked like an old campsite that hadn't been used in years. The ground was covered in pine needles and dry leaves. I stood there looking around, taking it all in. The silence felt heavy here, deeper than before. There was no wind, no birds, just the sound of my own breathing and the faint thump of my heartbeat in my ears. I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, like I was being watched, but when I turned around there was nothing but trees and rocks. I shook off the feeling and moved closer to the fire ring, crouching down to look at the old charred wood. It was soft and crumbled under my fingers, falling apart into black powder. Suddenly I heard a rustle behind me. I froze, every muscle in my body going tight. The sound was faint but close, like something moving through the dry grass and pine needles. I turned my head slowly, scanning the trees. For a long moment I saw nothing. Then I saw it. At first I thought it was a deer. It was about the right size, standing between two pine trees about 30 feet away. But as I looked closer, I realized it wasn't a deer. It was a man. He was wearing dark clothes. His hair was long and tangled, and his beard reached almost to his chest. His skin looked dark with dirt and sun. He wasn't moving. He was just standing there, staring at me. I couldn't see his eyes clearly, but I could feel them on me, locked onto my face. My heart started pounding, so hard I felt it in my throat. My hands started shaking a little. I stood up slowly, trying not to make any sudden movements. He didn't move. He just stood there, half hidden by the trees and bushes. I felt fear crawl up my spine and spread through my chest. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to turn my back on him, but I also didn't want to stand there frozen. I took a small step backward. He still didn't move. I took another step. My boots crunched softly over the pine needles. I turned and started walking back the way I came, trying not to run, trying to keep my breathing steady. Every step felt heavy. I felt like I was being hunted. My skin crawled with the feeling of eyes on my back. After a few minutes, I stopped and looked back. I couldn't see him anymore, just trees and rocks and bushes. But I didn't feel any better. I turned and kept walking faster, pushing branches aside, stumbling a little on the uneven ground. I felt panic starting to build in my chest, tightening my throat. I told myself to keep calm, to keep moving, to get back to the main trail as quickly as I could. When I finally reached the main trail, I stopped to catch my breath. My shirt was soaked with sweat, and my hands were trembling. I looked back one more time. The faint trail was empty, silent, just as before. I turned and started walking down the main trail, heading back toward the parking lot. I kept glancing over my shoulder every few minutes, half expecting to see him following me, but there was nothing. The walk back felt endless. Every sound in the forest felt louder. The rustle of leaves in the breeze, the chirp of birds, the creak of tree trunks. My senses felt sharp and raw, tuned to every movement and sound around me. My feet ached, and my shoulders burned from the weight of my backpack, but I didn't stop. I kept walking, faster than before, almost at a jog in some places where the trail was wide enough. When I finally reached the parking lot, I felt a wave of relief wash over me so strong my knees went weak for a moment. My car was still there, silent and waiting. The other two cars were gone. The lot was empty. I walked quickly to my car, unlocked it with shaking hands, and threw my backpack onto the back seat. I got in and locked the doors immediately. I sat there for a moment, breathing hard, my heart still racing. I looked out at the trailhead, half expecting to see him emerge from the trees, but there was nothing, just the sun. I woke up early that morning. My eyes were dry and my head felt heavy, like I hadn't slept at all. I sat on the edge of my bed, looking down at the floor, trying to get myself to stand up. My back hurt from the way I had slept, twisted up like a pretzel, but I finally got to my feet and went to the bathroom. My plan was simple: take a shower, make some coffee, get in the truck, and drive down to the lake to fish. I needed a break from people. Work had been exhausting. Everyone just wanted something from me every day, and I felt like my life was turning into the same empty routine. So I wanted peace for a few hours. After I showered, I packed my fishing rod, a small tackle box, a bottle of water, and an old ham sandwich wrapped in foil that I found in the fridge from the night before. I didn't care. It wasn't moldy, and I wasn't in the mood to cook. I locked the house and walked down the driveway to my truck. The sun hadn't come up yet, but the sky was turning pale blue and purple on the horizon. The air was cold, and the ground felt damp under my boots. I unlocked the truck and climbed in. The seat was cold, and I sat there rubbing my hands together before starting the engine. The drive down to the lake was about 40 minutes along winding roads, past farmhouses, a small abandoned gas station, and fields that smelled like wet dirt and old grass. I kept the window open a crack to feel the breeze. It helped wake me up. There was no one else on the road, which felt good. I didn't even turn on the radio. I just listened to the tires on the pavement and the low hum of the engine. When I pulled up near the lake, I parked on the dirt shoulder beside the old wooden fence. It was falling apart in places, with broken slats leaning out like crooked teeth. I got out of the truck and grabbed my gear from the back seat. The sun was just rising behind the trees across the water, making the lake glow gold and orange. It was beautiful. I stood there for a minute, just breathing in the cold air and listening to the quiet. There were birds singing somewhere, and I could hear insects buzzing close to the ground. I walked down the narrow trail to the bank and found a flat rock to sit on. I set my rod up and cast out into the calm water. The float bobbed gently, and I felt my shoulders relax for the first time in days. I sat there fishing for a while, eating half of my sandwich and drinking water. I watched the sun climb higher. Everything felt calm and normal. But then I heard something behind me. It was just a soft crunch at first, like someone stepping on dry leaves or twigs. I didn't look back right away. I thought it was probably a deer or maybe a raccoon. I kept fishing, but then I heard it again, a bit closer. I turned around slowly and looked into the trees. There was nothing there, just shadows and thin beams of morning light cutting through the branches. I tried to ignore it and kept fishing. After a few minutes, I felt like someone was watching me. That feeling crawled up the back of my neck and settled deep in my chest. I turned around again, scanning the trees, looking for any movement. That's when I saw a shape between two tree trunks. It was just a dark shape. At first I thought it was part of the tree, but then it moved slightly. I couldn't make out what it was, just that it was tall and wide. My first thought was that it was a bear, so I stood up slowly, keeping my rod pointed down, and picked up a rock to make noise if I needed to. The shape didn't move closer, but it didn't go away either. It just stood there. I couldn't see a face or clear details. My chest tightened, and I felt my heart thudding hard. I started gathering my tackle box and water bottle with shaking hands, trying to keep my eyes on the shape. I backed up slowly onto the trail and walked towards my truck, glancing back every few seconds. The shape was still there, but it wasn't following me. When I reached my truck, I tossed everything into the passenger seat and got in quickly. I locked the doors and sat there, breathing hard, staring into the trees. I felt stupid for being so scared, but something about that shape felt wrong. It wasn't normal. I started the truck and drove away, checking the rearview mirror over and over. Nothing followed me. I drove straight home. The whole time, my hands were shaking and my chest felt tight. When I got to my driveway, I turned off the engine and just sat there, staring at the steering wheel, feeling like my body was made of stone. Finally, I got out and went inside. I left all my fishing gear in the truck. I didn't care. Inside, the house felt dark and silent. I sat on the couch and stared at the wall for a long time, thinking about what I saw. I told myself it was just a bear, or maybe a tree stump that looked strange in the morning light. But deep down, I knew it wasn't a tree stump. It was watching me. I could feel it. The way it stood so still and didn't move felt wrong. The next day, I tried to forget about it. I went to work like normal, but I kept thinking about the lake and that shape in the woods. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed listening to the ticking of my wall clock, thinking about going back there to check what it was. The thought of it made my stomach twist, but at the same time, I wanted to know. I didn't want to spend the rest of my life wondering. So the next morning, I woke up early again. I didn't shower this time. I just put on my jeans, boots, and an old hoodie. I grabbed a flashlight and a long hunting knife I kept in the shed, just in case. I drove back to the lake as the sun was coming up. The sky was gray that day, with low heavy clouds that made everything look darker and colder. When I parked at the same spot, I sat in my truck for a while, gripping the steering wheel. My hands were sweating, and I felt sick with fear. Finally, I forced myself to get out. I walked down the same trail, scanning the trees carefully. Birds were chirping, but everything felt heavy and silent at the same time. When I reached the fishing spot, I looked across the bank and into the trees where I had seen the shape. I couldn't see anything from where I stood. I gripped the knife tighter and started walking into the trees, stepping over fallen branches and pushing through bushes that snagged my jeans. My boots sank into damp dirt with every step, and the smell of rotting leaves and wet wood filled my nose. I kept walking slowly, scanning everything. Then I saw it. There was a small clearing ahead with an old rusted metal barrel in the middle. Around it, the ground was littered with beer cans, plastic bags, and broken glass bottles. It looked like a place where people came to drink and party at night. The barrel had black burn marks around the rim, and there were ashes inside. I walked closer, looking around. There were footprints in the dirt, lots of them, mixed up and layered on top of each other. Some looked fresh. That's when I noticed something hanging from a tree branch nearby. It was a rope tied into a noose. My chest tightened, and my mouth went dry. It looked old, but I didn't like seeing it there. It felt wrong. Under the branch, the ground was disturbed, like someone had kicked at the dirt or dragged their feet. I backed away, feeling cold all over. I turned around to leave, but that's when I heard it again. That same crunch of leaves. I spun around, scanning the trees. This time, I saw a person standing there, partially hidden behind a thick tree trunk. I could see part of their shoulder and arm. They wore a dark jacket with the hood up. I couldn't see their face. My stomach twisted into knots. I felt like I was going to throw up. I gripped the knife tighter, my knuckles turning white. I took a step back, and the person moved slightly, leaning out just enough for me to see more of them. They were tall and thin. Their jeans were dirty, and their shoes looked old and torn. I didn't wait to see what they wanted. I turned and started walking fast back towards the trail, pushing through bushes and stumbling over roots. My breathing was loud in my ears, and my heart was slamming against my ribs so hard it hurt. I kept looking back over my shoulder. At first, I didn't see them, but then I caught a glimpse of movement between the trees, following me. They weren't running, just walking at the same pace, keeping their distance. When I reached the trail, I broke into a run. My boots pounded the dirt, and sweat dripped down my back. I could hear my own ragged breathing, and I didn't care how loud I was. I just wanted to get to my truck. When I reached it, I yanked the door open, jumped inside, and locked it. I sat there, panting, scanning the trees. I didn't see them, but I didn't feel safe. I started the engine and drove away fast, spraying dirt and rocks behind me. My hands were shaking so badly that I could barely keep the truck straight on the road. I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see them running after me. But the road was empty. When I got home, I locked all the doors and closed the curtains. I sat on the floor with my back against the couch, feeling like my entire body was going to collapse. I stayed there for hours, thinking about what happened. Who was that person? What were they doing out there so early in the morning? Why were they just standing there, watching me? I never went back to that lake again. For weeks after, I kept looking out the windows at night, expecting to see someone standing at the edge of my yard. I couldn't sleep properly. Every sound made me jump. Even the neighbor's cat walking across my porch at 2 a.m. made my heart feel like it was going to explode. Months passed, and eventually, the fear faded a little, but it never went away completely. Even now, sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night and look out the window, I half expect to see a tall, thin figure standing under the streetlight, just watching my house. I tell myself it was probably just some homeless person living in the woods, someone who didn't want to be seen. But deep down, I know how it felt to be watched that morning. That wasn't just someone passing through. They were there for a reason, and I still don't know what it was. But I do know one thing for sure. I will never go back to that lake alone again. I don't care how calm the water looks at sunrise, or how quiet the woods are in the morning. Some places are better left alone.